Chapter 1963. The might of the magic-breaking crossbows. Miserly Wind shuddered as he considered the possibility. He had never thought that Zero Wing was crazy enough to face Miracle head-on, but with another glance at the enemy players, he couldn't care less whether or not he and his team had been bait. All Miserly Wind could think of was escaping at his level. He'd need several days of hard work to recover from a single death. Moreover, he wore higher quality weapons and equipment than the guild's other experts. If he lost one of his items, who knew how long it would take to find a replacement? Miracle's team was only 100 yards away now. As long as he met up with the approaching force, the fight would go on for some time, giving him the opportunity to get away, even if Miracle's army was no match for Fierce Snake and his monstrous players. As Miracle's forces drew closer, they spotted Eternal Undead surviving members. Damn it. Zero Wing's team actually has the guts to kill our allies right before our eyes. Miracle's members wore sour expressions as they watched Eternal Undead's players die. They immediately increased their speed. Finally, once Miracle's members were within his attack range, Fierce Snake used Charge, reaching the enemy MTs instantly. He tightened his grip on his battle axe and swept the weapon in a horizontal arc. Tier 2 skill, Blade Storm. With Fierce Snake as the center, a powerful storm brewed, enveloping a 20-yard radius and sending over a dozen MTs airborne. The attack interrupted Miracle's offensive charge on the spot. Zero Wing's other Tier 2 experts joined the fray without hesitation. Like a sharpened blade, they pierced Miracle's formation, diving for the team's core. With their advantage in basic attributes and physique, Miracle's 1,000-man team had no hope of stopping their advance. Only Miracle's Tier 2 experts were able to put up a fight, although barely. Zero Wing slaughtered their Tier 1 experts with very little effort. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's Tier 2 ranged players bombarded Miracle's rear line, preventing the enemy DPS from providing their comrades any support. After a brief moment, Zero Wing's 200-man team gained the upper hand. Although Miracle's team was not as easy to defeat as Eternal Undead's, it didn't fare much better. As for the Miracle team that had charged for Shurfeng's 800-man party, Shurfeng waved a hand and cast Flame Domain once it was within 50 yards and prepared to attack. At the same time, Zhao Yueru cast Frost Flame. Hell, 2 towering pillars of fire enveloped Miracle's members. The players caught within the AoE turned to ash instantly, vanishing from the battlefield. This Miracle team suffered a far more tragic fate than the one facing Fierce Snake's party. How is this? Miserly Wind slid to a halt, staring at the flaming pillars with a stupid expression. A single round of attacks had wiped out nearly half of Miracle's 1,000-man team. If they hadn't spread out, the 2 spells would have had no trouble eliminating the majority of Miracle's force. Miserly Wind felt as if Eternal Undead's desperate fight against Zero Wing had been little more than a warm-up for his adversaries, as everyone was in shock over witnessing the power of the 2 large-scale destruction spells. Crossbow unit, get ready. Shurfeng shouted. He then pointed at the remaining Miracle members and commanded, fire. Immediately, the 60 Tier 1 Rangers at the front of the team released the magic-breaking crossbows bolts. Shio. 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 The magic-breaking crossbows had an attack range of 70 yards, even longer than that of Tier 2 Rangers. At this point, the entirety of Miracle's force was within range when the 60 magic-breaking bolts were released. They flew through the air so fast that even Tier 2 assassins would have trouble dodging them. Furthermore, Miracle's members were still in shock. The magic-breaking crossbows instantly claimed 60 Miracle lives. The rest of the force only returned to their senses after watching their allies die beside them. When Miracle's members realized that even Tier 2 experts had fallen, a chilling thought crept into their minds. The moment after the first bolts found their marks, the magic-breaking crossbows launched a second volley. Although many of Miracle's members had noticed the attacks, the magic-breaking bolts were just too fast. Miracle's Tier 1 players had no hope of dodging the attacks and died instantly. Only the Force's Tier 2 players had managed to evade the incoming bolts. After 2 volleys, Miracle's 1,000-man team had lost more than 100 players. The 60 magic-breaking crossbows ended their lives even faster than Fierce Snake and his friends' retreat. Everyone retreat. The Tier 2 player leading the assault on Shifeng's 800-man team shouted, fear gripping his heart as he gazed at the corpse pinned to the ground beside him. The 60 magic-breaking crossbows were far more frightening than the earlier large-scale destruction spells. The spells had long cooldowns and couldn't be used once the two forces met in melee combat, but the crossbows' cooldowns were quite short and easily landed attacks in close quarters. Most importantly, the crossbows could kill a player with full HP in a single attack, and not even the Tier 2 MTs were an exception. How were they supposed to fight such a weapon? After issuing the command to retreat, Miserly Wind, who rested a long distance away, was dumbfounded. He had thought that Miracle would last against Zero Wing, but the fight that he had just witnessed couldn't even be called a battle. It had been a one-sided massacre. Although Miracle's leader had ordered a retreat, even he, a Tier 2 refinement realm expert, had died after becoming a target for more than 10 magic-breaking crossbows. The leader hadn't been able to resist as Zero Wing turned him into a human pincushion. These magic-breaking crossbows are amazing. Gentle Snow watched Zero Wing devastate the remnants of Miracle's 1,000-man team with wide, shocked eyes. She had recognized the Tier 2 team leader as a refinement realm expert, yet he had fallen after taking 10 or so magic-breaking bolts. The magic-breaking crossbow was truly an amazing weapon in a frontal confrontation. Now, she, more or less, realized why Shifeng had dared to take so few players to Ice Jade Forest. Although the magic-breaking crossbow was a consumable, it could fire 300 magic-breaking bolts, which had been formed with mana, before breaking. With the 60 magic-breaking crossbows they had enough firepower to survive a large-scale battle involving tens of thousands of players. Although more than 100,000 enemies resided in the Ice Jade Forest, less than 30,000 were from Miracle. As long as they picked their fights carefully and only took on several thousand Miracle members at a time, they could end Miracle's tyranny in this map. Meanwhile, Fierce Snake and his companions chased down Miracle's fleeing members on the other side of the battlefield. Although Miracle's members desperately fled, Zero Wing's Tier 2 players held an absolute advantage in terms of speed. Miracle's members didn't get far before they died. Aside from a few players that had used instantaneous movement magic scrolls, none escaped death. How'd it go? Shifeng asked Fierce Snake as he watched the rest of the team loot the battlefield. Unfortunately, a dozen or so got away, but we haven't had any casualties, Fierce Snake reported. Good. Publish the video of the battle with Eternal Undead and Miracle on the official forums. Let's show the other guilds that if they want to kick us while we're down, Miracle won't be able to protect them. Shifeng said. Understood. Fierce Snake nodded. Chapter 1964, Black Dragon Empire shaken. The war between Miracle and Zero Wing was no longer a secret in the Black Dragon Empire. Almost every player in the Empire knew about it, and everyone had assumed that Zero Wing was doomed. Until now, no large guild in God's domain had survived a serious confrontation with a superpower. All of the lesser guilds had fallen in a short time, and Miracle had already placed a bounty on Zero Wing's experts and upper echelons. The offer was high enough to tempt many of the Empire's experts, and countless players had secretly taken action. Miracle had even recruited the Black Dragon Empire's various large guilds in its war with Zero Wing, and despite the public provocations on the forums each day, the guild hadn't responded, and Zero Wing's reputation in the Empire had plummeted. At this point, many of Zero Wing's members had considered withdrawing from the guild. After all, players joined guilds to ease the burden of leveling up and share in the guild's glory. Nobody would join a cowardly guild that the public ridiculed. Meanwhile, the Empire's various large guilds spent their time preparing. The moment Zero Wing withdrew from the Black Dragon Empire, they would swoop in to take over its abandoned territories. However, an uproar shook the forums shortly after Fierce Snake uploaded the battle videos he and his teammates had recorded. The forum post's title was particularly eye-catching: Death to Those Who Support Miracle. He had published the post under Zero Wing's name, and the imposing response was hard to ignore. Less than a minute after the post went live, it had become the most popular of the day with over 1 million views. Amazing. Zero Wing is simply amazing. Eternal Undead's members died right in front of Miracle's members, yet Miracle couldn't do anything about it. I wonder how the various large guilds feel now. Zero Wing is obviously showing them that even if they have miracle support, the guild can't protect them. Zero Wing is so arrogant. It's just one guild. Does Zero Wing really think it can survive if so many guilds band together? This warning will only enrage its enemies and make Zero Wing's situation worse. That might not be the case. Did you see how Eternal Undead's members died? They were fish on the chopping board in front of Zero Wing's team. Although Eternal Undead is only an average second-rate guild, it is still a bona fide second-rate guild, yet Zero Wing slaughtered its members. The other guilds will only suffer the same fate. That's right, this 1,000-man team from Zero Wing is simply ferocious. It almost annihilated Miracle's 2,000-man army. If such a team targets other guilds' expert teams, the outcome will likely be the same. Zero Wing is really a guild of experts. I think I'll stick with joining Zero Wing. The Empire's players had a heated discussion over the battle videos Fierce Snake had published. They had never thought that the moment Zero Wing took action, the guild would make such a terrifying move. With a single battle, it had deterred other guilds from trying to take advantage of the war and humiliated Miracle. Zero Wing hadn't suffered a single casualty in this latest battle, while Eternal Undead and Miracle's teams had been almost extinguished. Despite the two guilds having 5 times as many players, their defeat had still been miserable. This proved to everyone in the Empire that Zero Wing's strength wasn't superficial. When Zero Wing's members saw the post, however, their passion and enthusiasm rekindled. They all wished they had taken part in the battle and given Miracle a good beating. At the same time, many Zero Wing members aspired to become expert members more than ever. They hoped that they could one day fight overwhelming odds, securing an absolute victory like Fierce Snake and the others. Just the idea was exhilarating. Ha ha ha. Let's see if those guilds dare to act so arrogantly before us again. All hail Zero Wing. All hail the guild leader. When the various superpowers' upper echelons received news of the battle, an indescribable shock overwhelmed them. The battle's outcome had a greater impact on them than it had on the general public. Ordinary players might not be able to determine Fierce Snake and his team's exact strength, but they could. How has Zero Wing secured so many experts with the combat power to rival peak experts? Yuan Tianxin read the latest report with furrowed brows. Peak experts were a guild's core combatants. Not even the various superpowers had many peak experts, yet Zero Wing had just revealed a force of 200 seemingly out of nowhere. A team of 200 peak experts would be an absolute nightmare out in the fields. Destroying such a force would require an army of tens of thousands of elite and expert players as well. The use of magic arrays. Miracle likely has quite the headache over this situation right now. It had probably never considered that the little bug it was trying to crush would turn out to be a steel spike, Purple Jade said, giggling. Miracle had always been overbearing. Normally, even super guilds avoided clashing with the guild, whereas super first-rate guilds were often oppressed by it. However, she also had to admit that Miracle had the strength to do so. Seeing the guild suffer such devastating, repeated losses was extremely rare. Meanwhile, in Miracle's residence in Lakeheart City, the room's atmosphere was intensely chilly. Many of the Empire's large guilds had given up on provoking Zero Wing due to its recent demonstration. After all, the guild had proven that Miracle couldn't guarantee their safety in the fields. No matter how one looked at it, letting a large number of guild experts die just to grind in a better resource map wasn't worthwhile. Damn it. How did Zero Wing suddenly obtain so many experts? 1,000 Miles paled as he watched the battle video before him. I thought Zero Wing could only produce a small number of those basic combat devices. After Fierce Snake's team had displayed their strength at Blue Wave Rock, Miracle had sent spies to investigate the source of their power. With Zero Wing's current standards, gaining so many peak experts so quickly was impossible. The only explanation was that the guild had acquired a special tool based on those investigations. They had learned that Fierce Snake and his companions had become so powerful through a tool known as the Basic Combat Device. However, while this tool was very powerful, it had a limited duration, and only a small number could be crafted each day. At most, Zero Wing could supply a 100-man team for a full day. Fortunately, once these players scattered across the Empire, they'd no longer pose much of a threat, but Zero Wing had revealed 200 of these experts in the latest confrontation. 1,000 Miles could not figure out how Zero Wing had managed to craft so many more basic combat devices. If Zero Wing could truly maintain a 200-man team of these experts at all times, it would impact the current war's status quo. Moreover, they had discovered that Zero Wing had a powerful collection of heavy crossbows during the battle. Not only did the crossbows' attacks contain immense strength, but they were also impressively fast. If 10 or so magic-breaking crossbows attacked together, even a Tier 2 Refinement Realm expert would fall without the use of an invulnerability skill. Vice Guild Leader Shredded, should we dispatch our peak experts to reinforce the Ice Jade Forest? Miracle Dragon asked as he turned to Shredded Soul. Forget it. Order a retreat, Shredded Soul said, shaking his head. Retreat? Confused, 1,000 Miles asked, are we just letting Zero Wing off the hook? Do you plan to order our forces to continue the fight? Shredded Soul glared at 1,000 Miles. Coldly, he continued, Zero Wing has proven that it has the strength to fight us toe-to-toe in the Black Dragon Empire. We might win if we continue fighting, but we'll pay a heavy price and fulfill the other superpower's long-held wish. If we have to pay such a price for defeating Zero Wing in the Empire, what will we gain? How would we have lost so many elite and expert players if not for your stupidity? Had you investigated Zero Wing properly before taking action, I wouldn't have had to come here and clean up your mess. I'll deliver a report to the guild leader personally, so I suggest you cool down in the meantime. Shredded Soul's reprimand left 1,000 Miles speechless, but he still felt wronged. Who would have thought that an up-and-coming guild like Zero Wing, which wasn't backed by any corporation, was so powerful? I will return to the Western Continent. I'll leave the cleanup to you, Shredded Soul added as he stared at 1,000 Miles. He then used a guild transfer scroll and vanished from the meeting room. Chapter 1965, Quasi-super-first-rate Guild. Black Dragon Empire, Ice Jade Forest. Despite 1,000 Miles' reluctance, he had no choice but to follow Shredded Soul's command and recall the guild members from the Ice Jade Forest. Meanwhile, Miracle's retreat caused a sensation throughout the Black Dragon Empire. What's going on? Miracle's retreating. That's not possible, right? Miracle is a super first-rate guild, yet it's actually giving up on Zero Wing. The sudden turn of events stupefied the Empire's players. They simply could not figure out what had caused Miracle to turn away from Zero Wing so abruptly. The two guilds had only engaged in a single battle involving several thousand players. To both, such a small battle wasn't even a warm-up thus far. All of Miracle's actions had displayed its intention to annihilate Zero Wing's branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire, yet they had fled from their prey. It was as if everything had just been an act. How disappointing. Miracle retreated after such a minor battle. And here I thought it was some amazing guild. In the end, it is no different than the Empire's other guilds. All hail Zero Wing. Even Miracle can't take down Zero Wing. Varied opinions of Miracle's withdrawal split the Empire's players. Some players felt that Miracle didn't deserve its title as a super first-rate guild since it couldn't even take out a non-superpower like Zero Wing, and others assumed Miracle had given up because Zero Wing truly was powerful. That cowardly Shredded Soul. He hasn't even started the war, yet he's already given up. I even ensured that he had all the information he needed. Nine Dragons Emperor slammed his fist into his desk when he read the report on Miracle's withdrawal from the Black Dragon Empire. He had hoped to use Miracle to wound Zero Wing. He had never expected the superpower to pack up and leave so soon. Meanwhile, in one of Lake Heart City's high-class restaurants. Uncle Yuan, look. Shredded Soul has returned to the Western Continent to take charge of things there. By the looks of it, he's really given up on Zero Wing, Purple Jade exclaimed, surprised. She had investigated Shredded Soul personally and had concluded that the man was truly ruthless. Once he set out to do something, he never gave up, yet he had decisively pulled his forces away from the conflict with Zero Wing. This was unbelievable. It's not that unusual. After all, there is no benefit in continuing the war with Zero Wing. At most, Miracle will restore some of its damaged reputation. With 200 experts that possess the combat power to rival peak experts and those heavy crossbows, Zero Wing qualified to contend with a superpower. Unless Miracle decides to go all out, it'll be helpless against the smaller guild. Moreover, Miracle is fighting a remote war. It already has to expend a lot of resources to engage in this war. Miracle's position will only become more of a disadvantage as the war drags on, Yuan Tixin said, chuckling. Taking a sip from the cup of icy blue wine in his hand, he continued, at the end of the day, Miracle is a massive organization set out to make money. There's no way it would abandon everything it has built for its reputation. Since Zero Wing has proven that it has the strength to protect itself for some time, and the other superpowers know Miracle's strength, Miracle has no reason to continue fighting. That makes sense. Purple Jade nodded. However, Zero Wing is pretty impressive. It always has a surprise up its sleeve. I had thought the guild was doomed this time. I hadn't expected it to reveal such a trump card. It's no wonder why Zero Wing dared to compete with the various superpowers over the Ore Empire's resources. In God's domain, might was right. Provoking Miracle wasn't a problem as long as Zero Wing could endure the larger guild's wrath. If Zero Wing couldn't do that, Miracle would destroy the guild. If it could, it would survive. It was just that simple. The various superpowers would not ridicule Miracle for being weak because it failed to destroy a guild that merely rivaled first-rate guilds. They would only take joy in the fact that Miracle had accidentally tugged on a tiger's tail. However, it's too early for Zero Wing to celebrate. The guild still has a bumpy road ahead. Furthermore, Miracle will definitely strike if given the chance in the future. Yuan Tixin said Miracle had only given up on dealing with Zero Wing this time because the losses outweighed the gains. Even if it defeated Zero Wing, all it would gain was reputation. While reputation was important for a guild's development, it was not particularly important to a veteran super first-rate guild like Miracle. However, it was a different story for the various superpowers operating in the Ore Empire. These superpowers were there to obtain resources for their development. It was entirely possible for these organizations to use everything they had to remove Zero Wing. They wouldn't give up as easily as Miracle. Now that Zero Wing had exposed 2 more trump cards, its development in the Ore Empire would be at risk. While Yuan Tixin and Purple Jade conversed, the various superpowers expressed their astonishment over Zero Wing's performance. They had never dreamed that a guild with no background was capable of forging such a sturdy foundation. They all ordered further investigations on Zero Wing, desperate to know more about the basic combat devices and magic-breaking crossbows. Due to this latest battle, the various superpowers realized that while guild experts were important, God's domain's tools were just as crucial. Zero Wing's success in fending off Miracle was the best proof of this. The Black Dragon Empire's large guilds, in particular, feared for their survival after watching Zero Wing slaughter Eternal Undead's 3,000-man force. When they heard that Miracle had withdrawn its players from the war, they immediately recalled their forces from the Ice Jade Forest and reached out to butter up to Zero Wing. If even a super first-rate guild like Miracle was powerless against Zero Wing, what hope did their guilds have? Zero Wing had proven its strength to everyone in the Black Dragon Empire with the battle in the Ice Jade Forest. Although it was not a super first-rate guild, it had the power to stand against one. Zero Wing was now only second to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion in the hearts of the Empire's players. To be precise, the Black Dragon Empire's general populace recognized Zero Wing as a Quasi-super-first-rate guild and that it was only a matter of time before it became a true super first-rate guild. Meanwhile, the various large guilds that had previously provoked Zero Wing or taken delight in the guild's misfortune were now quite nervous, especially the guilds that had openly antagonized Zero Wing. These guilds were terrified that Zero Wing would seek retribution. With Zero Wing's strength, it would have no trouble removing their guilds from the Black Dragon Empire. All it would need was time and resources. Guild leader, more than a dozen guilds are trying to cozy up to us. Each guild is offering magic crystals and rare materials as compensation. Should we meet with their representatives? Gentle Snow asked Sherfone before she had time to recover from her shock over Miracle's abrupt retreat. A large number of guilds had contacted her, wanting to repair their relationship with Zero Wing. They were even willing to make reparations. She hadn't expected this development. Chapter 1966, Overnight Fortune. Compensation. Sherfone chuckled at Gentle Snow's report. These guilds sure reacted quickly. Now that Zero Wing's strength had been recognized, it was the perfect time to develop its influence in the Black Dragon Empire. However, since Zero Wing's development was currently limited by its resources, it had to claim other guilds' resources. Fortunately, quite a few of the Empire's guilds had openly provoked Zero Wing, so it was well within its rights to eliminate these guilds and take over their resources. No one would reprimand Zero Wing for doing so naturally. These offending guilds had considered the possibility of such an outcome. Although Zero Wing could only take on a few guilds at a time, on the off chance that they were one of the unlucky few, they'd be doomed. Hence, the various guilds that had provoked Zero Wing tried desperately to repair their relationships with Zero Wing. Should I call in their representatives, then? Gentle Snow understood the meaning behind Sherfang's comment. While Zero Wing's reputation had improved, it would take some time to develop the guild strength. Moreover, doing so would require a lot of funds. Rather than waste resources on annihilating one or two large guilds, they needed to use this opportunity to claim compensation from the dozen or so guilds, making a fortune. This way, Zero Wing would gain both the money and the resources it needed for its development without lifting a finger. There's no need. Just tell them this. Second-rate guilds will compensate Zero Wing with 30,000 magic crystals and 50,000 gold in rare materials or lands in major NPC cities. Zero Wing requires 15,000 magic crystals and 30,000 gold in rare materials or lands from third-rate guilds. Sherfone said. If they don't pay up, they'll have to bear the consequences. While it seemed as though Zero Wing had easily defeated Miracle, Sherfone knew how close his guild had been to defeat in God's domain. A war between guilds was a competition of capital and expert players. When a guild went to war, it had to spend money like there was no tomorrow. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's victory had been achieved through spending a massive number of magic crystals and resources. The Magicbreaking crossbows were worth the price since they could be reused. They would only disappear after their uses had been depleted. However, the basic combat devices were different. Once they had been activated, they'd vanish after 12 hours. They could not be deactivated to save their remaining duration. Meanwhile, Sherfone had invested more than 80,000 magic crystals into crafting the two tools. The rest of the materials had also cost a ton of money. In addition, the guild had to compensate its members that had died in the fights after fighting Miracle for just a few short days. Zero Wing's pockets were almost empty. Fortunately, Zero Wing had secured a manatite vein. Otherwise, the Black Dragon Empire's branch guild would have been finished. He was also fortunate that Miracle didn't know the tool's production costs. Had Miracle known about the expenditures, it would have continued this war. Hearing Sherfang's demands, Gentle Snow asked worriedly, aren't these prices a little too high? Currently, the average second-rate guild only occupied a few NPC cities, while the more powerful second-rate guilds occupied a dozen or so. These guilds' range of influence wasn't particularly vast. While 50,000 gold in resources or land was bearable for a second-rate guild, 30,000 magic crystals definitely weren't. At this stage of the game, 30,000 magic crystals were roughly half of a second-rate guild stockpile. Although it had become much easier to acquire magic crystals, players also needed to consume more of them, especially after the return of the Survivors expansion pack had been implemented. It's fine. Just inform them, Sherfone said, chuckling. While losing half of the guild's magic crystal stockpile was a significant cost, it would not impede the guild's normal operations. It would simply force the guild into stagnation for a short time. Moreover, he urgently needed magic crystals right now. He couldn't afford to be courteous with these guilds, following which, Gentle Snow conveyed Sherfang's price to the various large guilds. When they received Zero Wing's demands, all of these guilds went into an uproar. The rare materials weren't an issue since every guild had an extraordinary stock of resources by now, but magic crystals were crucial to a guild's development. Damn Zero Wing. It might as well rob us at this point. Guild leader, what should we do? Pay the guild. We can't afford to stand out right now. Although Miracle failed to destroy Zero Wing, Blackwater and Beast Emperor have still been eyeing the guild in the Ore Empire. They won't let Zero Wing off the hook as easily as Miracle has. The various large guilds were enraged when they received Gentle Snow's message. They had barely claimed any resources in the high-resource maps Miracle had given them, yet they were now required to pay such expensive compensation. Their partnership with Miracle had been an utter mistake, however. Due to the threat Zero Wing posed, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and swallow the loss. Within 3 hours after receiving Gentle Snow's message, the various large guilds sent their representatives to deliver the requested resources to Zero Wing's residence in Lakeheart City. When Gentle Snow and the guild's other upper echelons received the payments, they were ecstatic. Snow. We're rich. Zhao Yueru exclaimed as she gazed at the magic crystals and multiple resources in the guild warehouse. They had received compensation from more than a dozen guilds. Among the guilds that had paid their dues, 5 were second-rate guilds, and 8 were third-rate guilds. In total, Zero Wing had received 270,000 magic crystals, a considerable amount even to the current superpowers. Furthermore, Zero Wing had gained 490,000 gold in rare materials and lands. Not only had Zero Wing earned back the resources it had spent in the war, but it had also made a huge profit. With this many resources, Zero Wing could afford to recruit tens of thousands of members in the Black Dragon Empire. It could also strengthen Hidden Fog Town's defenses and upgrade it to intermediate rank. I had expected it to take a few more days to collect 200,000 magic crystals, but I guess I don't have to worry about the deadline anymore. Sure Feng was just as excited to see the miniature mountain of magic crystals. He didn't dare to take risks with the inferior legendary quest from the Jealous Witch. The penalty for failing the quest was no laughing matter. Moreover, he absolutely needed to the field magic array. Void field magic arrays were extremely rare in God's domain, and the only one he knew how to obtain was the one in the Witch's Hill. He'd just have to get lucky to secure another one. Field magic arrays were so rare because of how powerful advanced field magic arrays were in wars and when plundering resources. Once players reached level 65 and beyond, resources would become significantly more difficult to acquire due to how dangerous the monsters were in the appropriately leveled maps. Although these monsters had higher basic attributes, they also have visibly stronger combat standards once they reached level 65 and beyond. Moreover, the more resource-rich a map was, the more visible this improvement would be. In comparison, monsters below level 60 had roughly the same combat standards regardless of what kind of map they occupied. At most, their basic attributes would differ slightly. The weakest monsters in level 65 plus maps had combat standards on par with the early stage of the Trial Tower's 3rd floor, while the stronger monsters could reach the 5th floor's early stage. Most importantly, they would travel in larger numbers. Against such an abrupt difference, one could imagine how the various large guilds would fare. Moreover, guild experts had obviously lower basic attributes than monsters. If these guild experts lost their combat standard advantage as well, they'd have a difficult time grinding. Because of this, few large guilds had taken advantage of level 65 plus maps in his previous life since they weren't strong enough to grind the map's monsters. Hence, field magic arrays had become extremely important. A field magic array would provide a significant advantage over other guilds when guild members left to level up or grind for resources. And Void Field was an advanced field magic array. Now that I've settled matters in the Black Dragon Empire, it's time to revisit the Witch's Hill. When Shi Feng saw that the branch guild's development was back on track, he took 200,000 magic crystals with him and teleported back to Zero Wing City. Chapter 1967, Candlelight expands. Starmoon Kingdom, Zero Wing City. In a 7-story, high-class restaurant a short distance away from Zero Wing's residence, 3 cloaked players observed the residence from a private room. Commander Cloud, the result of Miracle and Zero Wing's war is out. Here is all of the information we purchased from the secret pavilion regarding Zero Wing. a male half-elf said as he handed the male tigerkin before him a file. The war in the Black Dragon Empire ended when Miracle retreated from the Empire and announced its withdrawal from the war. What? Miracle was defeated. Chopped Axe, the female tigerkin beside the male tigerkin, was slightly stunned. How is that possible? That's Miracle we're talking about. The guild is even stronger than it had been at its peak. How could it possibly lose? As a member of the famous Death God Workshop, she was quite familiar with the various superpowers, especially their territories and overall strength. Miracle, in particular, was one of the superpowers the Death God Workshop watched closely. Not only had Miracle recently expanded its influence in God's domain, but it had also recruited plenty of well-known experts in the virtual gaming world. The Witch of the West, Alice, was one of the best examples. Recruiting Alice had significantly boosted the guild's overall strength, and not long ago, Miracle had secured a key resource point on the Western continent. It only lacked a suitable opportunity to earn the public's recognition as a super guild. If Miracle were granted the title of super guild, it would rank in the top half in terms of power. Miracle had a boundless future ahead of itself. Hence, Chopped Axe couldn't believe that Zero Wing had actually defeated Miracle. Miracle has indeed lost. Everyone in the Black Dragon Empire is talking about it, the male half-elf, Frost Rain, confirmed. Miracle retreated because Zero Wing had dispatched 200 experts with combat power on par with peak experts, which caught Miracle completely off guard. Once Miracle realized that a protracted war would be a waste of time and resources, it decided to give up and return home. 200 experts with combat power that rivals peak experts? This can't be true, can it? Chopped Axe instinctively refused to believe Frost Rain's claim. Even an ordinary super-first-rate guild only had that many experts, including domain realm experts and true peak experts. It's true, Light Cloud, the male tigerkin, said suddenly. According to the Secret Pavilion's report, Zero Wing has only accomplished this feat because it has used a tool called the Basic Combat Device. However, the basic combat device has a relatively short duration. In addition, Zero Wing has the frightening Magicbreaking crossbow. When a dozen or so of these crossbows are fired together, they can even instant-kill a Tier 2 refinement realm expert. If Zero Wing amasses a sufficient stock of these crossbows, its members will even be able to instant-kill peak experts. So, that's the case. I knew a new guild like Zero Wing couldn't be that strong. Chopped Axe could not help but wipe the sweat from her forehead. If Zero Wing truly had so many powerful expert players, it could easily deal with the Death God Workshop. All it would need was some time and resources. The various superpowers were inclined to overlook the workshop's activities for this very reason. Even if these tools have a time limit, they still pose a great threat, Light Cloud said as he rolled his eyes at Chopped Axe. Alright, we can return and report to the Chief Commander now. We'll let the Chief Commander decide how to deal with Zero Wing in the fairy country. After saying so, Light Cloud took a return scroll from his bag. He had no intention of wasting any more time in Zero Wing City. Frost Rain and Chopped Axe nodded in agreement. They had never expected Ninth Heaven to secure such a powerful backer. Meanwhile, the first thing Sherfong did after returning to Zero Wing City was store the rare materials he had obtained in the Black Dragon Empire in Candlelight's warehouse. He then had Melancholic Smile ramp up Candlelight's recruitment for lifestyle players and expand the firm's operations. Although the Candlelight trading firm was developing nicely, it could only afford to nurture a limited number of lifestyle players due to the lack of materials. As a result, Candlelight was restricted when recruiting lifestyle players. Fortunately, Zero Wing had secured 490,000 gold in rare materials through the war in the Black Dragon Empire. With so many materials, Candlelight could easily afford to recruit several thousand more members. Moreover, if Candlelight wished to develop in the Black Dragon Empire and Fairy Country, it would need a lot of additional manpower. As long as Candlelight established a foothold in these two countries, the trading firm's income would double at the very minimum. After all, both the Black Dragon Empire and the Fairy Country had far higher player populations than Starmoon Kingdom. Naturally, the demand for items in these countries would also be higher. Even if Candlelight did not become the #1 trading firm in those countries, it would still earn a sizable income. As for Candlelight's competitive edge, Sherfone wasn't worried about that due to the Philosopher's Hand. Candlelight had gained an additional 5 Master Lifestyle players despite the fact that Melancholic Smile had kept the item's usage to a minimum to keep it a secret. Among the 5 Master Lifestyle players nurtured, 2 were Master Alchemists, 2 were Master Forgers, and 1 was a Master Engineer. To Sherfang's surprise, Silent Wonder had successfully created an advanced alchemy recipe as well, thanks to the assistance of Titan City and the Philosopher's Hand. Now, Silent Wonder only needed to create one more advanced alchemy recipe to become an Intermediate Master Alchemist. An Intermediate Master Alchemist was no less important than an Intermediate Master Forger. In fact, an Intermediate Master Alchemist played an even greater role in raiding team dungeons. Unlike basic Master Alchemists, Intermediate Master Alchemists could craft Master Potions with a feasible success rate. If a team had a full stock of Master-ranked defensive or resistance potions, the raid would become much easier. Guild Leader, the auction for the virtual stores has concluded. Not a single corporation is willing to rent our stores. In contrast, the virtual stores in the 2 guild toes are selling like hotcakes, Melancholic Smile said, visibly worried. Although we've earned some credits through selling the weapons and equipment you gave me earlier, it's only enough to maintain the training ground for a short time. Nobody is willing to rent. Sherfone was slightly surprised as he examined the information on the nearby guild towns Melancholic Smile had given him. These towns have certainly developed quickly. They've already ensnared over 40 corporations. At this rate, won't they become intermediate towns in less than 10 days? The guild town's development had exceeded Sherfang's expectations. Both had already invested in enough defensive structures to rival an intermediate town. Even more surprising was both towns' defensive magic arrays, protecting the towns from monster assaults. These defensive magic arrays were the reason that the various corporations were so confident in investing in the town's guild leader. You're still in the mood to joke around? Now that we've moved to the new training ground, our daily expenditure has gone through the roof. With the credits we currently have, we'll only last another 5 or 6 days, Melancholic Smile said, exasperated. She had already seen Liang Jing's financial report, and she had been horrified. The number of credits the guild spent each day was absurd. We were burning through that much money. Even Sherfone was surprised when he saw the daily costs. He hadn't realized that Ouroboros had spent such a frightening amount of credits each day to maintain its training ground. The operational cost of Zero Wing's training ground could already rival that of Shadow in the past, and this was only the beginning. As Zero Wing recruited more internal members, the costs would increase. However, Sherfone revealed a faint smile after a moment and said, let's see who can outlast who, then. Sherfone instructed Melancholic Smile to sell some of the crafted level 50 bronze and mysterious iron equipment for credits. The credits from these sales should help the guild survive for a while longer. Although primordial gas slowly spread throughout the Witch's Hill, increasing the local monsters' strength and weakening players' combat power, monsters still needed time to evolve. After Sherfone settled his affairs with the Candlelight trading firm, he used the 7 Luminaries ring to teleport to the Million Forests teleportation array. He then spent 1 magic crystal to teleport to the Otherworld Gate, the Jealous, which appeared not long after Sherfone had arrived. She quietly hovered in the air while looking down on Sherfone. Young adventurer, why have you returned so soon? The Jealous Witch demanded. Lady Witch, I have completed the task you gave me. Here are the 200,000 magic crystals you asked for, Sherfone said as he removed 200,000 magic crystals from his bag, instantly forming a small mountain before him. Once all 200,000 magic crystals were accounted for, the Jealous Witch waved her hand lightly, and every crystal vanished into thin air. At the same time, the gigantic Otherworld Gate released a dazzling glow. Primordial gas surged out. Then, a series of system notifications reached his ears. Chapter 1968, Divine Runic Armor. System, you have triggered the new expansion pack, Primordial Heart. Starmoon Kingdom Region System Announcement, players have triggered the new expansion, Primordial Heart. The Primordial Heart will descend in the Witch's Hill in 3 hours. Please prepare. The system announcement echoed in every player's mind throughout Starmoon Kingdom. When it finally ended, players fell into heated discussions over the new expansion. What's this Primordial Heart thing? Has some major event occurred in the Witch's Hill? This new expansion pack will definitely be a huge opportunity. I wonder how Witch's Hill will change this time. I knew I should have gone to the Witch's Hill to develop. Starmoon Kingdom's players shifted their focus to the Witch's Hill the moment the system announced the new expansion pack. Previously, due to the map's strange phenomenon increasing monster strength and reducing players' combat power, only strong independent players had ventured to the Witch's Hill to level and grind. With the addition of the various large guilds' competition over the region's resources, it had become nearly impossible for ordinary players to get a share of the area's benefits. Hence, the Witch's Hills hadn't been very popular among independent players. Only the various large guilds and adventure teams still vied for the land naturally. The kingdom's independent players weren't the only ones paying close attention to this new expansion. The various major powers in the Witch's Hill had launched fervent investigations to learn what changes this expansion pack would bring to the region. So, this is the Primordial Heart's activation condition. Surprise flashed in Shifeng's eyes as he read the system notification. The Primordial Heart expansion pack had appeared during his previous life as well, but it hadn't activated until long after the Otherworld Gate had been discovered. Now that he had triggered the expansion pack so early, Shifeng did not know how to feel about it. In the past, the Witch's Hill's Otherworld Gate had been discovered far too late. A large number of players had already reached Tier 3, and as a result, the Otherworld Gate had only been considered a good area to grind for unique materials and for independent players to level up. It hadn't been a particularly valuable map. While it was true that the new expansion pack was an opportunity, the Primordial Heart expansion had hardly been any help to players in the past. When Shifeng had sealed the Otherworld Gate, it had caused the Primordial Heart's descent, increasing the primordial gas in the Witch's Hill. The gas, in turn, increased the strength of the region's monsters and decreased players' combat power. Even the monsters' levels had increased considerably, though the level cap was still level 70. As for the monsters that had come through the Otherworld Gate, not only were they quite powerful, but their bodies also contained dense primordial gas. When these monsters were killed, they had a certain drop rate for primordial crystal fragments, crystallized primordial gas that contained intense, turbulent energy. One could synthesize these fragments into primordial crystals, which contained even denser energy. The primordial crystal was one of the best materials for nurturing living mounts, even more effective than energy essence that dropped from the Eclipse Gate's monsters. After all sorts of monsters had ruled over God's domain during the ancient era, and they had become so powerful due to primordial gas. However, the primordial crystals had a drawback. Although they were far more efficient than energy essence when nurturing mounts, they could only increase a mount's rank to bronze rank. Hence, players in Shifeng's previous life had considered the Primordial Heart expansion pack useless. The majority of large guild members had already nurtured their guild mounts to bronze rank by the time the expansion had taken effect, and ordinary players hadn't usually had mounts that were capable of growth. Only guild players that intended to replace their guild mounts had any use for the primordial crystals. However, the primordial crystals were far more valuable to current large guilds. God's Domain's guilds had only started to acquire stables and grow their guild mounts. If they could upgrade their members' mounts to bronze rank with the primordial crystals, they could significantly help their guild's development. Mounts could provide some assistance in battle once they reached bronze rank, and they were considerably faster than common mounts. However, while the Primordial Heart expansion pack would benefit the various large guilds, it also came with plenty of trouble. Activating the Primordial Heart expansion pack would double the number of monsters in the Witch's Hill and increase the number of field bosses in the area by several fold. Moreover, the field bosses' raid difficulty would increase, making survival far more difficult in the Witch's Hill for current players. In addition, the monster sieges would occur far more frequently. Originally, guild towns and cities' chances of being besieged by monsters had only been 10% to 20%. However, once the Primordial Heart expansion took effect, those chances would increase to 20% to 35%. As Shifeng pondered about how to deal with the Primordial Heart's descent, the jealous witch, who still hovered in the air, began to reclaim her youth in a matter of seconds. The old, hunchbacked lady transformed into a charming, middle-aged woman with fair, supple skin. Her black robe also transformed into a pitch-black, sleeveless dress. She now wore a black mage hat, as well, and her wooden staff had become one made of black jade. As she hovered, she radiated an indescribable charm that drew others' gaze. Excellent. Young adventurer, you have helped me seal the Otherworld Gate in time and avoided catastrophe for Starmoon Kingdom. You have also helped lighten the curse I bear. Take this magic array design as a token of my gratitude, the jealous witch addressed Sherfong. This should have been the end of your job here, but sealing the Otherworld Gate had made the Witch's Hill unstable. I now need your help to collect 100,000 primordial crystals. If you collect the necessary primordial crystals successfully, I will give you this forging design I acquired from an ancient ruin after much difficulty. Saying so, the jealous witch waved a hand, and a tome of dragonskin parchment appeared in her grip. The dragon might the tome radiated was so powerful that Sherfong even struggled to move. When he saw the large words on the cover, his eyes widened in shock. The divine runic armor design. That was an epic forging design. However, unlike ordinary epic equipment, the divine runic armor was standard equipment, created during ancient times. It was similar to the standardized equipment design he had acquired from Titan City. Although the divine runic armor was standard equipment, it was still epic equipment, on a completely different level than dark gold equipment. Chapter 1969, Chamber of Commerce. As the jealous witch finished speaking, the sound of a system notification reached Sherfang's ears. System, congratulations. You have accepted the inferior legendary quest, Witch's Sin. Quest content, collect 100,000 primordial crystals in 30 days. Quest reward, divine runic armor design. After the system notification repeated 3 times, the jealous witch vanished without a trace. Now, only Sherfong remained before the Otherworld Gate. Collect 100,000 primordial crystals in 30 days. Sherfong frowned as he fell deep into thought. This inferior legendary quest was simply ruthless. Only chieftain rank and above monsters dropped primordial crystal fragments, and the drop rate for chieftain monsters was only 3%. Furthermore, synthesizing a single primordial crystal required 10 fragments. He'd need 1 million primordial crystal fragments to complete the jealous witch's latest quest. Completing the question wouldn't be that big of an issue if it didn't have a time limit, but there was a time limit. There weren't even 100,000 guild members operating in Zero Wing City right now. Trying to collect 100,000 primordial crystals in just 30 days would be a nightmare. It seems I have no choice but to increase the guild strength and give it a try, Sherfong thought to himself as he decided to recruit more players. Fortunately, there was no penalty indicated for failing the quest this time. Thus, the penalty wouldn't be too severe if he failed. Even so, giving up now would be a waste. Unlike standardized fine gold and dark gold equipment, standardized epic equipment was in no way inferior to ordinary epic equipment when it came to basic attributes. The only difference was the lack of additional skills and effects, as standardized equipment didn't have as many to offer players as ordinary epic equipment. Even so, the various major powers would consider the equipment precious since epic equipment was still so rare in God's domain. Had the divine runic armor been ordinary epic equipment, though, he wouldn't be able to mass-produce it due to the rarity of the required materials, and forging the equipment would have been far more difficult. Even an intermediate master forger like himself would only have a small chance of success, and no first-rate guild could afford the total production costs. Only a superpower would have any hope of mass-producing ordinary epic equipment at this stage of the game. However, crafting standardized epic equipment was a different story. Standardized epic equipment had been designed with mass production in mind, so it didn't have high material requirements. Most importantly, it wouldn't be as difficult to forge as ordinary epic equipment. Even an ordinary first-rate guild could afford the production costs if it gave the design to an intermediate master forger, not to mention Zero Wing. Following which, Sherfong took out a guild transfer scroll and returned to Zero Wing City to prepare for his newest quest. At this point, players from all over Starmoon Kingdom had swarmed to Zero Wing City, skyrocketing the city's player population. As players wandered the city streets, an excited energy crackled between them as they waited for the Primordial Heart's descent. Many adventurer teams had even started to purchase useful magic scrolls and potions in bulk. As soon as the Witch's Hill began to change, they'd rush to take advantage of the opportunity the new expansion pack presented. For a time, Zero Wing City became extraordinarily lively. Guild leader, good news. Due to the new expansion pack, Zero Wing City's player population has finally exceeded 10 million. Aqua Rose exclaimed when she noticed her Shurfeng's return. Moreover, the 7th Street Chamber of Commerce has invited us to join their merchant alliance. Aside from combat guilds, God's Domain had lifestyle guilds, and unlike their combat-focused brethren, lifestyle guilds focused on developing lifestyle players and producing a wide variety of products. Some of the larger lifestyle guilds generally allied to form chambers of commerce. These chambers of commerce were not to be underestimated. They were only unknown to the general public due to their refusal to interfere with combat guilds' matters. However, they didn't lack influence in God's Domain. The best chambers of commerce's influence reached across more than a dozen kingdoms and empires, and they had even more wealth than some superpowers. In fact, many up-and-coming superpowers received funds and resources from some of these top chambers of commerce. Meanwhile, the 7th Street Chamber of Commerce was one of the most powerful in God's Domain. Joining one of the top chambers of commerce was extremely difficult. Ordinary first-rate guilds didn't qualify in the least. Normally, these chambers only accepted superpowers or large guilds with bountiful resources. What are their conditions? Shurfeng asked. He was very familiar with God's Domain's chambers of commerce. To join one, a guild had to meet certain conditions and pay a certain price. The membership cost requires that we supply the alliance with shops and virtual stores in all of our guild towns and cities. We will have to supply at least 5 shops and 2 virtual stores in each, all of which have to be in different locations in the town or city. In addition, they require that our guilds sell the alliance 30% of the unique resources we obtain from the Otherworld Gate at market price. Aqua Rose said that price a little high, Shurfeng said, shaking his head. Tell them that Zero Wing will only give them up to 3 shops and 1 virtual store in every town and city. As for the Otherworld Gate's unique resources, we'll sell them 20% at most. Moreover, I require that they buy the resources at 30% above market price. If one wished to acquire the resources a Chamber of Commerce offered, they had to contribute to the alliance. However, 7th Street's asking price was simply too high. The potential benefits Zero Wing would gain weren't worth the price. The Otherworld Gate's unique resources would become a massive source of income for Zero Wing in the future, and purchasing these resources on the market would become immensely difficult. Meanwhile, the fact that Zero Wing City was within the Witch's Hill meant that Zero Wing would have a greater competitive edge than other guilds when fighting for the Otherworld Gate's resources. Hence, 30% of Zero Wing's harvest was no trivial amount. Furthermore, 7th Street wanted to purchase these resources at market value. This, Shurfeng's counteroffer clearly troubled Aqua Rose. Joining 7th Street wasn't easy. Its influence encompassed over a dozen kingdoms and 3 empires, after all. If Zero Wing joined 7th Street, it would elevate the Candlelight trading firm's income to a whole new level. Yet, Shurfeng demanded far more than the 7th Street's offer. However, seeing Shurfeng's determination, Aqua Rose had no choice but to forward her guild leader's reply to the Chamber of Commerce's representative. After dealing with the 7th Street's offer, Shurfeng instructed Aqua Rose to recruit players in Zero Wing City before he returned to his special forging room in Candlelight. Carefully retrieving the void field design from his bag, he then clicked on the design to learn it. Chapter 1970, 7th Street Sea of Death, Thunder Island. Big Sis Rain, we've secured the advanced speedboat design. Once we have the materials, we can begin production. Blue Phoenix excitedly reported as she entered the room. Although advanced speedboats were not particularly rare, they weren't available in large quantities. The majority of the various superpowers armadas was still made up of ordinary speedboats, only the core fleets had a higher number of advanced speedboats. Meanwhile, as players reached higher levels, the competition for resources on land grew increasingly intense. As a result, more guilds shifted their focus to the sea every day. Since Thunder Island was the best locations to develop naval strength, new guilds constantly arrived to take advantage of its resources. This increased competition on the island. The Dragon Phoenix had worried about the increasing competition, but now that it had acquired an advanced speedboat design, it could further fortify its fleet strength by mass-producing the advanced speedboats. Maintaining its lead on the island, it seems they completed the quest. Phoenix Rain breathed a sigh of relief and smiled when she heard Blue Phoenix's announcement. She then changed the topic and asked, "How are things with 7th Street?" "I've sent our nomination to the Chamber's representative, and 7th Street has accepted it. However, Zero Wing apparently thinks the Chamber's asking price was too high. Unfortunately, 7th Street has its own bottom line. Zero Wing doesn't have claim to a lot of resources, and its territory isn't that large. The only thing Zero Wing has going for it is its temporary victory over Miracle. Zero Wing still doesn't qualify to join the alliance, and 7th Street's representative has stated that the Chamber only agrees with our nomination since you were the one who made it. Now that Zero Wing has rejected the offer, his hands are tied," Blue Phoenix said. Zero Wing rejected 7th Street. Phoenix Rain blinked in surprise. 7th Street was one of the top chambers of commerce in God's domain, with as many as 3 super first-rate guilds in its alliance. The alliance's other guilds also had the backing of powerful corporations. The Chamber had access to bountiful resources, as well. By joining the Chamber of Commerce, one would have access to a variety of conveniences, and as long as they had enough money, they could purchase rare materials in bulk. The alliance also sold valuable items that were almost never available to the public, but 7th Street's connections were far more important. By joining 7th Street, one could sell their products in the Chamber's territories, and the 7th Street only demanded a 15% service charge. If Zero Wing joined 7th Street, it wouldn't lack a market to sell its products. Joining 7th Street would be a golden opportunity for Zero Wing, yet Zero Wing had rejected the offer. Emisham. Apparently, while he's still willing to return the favor he owes us by helping in another way, he can't do anything more about the situation. Blue Phoenix nodded. She was just as frustrated about Zero Wing's response. "All right, then. Since Zero Wing has its own plans, we'll let the matter rest," Phoenix Rain said, smiling bitterly. "It seems we'll have to find some other way to pay Zero Wing back." She had nominating Zero Wing as a candidate for the 7th Street's alliance as a way of thanking the guild for its help on Savage God Island, but the Chamber of Commerce had its own rules. She couldn't possibly 7th Street to accept Zero Wing. Meanwhile, in Zero Wing City's Candlelight trading firm, Shurfeng focused on learning the Void Field Magic Arrays drawing process. Drawing field magic arrays was incredibly difficult as, unlike other magic arrays, field magic arrays consisted of multiple arrays. Even a basic field magic array involved 2 to 5 different magic arrays. The Void Field, a large-scale advanced field magic array, consisted of 12 advanced magic arrays, and all 12 had to be closely interlinked. The slightest mistake would render the link useless. The Void Field was several times more complex than ordinary advanced magic arrays, as well, and even an advanced magician like Shurfeng was under immense pressure when attempting to draw the arrays. Just learning how to draw the 12 magic arrays individually had taken him nearly 2 hours. Sure enough, this thing is amazing. It's no wonder why it can rival master magic arrays. Shurfeng took a deep breath as he examined the design in his hands. In the past, the Void Field had even been effective against mythic monsters. Field magic arrays weren't like arrays that summon magic barriers. Magic barriers were mainly used to suppress boss monsters, so they were even effective against high-ranked monsters. As long as one used an advanced barrier, a team could suppress a mythic monster. However, field magic arrays had to cover a larger area, thinning its energy distribution. Even suppressing Grand Lord ranked archaic species would be difficult, not to mention mythic monsters. Fortunately, the Void Field could manage it. Although it wasn't as effective as an advanced magic array, it could suppress an ordinary mythic monster's attributes by 15% and Grand Lord ranked archaic species by 25%. Lower-ranked monsters would be suppressed by at least 30% with a maximum of 40%, and the void field could cover a 3,000-yard radius. Moreover, the void field could be useful in large-scale combat. Although the void field would be half as effective against players, a 15% to 20% attribute reduction would be fatal, especially to expert players now that he had an inferior legendary quest and had to take down countless monsters that were strengthened by primordial gas. Void field would be the best tool in his arsenal if he activated void field. Even tier 1 players could easily defeat Witch's Hill's strengthened monsters. Naturally, tier 2 players would enjoy at least double the grinding speed. Sherfong then began to craft the void field magic arrays. Void field required incredibly precious materials, and chief among them was void blood. Each set of scrolls required 12 drops to produce, and only powerful void creatures had a chance of dropping void blood. These 12 drops of void blood would serve as the core that controlled void field's 12 magic arrays. Fortunately, Sherfong had acquired 2 bottles of void blood after killing the void serpent, with each bottle containing 100 drops. If he failed to produce the void field, all of the void blood he invested would be destroyed. The rest of the materials for the void field cost over 500 gold per set, making each attempt extremely expensive. However, money was not Sherfang's main concern. The material's rarity was far more important. Hence, he needed to be extremely careful with each set of materials during the production process. Sherfong had activated Soul Fire to clear his mind. Each of his strokes on the blank magic array scrolls was smooth, but just as he reached the final step and linked the 12 magic arrays together, something unexpected happened. Boom. After a bright flash from the magic arrays, the light faded to reveal an empty table. All of the materials Sherfong had used had disappeared. Seeing this, Sherfong sat back and fell deep in thought. Following which, Sherfong attempted to produce the void field twice more but failed both times. He couldn't help the heartache he felt over losing 36 drops of void blood. Sure enough, trying to draw the void field as an advanced magician is pushing it. After giving the matter some thought, Sherfong took a source of void from his bag. An advanced magician would only have a 50% success rate when drawing ordinary advanced magic arrays, and a much lower success rate when attempting to craft top-ranked advanced magic arrays like the void field. If he wanted to produce the void field successfully, he'd have to increase his success rate. Fortunately, an elemental source could do more than improve a magic array's effects. It could also increase production success rate. Everything happened as Sherfong expected. His previous failures were due to his low success rate. His fourth attempt to draw the void field was far more smooth, and the flow of mana within the array had calmed. After Sherfong finished the 12 magic arrays, he began the final linking process. A short moment later, the 12 magic arrays released a dazzling light, illuminating the entire forging room. Was it a success? Chapter 1971, Primordial Heart Descends. As the light in special forging room faded, a brilliant magic array appeared on the table. The 12 arrays had combined perfectly to form a gigantic, silver magic array that caused the space inside the room to freeze. As the silver magic array flowed into the 12 magic array scrolls before Sherfong, the room reverted to its original state. The 12 magic array scrolls across the table then began to glow with a silvery light. Wonderful. I've finally succeeded. Sherfong was a little excited as he gazed at the scrolls on the table. Although he had gone so far as to spend an elemental source, he had, at least, managed to produce one set of void field scrolls. With this, he could proceed with his plans. Following which, Sherfong inspected the magic array scrolls. So strong. Sherfong was ecstatic when he saw the attributes displayed. The original void field only encompassed a 3,000-yard radius, but after Sherfong had used the source of void, the radius had increased to 5,000 yards. Moreover, the strengthened void field could suppress a monster's basic attributes up to a maximum of 50%. It would also suppress mythic monsters by up to 20% and Grand Lord ranked archaic species by up to 30%. Most importantly, void field's duration had increased from 12 hours to 24 hours. Although a 24-hour duration seemed short, to Sherfong, who was very familiar with the ins and outs of the Witch's Hill, it was plenty of time. Especially now that the Primordial Heart had descended and Witches' Hill's monsters had grown stronger and more numerous after the Primordial Heart had descended in the past. A forbidden land had appeared in the Witches' Hill. To be precise, a crack in spacetime had manifested, serving as the entrance to the Forbidden Land. The place beyond the spacetime crack was partly considered a forbidden land due to the spacetime seal that had been placed on the map, preventing players from teleporting there. Moreover, all of the monsters beyond the crack originated from other worlds. Not only were they incomparably powerful, but their combat standards were also higher than monsters in the outside world. Including the randomly appearing boss monsters, players of the same level would struggle to survive in the Forbidden Land. Fortunately, since mainstream players had already reached level 100 by the time the Forbidden Land had manifested, its level 70 monsters had been no threat. On the contrary, the Forbidden Land had become an excellent location to grind for equipment and materials. As monsters originating from other worlds, they had a much higher drop rate for weapons and equipment compared to monsters that were born on the continent of God's domain. Many of the materials they dropped were also unique to other worlds, and they had a chance of dropping the resuscitation potion recipe, which even level 100 plus players coveted. The resuscitation potion only had one function: resurrecting players. However, unlike the healer class's resurrection spells, a player wouldn't lose any EXP when resurrected with the resuscitation potion, although they would have to endure a weakened state for 12 hours. During that time, the resurrected player wouldn't be able to fight. Furthermore, the resuscitation potion could only be used once every 24 hours, and it couldn't be used on tier 4 or above players in God's domain. Even if a healer resurrected a player, they'd still lose a considerable amount of EXP. When players were resurrected through the system, they'd lose an entire level of EXP. Regardless of how they returned to life, players would have to grind for several days to recover their losses. Hence, the resuscitation potion had been extraordinarily popular among players in the past. Only, the resuscitation potion recipe was not easy to acquire. Normally, it only dropped in other worlds, and as a result, players had fervently grinded in the Witches' Hill's Forbidden Land despite having already reached level 100. Due to the recipe's rarity, players had even been able to sell it for several thousand gold in a proper auction. Demand for the resuscitation potion had also been relentless on the market. Despite the 20 silver production cost, the potion had sold for 2 gold per bottle. The resuscitation potion had even sold for 3 gold per bottle at its peak. Many players had made a fortune through selling resuscitation potions. Unfortunately, the Witches' Hill's Forbidden Land was extremely dangerous to tier 2 players, but now that Sherfong had the Void Field, he could lead his guildmates to grind there. Not only would they level up quite fast, but they could also grind for the resuscitation potion recipe and primordial crystal fragments, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Now that Sherfong had experienced successfully producing a void field, he continued to craft more. He knew that he had made a mistake when combining the 12 magic arrays during his first 3 attempts, but after his success, he had a more accurate grasp of the array's flow of mana, following which, Sherfong attempted to produce the Void Field magic array 4 more times, resulting in 2 success. The outcome was barely tolerable. Glancing at the bottle of void blood in his hand, Sherfong noted that only 4 drops remained in the bottle. It wasn't enough for another attempt. He had previously spent 2 bottles of void blood to activate the teleportation array to the Otherworld gate. Hence, if he wanted to craft more Void Field magic array scrolls, he'd have to collect more. These 3 sets should last me quite some time. Taking a look at the 3 sets of scrolls in his hands, Sherfong decided to travel to the Forbidden Land to grind. Once his guildmates were settled in the area, he'd look for more ways to acquire void blood, following which, Sherfong left the Candlelight trading firm and made his way to Zero Wing's residence to prepare for his trip to the Witches' Hill's Forbidden Land. The Primordial Heart had descended in the Witches' Hill some time ago. As a result, the number of players roaming the city streets had visibly decreased. The various adventure teams and guilds had long since left the city to explore this new expansion pack. The majority of the players still around were merchant players, including members from chambers of commerce. These players were currently purchasing monster loot or selling consumable items, purchasing magic grass in bulk. 3 silver per stock. Buying as many as you have. Offer is available long term. Four Seasons Chamber of Commerce purchasing primordial crystal fragments for 20 silver per fragment. 21 silver for those selling more than 10 fragments. 22 silver for those selling more than 100 fragments. Selling primordial crystal fragments for 25 silver each. Only 3 fragments remaining. First come, first served. The voice of hawking players filled the street. The shops on both sides of the street had also put out signs stating that they would purchase primordial crystal fragments long-term. Everyone was going crazy over primordial crystal fragments right now. However, the situation didn't surprise Sherfong in the slightest. God's domain had very few items that could be used to nurture guild mounts, and most of these items hadn't yet been discovered. Now that players had learned about the primordial crystals, it would cause a massive commotion. Just before Sherfong reached the guild residence, Aqua Rose contacted him. Guild leader, the secret pavilion's Yuan Tianxin and his entourage have come to meet you. Apparently, he has something important he wishes to discuss with you. Would you like to meet with him now? Aqua Rose asked. The secret pavilion is looking for me. Sherfong could not help but smile upon hearing this. All right. Have them wait for me in the second floor's reception room. I'll head there immediately. Although he knew that the primordial heart's appearance would cause quite a commotion, he hadn't expected it to move the secret pavilion. Sherfong disconnected the call and made his way to the residence's second-floor reception room. Chapter 1972, Joining the Chamber of Commerce. Zero Wings residence, second-floor reception room. As Sherfong entered the room, Yuan Tianxin and Purple Jade, who softly chatted on the sofa, stood to greet him. Both of them had already reached level 59. And although they had hidden their weapons and equipment's glow effects, Sherfong could tell that they carried extraordinary items based on the faint pressure he felt from the two players. Purple Jade, in particular, felt like a sharp, unsheathed blade. She also felt quite dynamic. So, this is a true genius. Sherfong was inwardly shocked when he saw Purple Jade. While he could not tell how much her basic attributes had improved, he could sense that Purple Jade had set foot in the realms of truth as someone who had done the same. The realms of truth were different from the realms of refinement. The realms of refinement only focused on improving one's physical control, whereas the realms of truth focused on the application of strength. While better control could reduce players' shortcomings and increase their latent potential, better application allowed players to utilize more of their potential. However, God's domain's various large guilds didn't have a method of nurturing players in the realms of truth yet. Normally, players needed a wealth of combat experience and self-exploration to reach these realms. Even Sherfong had only accomplished the feat after many fortuitous encounters, yet despite receiving no guidance and having far less combat experience, Purple Jade had entered the realms of truth. Even the word genius was not sufficient to describe the young woman. Sherfong had spent plenty of time trying to guide Zero Wing's core upper echelons to these realms, but even now, not one of them had succeeded. Meanwhile, when Purple Jade saw Sherfong entering the room, her eyes glowed with fighting spirit. A hint of reverence for the man before her also flashed in her eyes. Unbeknownst to Sherfong, she had only reached the realms of truth because of him. She had reached these realms recently and had only been able to do so after diligently studying Sherfang's numerous battles in the Ore Empire. Once she had entered the realms of truth, she had challenged and defeated multiple peak experts from the various superpowers. Guild leader Black Flame, congratulations. Due to the battle in the Ice Jade Forest, Zero Wing's reputation nearly rivals the Dragon Phoenix Pavilions now. Yuan Tianxin congratulated as he watched Sherfong carefully. Thank you, Sherfong said. Revealing a faint smile, he continued, however, Elder Yuan, I'm sure you're not just here to congratulate Zero Wing, correct? Indeed, Yuan Tianxin replied as he revealed an envelope. After handing the envelope to Sherfong, he continued, this is a report regarding Blackwater and Beast Emperor's latest movements. I believe it will be of some help to Zero Wing. You're providing information for free. Sherfong looked at the envelope in confusion. He had to admit that both Blackwater and Beast Emperor posed a significant threat to his guild. Examining their latest movements would indeed help Zero Wing quite a bit, but information like this was incredibly important. Normally, the secret pavilion might not even consider selling the information to Zero Wing. That's right. Consider it a gift to celebrate the partnership between the Secret Pavilion and Zero Wing, Yuan Tishin said. I believe you can guess the pavilion's goal in this. Naturally, we're interested in the primordial crystals. The primordial crystals are even more effective in nurturing guild mounts than the Eclipse Gate's energy essence. They're also much easier to procure. Meanwhile, Zero Wing owns the only guild city in Witch's Hill, so the Secret Pavilion wishes to cooperate with your guild. Yuan Tishin's proclamation didn't surprise Shifeng. The primordial crystals were indeed an excellent item for nurturing guild mounts. He then asked, cooperation. May I know how we are going to cooperate? The Secret Pavilion wishes to invite the Candlelight trading firm into the Secret Chamber of Commerce. As for the entry conditions, Zero Wing will only have to sacrifice 5 shops in different locations and a single virtual store in Zero Wing City. In addition, the Secret Chamber of Commerce requires a permanent reservation of 300,000 entry slots into Zero Wing City, Yuan Tishin said, chuckling. May I know if you are interested in this offer, Guild Leader Black Flame? Joining the Secret Chamber of Commerce. When Yuan Tishin finished speaking, Aqua Rose, who had accompanied Shifeng, was stunned, flashing the pavilion's representative an incredulous look. The Secret Pavilion was a transcendental power in the virtual gaming world. The strength it wielded was simply unfathomable. The Secret Chamber of Commerce the pavilion had developed was similarly unfathomable, as very few chambers of commerce could rival Secret's range of influence. Needless to say, Secret was far more powerful than 7th Street without a doubt. Secret was one of the best chambers of commerce in God's domain right now. Many superpowers were desperate to join, but very few were actually invited into the alliance yet. The Secret Pavilion had visited Zero Wing City to invite the guild personally. Frankly, Aqua Rose didn't know what to say if Zero Wing joined the Secret Chamber of Commerce. The Candlelight trading firm's income could increase severalfold as long as the firm offered sufficiently attractive products. I'm curious. Why Zero Wing? Shifeng asked the man before him. There are 2 other guild towns in the Witch's Hill, and both will soon be promoted to intermediate rank. If the Secret Pavilion gives the word, both ruling guilds will likely hand their towns over on a silver platter. Naturally, we have considered that option, but the Primordial Heart's descent has increased monsters' strength in the Witch's Hill. Monster raids also occur frequently at night. With the town's defenses, they'll have a hard time coping with the map's current monsters. Who knows how long they will last? However, Zero Wing City is different. Even if the Witch's Hill's monsters continue to grow stronger, Zero Wing City will likely remain unaffected. Moreover, Zero Wing City has an excellent environment, which will be of great help to the guild members we send here, Yuan Tishin said. He withheld no information regarding the Secret Pavilion's reasons for selecting Zero Wing for a partnership. I see. Shifeng could not help but admire the Secret Pavilion's information network and decisiveness. The Primordial Heart had only recently descended, so the monster's changes weren't yet obvious. Yet the Secret Pavilion had already considered various possibilities. Shifeng hadn't expected the pavilion to place so much importance in the primordial crystals that it would offer Zero Wing a seat in the Secret Chamber of Commerce, either to protect both parties' interests. A guild would offer 1% of its shares when attempting to join a Chamber of Commerce. Hence, the various chambers of commerce took member recruitment very seriously. Guild leader Black Flame, if you are fine with these conditions, why don't we sign the contract now? Yuan Tishin asked Shifeng, who had maintained a calm composure throughout the conversation. Once we sign, Zero Wing's Candlelight trading firm will become a member of the Secret Chamber of Commerce and enjoy all of the connections the alliance possesses. You will find it far easier to sell and buy items. Alright, I have no issues with the offer. Shifeng had no problems with accepting the mentioned conditions, and joining the Secret Chamber of Commerce would provide Zero Wing quite a bit of help, especially now that the guild lacked materials. The Magicbreaking crossbows, hell tanks, and basic combat devices all required a large number of rare materials to produce. If Zero Wing relied on its own strength, It would only be able to collect a limited supply of each material, but with the secret Chamber of Commerce's connections, it could easily build its stockpile in a short time. After Shi Feng signed a contract with Yuan Tianxin, he handed over 5 shops and 1 virtual store in Zero Wing City. In addition, he reserved 300,000 entry slots in Zero Wing City for the secret pavilion's use. After all, a flood of players visited the city each day, and there was a limit to how many the city could accommodate at one time. If the secret pavilion did not have any reserve slots, its members would be forced to stand in line to enter Zero Wing City. Once the transaction was complete, the Candlelight trading firm joined the secret Chamber of Commerce's member list, and the two organizations exchanged 1% of their shares. Shortly after Candlelight joined the Chamber of Commerce, news of it quickly spread to the various superpowers. Chapter 1973, Guild Potential. As news about Zero Wing's Candlelight trading firm joining the secret Chamber of Commerce spread, a commotion erupted among the various superpowers in God's domain. What's going on? How did the secret Chamber of Commerce accept a guild like Zero Wing? Zero Wing really is impressive. It has already proven its strength to contend with a superpower, and now, it has even joined the secret Chamber of Commerce. The guild's financial strength will grow considerably, now. As long as Zero Wing solidifies its foundations, it definitely has the potential to become a super first-rate guild. It seems that God's domain will soon have a new superpower. Send someone to investigate Zero Wing immediately. From today on, I want a team stationed in Zero Wing City. I want to know the guild's every move. Many superpowers had no power to join the secret pavilion's Chamber of Commerce regardless of how much they wanted to, yet a non-superpower like Zero Wing had done just that. This situation earned Zero Wing many superpowers' envy. In addition, this turn of events had forced the various superpowers to pay closer attention to Zero Wing. They no longer considered the smaller guild insignificant, but one with the potential to become a competitor. Sufficient financial strength was crucial to developing a guild in God's domain. Zero Wing might have repelled Miracle, but it had relied on various tools to do so. Meanwhile, as the various superpowers continued developing in God's domain, it was only a matter of time before they obtained such tools of their own. At that time, Zero Wing would lose its advantage. Hence, the various superpowers hadn't truly considered the guild a threat, but the situation had changed. The secret Chamber of Commerce was a goldmine. If a guild joined the trade alliance and utilized its connections appropriately, it would generate a massive income and secure a large number of resources. Even if the guild failed to take advantage of Secret's connections, it could still increase its trading firm's income by a large margin through service charges from helping the alliance's other members sell their products. This increased income would greatly help the guild's development, and these benefits would be available until the trade alliance crumbled. Meanwhile, on one of the islands in the Sea of Death. Big Sis Rain, big news. Zero Wing's Candlelight trading firm has joined the secret Chamber of Commerce. Blue Phoenix reported as she ran up to Phoenix Rain, who currently commanded a battle. Joined the secret Chamber of Commerce. Phoenix Rain blinked in surprise. How is that possible? So many superpowers have tried to join Secret only to be rejected. Even Starlink only managed to join after purchasing the magic crystal vein at the secret pavilion's internal auction. It's true. News of this has already spread to the various superpowers. Everyone's saying that the secret pavilion has lost its mind to invite Zero Wing, Blue Phoenix said, grinning. Big Sis Rain, now that Zero Wing has joined Secret, 9 Dragons Emperor won't be able to attack the guild's financials even if we don't help out. That's right. Even if 9 Dragons Emperor uses everything he has to stop Zero Wing's sales, he can't cut off Secret's channels. Now, we can focus on that large-scale team quest, Phoenix Rain said, nodding. She had nominated Zero Wing to 7th Street because she had been worried that she couldn't stop 9 Dragons Emperor from moving against her ally once she left the continent of God's domain. Now that Zero Wing had joined the secret Chamber of Commerce, which was even more powerful than 7th Street, the situation couldn't be any more favorable. Similarly, news had reached the various top chambers of commerce. Zero Wing seems to be quite capable. 7th Street rejected Zero Wing's conditions, yet the guild has joined secret. I wonder how 7th Street's members will feel after hearing about this. Zero Wing demanded less than half of what 7th Street required. There's nothing unusual about its refusal. As for Zero Wing's membership with Secret, based on the Chamber's focus on profits, I assume its entry conditions were quite strict. Most likely. The Secret Chamber of Commerce's greed is insatiable. Zero Wing must have suffered quite a loss to join Secret. While the various top chambers of commerce were surprised to hear that Zero Wing had joined the Secret Pavilion's Chamber of Commerce, they did not consider the matter that important after all. Zero Wing had no value in their opinions, nor did the guild have the support of any corporations. It was a miracle that the guild had risen to its current position without falling. Even if Zero Wing had a future in God's domain, it wouldn't be very bright since the Secret Pavilion had extended an invitation to Zero Wing. It must have demanded an absurd price however. When the 7th Street Chamber of Commerce heard the news, its members simply smiled. They didn't share the other top chambers' opinions. Whether Zero Wing joined the Secret Chamber of Commerce or not, it had nothing to do with them. They only knew that Zero Wing wouldn't have benefited their alliance. Even if it had joined, Zero Wing wouldn't benefit Secret either. This incident was nothing but a farce. While God's domain's various powers discussed the matter, Sherfong had designated Aqua Rose and Melancholic Smile to handle matters regarding the Secret Chamber of Commerce. He then led a team of 10,000 elite and expert players out of Zero Wing City and to the Witches' Hill's Forbidden Land. Zero Wing's members bounced with excitement during their journey. They got to see a mythical player like Sherfong up close, and he had even informed them that he would take them out to level up during their operation. This meant they would personally get to watch Sherfong fight. Once they returned, they'd definitely boast about the trip to their friends, but despite their enthusiasm, following Sherfong wasn't easy. The Primordial Heart's descent had drastically changed the Witches' Hill. Now, large groups of monsters were a common sight. Moreover, not only did these monsters possess powerful basic attributes, but they also used strangely impressive combat standards. They encountered a few powerful, 100-man adventurer teams that these monsters had nearly wiped out along their journey. As for the 20-man teams they stumbled upon, they had tread very carefully through the area unless they had a Tier 2 metric tons with them. The Witches' Hill was far more dangerous than anyone had expected. Only the various large guilds' 1,000-man teams barely succeeded near the border of the Witches' Hill's inner region. These guild teams did not dare to venture any farther. As for the teams that operated in the Witches' Hill's inner area, they were either expert teams from the various large guilds or 1,000-man teams from well-known adventurer teams. Only the teams of Tier 2 experts had any hope of surviving with 100 members. The monsters in the inner area were simply too powerful. Even the weakest monster was a level 61 chieftain, and the chieftains employed combat power that was on par with the late stage of the Trial Tower's second floor. Even an ordinary Tier 1 expert would die against such a monster in a one-on-one, not to mention ordinary players. However, despite entering the Witches' Hill's inner region, Sherfong showed no intention of letting his team fight here. Rather, he continued to lead his team deeper into the Witches' Hill as Zero Wing's members followed their guild leader. They couldn't help their growing nerves. Although they had 10,000 elite and expert players, the majority of them had only reached Tier 1 and were level 55 or 56. The team's ordinary experts were only level 57, and the Tier 2 experts that accompanied them had only reached level 58 after following Sherfang's lead for more than 2 hours. These players arrived before a gravel-filled gorge. Not only did this area drown in a deathly aura, but it was also within the Witches' Hill's core area. The weakest monster here was a level 65 chieftain, while most of these monsters were level 66 and 67 lords. There were also quite a few level 69 Grand Lords around the gorge. At first glance, the gorge contained tens of thousands of monsters, and all of them were far closer to each other than the inner region's monsters. Most importantly, a gigantic, level 70 mythic monster lay in the center of the gorge. Chapter 1974, Sacred Leveling Ground. A mountainous, scaled lizard lay in the center of the gorge, and a layer of poisonous, green fog covered a 50-yard radius around it. No life survived within this fog, and even the earth seemed dry beneath it as if the fog had devoured the ground's very life force. Despite gazing at this lizard from afar, Zero Wing's members couldn't help but shudder. A level 70 mythic monster. Aside from the fact that it was more than 10 levels higher than they were, the potent, poisonous fog around it made the monster impossible to approach. In addition, its gigantic body, over 100 meters in length, could easily change the terrain with a casual move. A single claw swipe could likely eliminate dozens of them. They hadn't even reached level 60, but even if they were the same level as this monster, they'd likely be able to do little more than watch the giant lizard from afar. After all, the mythic lizard wasn't alone. Tens of thousands of Lord and Great Lord monsters lingered around the boss. To make matters worse, primordial gas filled the gorge. It would likely take a Tier 2 party of the same level to defeat any of these lords, while defeating each Great Lord would require a full, Tier 2 20-man team. Even the guild's Tier 2 MTs, Kola, Turtledove, and Yiwumian, felt uneasy as they watched the Forbidden Lands monsters, much less the team's elite members with their current attributes and combat standards. They shouldn't have any issue tanking 1 or 2 level 67 or 68 Great Lords by themselves without activating a Berserk skill. They could even tank 1 level 69 Grand Lord, although they'd have to push their limits to do so. But more than 20 Grand Lords wandered the Forbidden Land, as well as plenty of Great Lords. If all these monsters charged at them together, only death would await these players. Guild leader, even Tier 2 players like us will have trouble grinding here. With the Tier 1 player's strength, I'm afraid that, Shadow Sword said worriedly as he eyed the gorge below him. Ignoring the mythic monster in the center, he could feel the threat of death from several other areas. If he felt like this while subjected to such pressure, the Tier 1 team members would fare far worse. It was safe to say that their team didn't have the power to grind in this Forbidden Land right now. If we try to grind these monsters as they currently are, it is impossible, but if we have their basic attributes and remove the primordial gas's negative effects. Shurfeng asked, smiling. The Witch's Hill's new Forbidden Land wouldn't pose any threat to level 100+ players, but it was an immensely hazardous area to players who hadn't yet reached level 70. Of course, it was also a sacred area for leveling and grinding equipment. Since no one had explored the Forbidden Land yet, it contained the maximum number of monsters it could hold. However, that also meant that the area's drop rate and monster respawn rate were much higher than normal. Even if 10,000 players grinded in this Forbidden Land, there would be plenty of resources to go around. Unfortunately, transforming this hazardous area into a treasured land required players to fulfill one condition. They had to be strong enough to grind these monsters. A bunch of Tier 1 players that hadn't even reached level 70 would be seeking their own death by coming here, but they could change that with the Void Field. If they could decrease the monster's basic attributes by nearly half and remove the primordial gas's negative effects on players, even level 60, Tier 1 players could slay these creatures. Only, their grinding efficiency would be quite poor. However, the bonus EXP from killing monsters of a higher level would even the playing field. Shurfeng had led so many Zero Wing members to such a dangerous area specifically to help them level up quickly, as well as collect primordial crystal fragments. He might be a particularly powerful player in God's domain and capable of nurturing a significant number of experts in a short time, but at the end of the day, there was a limit to what a small number of powerful players could achieve. If he wanted Zero Wing to become truly formidable, he had to improve the strength of Zero Wing's members as a whole. Naturally, one of the ways players could grow stronger in God's domain was by leveling up. Every 5 levels was a major turning point in the game, since better weapons and equipment would become available at those intervals. Hence, Shurfeng had decided to raise his guild members' levels as quickly as possible. If he could help a large number of guild members reach level 60 within the next few days, it would elevate Zero Wing's overall strength. After all, even the various large guilds' peak experts had only recently reached level 59. They were still far from the level 60 threshold, and the various guilds' elite and expert members were even further. Have the monster's basic attributes and remove the primordial gas's suppression. After considering Shurfeng's comment, Shadow Sword deemed that grinding here would be possible if that were true. Even if their Tier 1 MTs couldn't tank these monsters, they could leave the task to the Tier 2 MTs, plenty of which had joined this expedition. But is that possible? Relax. I've prepared an item to do just that, Shurfong said as he retrieved the strengthened set of Void Field Magic Array scrolls from his Bogga Magic Array. But, with so many monsters, Shadow Sword roughly understood what Shurfong intended to do when he saw the stack of Magic Array scrolls, but with so many monsters around them, they'd need dozens or hundreds of arrays to cover the gorge. Wait a moment, you'll understand what I mean, Shurfong said. He then passed the Void Field scrolls to Alluring Summer and a few other magical class experts. Take these scrolls and activate them in these locations. Try to avoid any monsters while you activate the scrolls. Leave it to us. After examining the coordinates Shurfong had indicated, Alluring Summer and her companions went into action. Shurfong intended to activate the strengthened void field from halfway down the gorge. If they successfully activated the magic array there, it would cover nearly half of the area, giving Zero Wings team enough room to fight. Once Alluring Summer and the other casters were in position, they unfurled the magic array scrolls and activated Thema Gigantic. Silver magic array then manifested over nearly half of the Forbidden Land, enveloping every monster within range. Void Field then purified the primordial gas in the affected area, dissipating it. In addition, every monster rapidly lost basic attributes. Zero Wings members were stunned. The Lord and Great Lord ranked monsters' attributes fell by 50%. Now, they couldn't even compare to level 60 monsters of the same rank. The only advantages they still had were their combat standards and high-level MTs. Start pulling aggro. Fight in 100-man units. Do not enter each other's combat areas. Cola, you and the other Tier 2 MTs will tank the Grand Lords. Tier 1 MTs, you only need to handle the Lords and Great Lords. Shurfong commanded once the void field was complete, following which, the 10,000 Zero Wing members quickly split into 100 teams of 100 players. These teams then split up and hit different areas in the Forbidden Land. Each team dealt with 3 to 5 Great Lords, and those with Tier 2 MTs handled at least one level 69 Grand Lord. Due to Void Field's power, the Forbidden Land's danger had significantly decreased. However, Zero Wings members weren't able to deal much damage due to the level suppression. Even Tier 2 damage dealers barely dealt more than -10,000 with each attack. Even so, the region's monsters gradually lost HP. Normally, Zero Wings 100-man elite teams could eliminate a party of Lords and Grand Lords of the same level in 10 minutes or less, but now, it took each team half an hour to defeat a party of monsters. However, as the Lords and Great Lords died, everyone's experience bars increased by a sizable chunk. After gaining an abundance of EXP, the teams regained their enthusiasm. All of the team's level 55 elite members reached level 56 after around 6 hours of grinding, while the level 56 elite players only needed a little more time to level up. At most, they'd need another 4 or 5 hours to reach level 57. Their leveling speed was nearly 5 times as fast as experts in other areas. However, these players were far more surprised by how much loot they gained than the awarded EXP. Chapter 1975. Level increases. Zero Wings members had fought in the Forbidden Land for 6 hours. The weakest foes they had slain had been chieftain rank, while most had been lords, perhaps because they were the first to kill these monsters. The team had collected over 4,100 primordial crystals during their 6-hour grind. These fragments could fetch over 1,000 gold on the market, but only a fool would sell their primordial crystal fragments. With 10 fragments, one could synthesize a primordial crystal, which they could use to nurture their guild mounts. If one were lucky, they might even upgrade their guild mount to bronze rank after using 20 to 30 primordial crystals. The Forbidden Lands monsters had also dropped enough weapons and equipment to make these players' eyes glow. All of the dropped weapons and equipment were level 60 or above. The various large guilds had been expending a lot of effort to collect level 55 equipment lately. Raiding level 55 team dungeons wasn't as easy as level 50 dungeons, and unlike the latter, in which Tier 1 players could still be effective, level 55 team dungeons had been tailored for Tier 2 players. Tier 1 players would simply be a burden in level 55 team dungeons. They'd only be useful if they wore extremely high-quality equipment. Hence, the various large guilds struggled desperately for level 55 weapons and equipment. Meanwhile, most of the equipment the lords in the Witches' Hills Forbidden Land dropped was bronze rank, although they had a small chance of dropping mysterious iron equipment naturally. The great lords dropped mysterious iron and secret silver equipment, with the latter having a severely lower drop rate. While grand lords were guaranteed to drop secret silver equipment, they did have a higher drop rate than great lords. They also had a slight chance of dropping fine gold equipment. Since Zero Wings members were the first to pioneer the Forbidden Land, there was an extremely high number of monsters in the area. Even the rarely seen great lords and grand lords were available in abundance right now. After just 6 hours of hard work, Zero Wings' 10,000-man team had obtained over a dozen pieces of level 60 fine gold equipment, over 100 pieces of level 60 secret silver equipment, and more than 1,000 mysterious iron and bronze equipment pieces. Their operation had been quite lucrative. The team's latest harvest was already worth more than the strengthened void field magic array's production costs. Leveling up here is so fast. At this rate, I'll climb from 57 to 58 in less than a day. Grinding higher-leveled monsters is amazing. Our guild leader is still the best. He actually got his hands on such a powerful magic array. Once I reach level 60, I'll purchase some level 60 mysterious iron equipment and get rid of my outdated level 50 items. My friends will die from envy. That's right. A friend of mine that joined a super-first-rate guild was recently boasting about how he had obtained level 55 secret silver equipment. Once I reach level 60, one can buy 2 or 3 pieces of level 60 secret silver equipment from the guild warehouse. The more Zero Wings members fought, the more enthusiastic they became. They showed no signs of fatigue. They all felt as if their struggle to level up had been a mere hallucination. At the same time, they were in awe of Shurfeng's abilities. After experiencing the wonder of this leveling speed, Zero Wings players grinded with even more effort. They even took out and used their stockpiled exotic stamina potions to stay in battle as long as possible. Shurfeng's team was far more energetic than he had expected. He had assumed that he'd need to use 2 more sets of normal void field magic array scrolls to get his team up to level 60, but watching these players' current leveling speed, he might only need 1 more set of void field scrolls. If that were the case, he could bring Zero Wing City's other elite and expert members here to level up as well. Time passed quickly. Whenever a player reached level 60, Shurfeng would tell them to leave. If they had proven their strength, he'd instruct them to challenge their Tier 2 promotion quest. If they weren't strong enough, they were told to improve their equipment and techniques. To keep the team full, Shurfeng had Aqua Rose send other guild members from Zero Wing City. After grinding for about 20 hours, several hundred of Zero Wing's Tier 1 experts had reached level 60. Once they traded Shurfeng for level 60 mysterious iron or secret silver equipment, they left to challenge their Tier 2 promotion quests. Now, even the lowest leveled elite member was level 56, while most of them were level 57. The majority of Zero Wing's Tier 1 experts were now level 59, with only a few stuck at level 58. The team's overall leveling speed was explosive. Grinding here proved far more effective than in 10 resource zones. Aqua Rose was immensely excited to see this. With the resources this Forbidden Land had to offer, Zero Wing could solidify its foundation and strengthen God's domain. Every location had limited resources, and areas that could accommodate thousands of players, allowing them to level up rapidly, were incredibly rare. Generally, the various superpowers dominated these areas. After all, ordinary resource zones could only accommodate several hundred players at a time. If players flooded to a resource zone, leveling speed would decrease. It was easy to imagine how precious zones that could accommodate several thousand players were, yet this Forbidden Land easily served more than 10,000 players, and they all leveled at a phenomenal pace. If the various superpowers found out about this, their envy would know no bounds. Guild leader, we found 3 unknown alchemy recipes and an unknown stone tablet among the loot. Even an advanced appraisal can't identify them. Alluring Summer, who was busy collecting the various teams' loot, suddenly reported unknown alchemy recipes and an unknown stone tablet? Shifeng's lips curled into a smile as he considered a possibility. He then said, "Bring them to me." "Understood. I'll be right there." Alluring Summer said as she gave Shifeng's excited expression an odd look. She then ran toward his current location. Once Shifeng received the unknown recipes and tablet, he eagerly activated omniscient eyes to appraise the items. I was right. Shifeng was ecstatic as the items revealed their information of the two items Alluring Summer had collected. The alchemy recipes were none other than the resuscitation potion recipes. Only master alchemists and above could use these, and each recipe was worth thousands of gold. Countless players had ventured to the Witch's Hill's Forbidden Land to grind for these recipes, and even then, they were unlikely to drop after a full day of grinding. Yet Shifeng held 3 copies in his hands. He had to admit that the benefits of pioneering a forbidden land were truly wonderful. Not only were there plenty of monsters to kill, but items drop rates were much higher than usual. The unknown stone tablet, however, was even more valuable than the resuscitation potion recipes. If Alluring Summer hadn't mentioned the tablet, he would have forgotten that it had a chance of dropping here. The unknown tablet had been crafted from red luminary stone. It was an ancient god's secret key, an item that had been immensely famous throughout God's domain in the past. Normally, this item only dropped in otherworlds, but since the monsters in the Witch's Hill's Forbidden Land were from otherworlds, it had a slight chance of dropping. Unfortunately, the secret key's drop rate was so minuscule that no one had ever thought of grinding for it here. But despite its abysmal drop rate, an ancient god's secret key had appeared. Chapter 1976, Ancient God's Secret Key. Shifeng could not help but grow a little excited as he looked at the red luminaire stone tablet in his hand. The Ancient God's Secret Key was an extremely rare item in God's domain, even rivaling fragmented legendary items. However, the Ancient God's Secret Key was different from fragmented legendary items. Fragmented legendary items could only be obtained by killing powerful bosses, completing epic or above quests, or opening epic or above treasure chests. Fortunately, the ancient god's secret key had a chance of dropping from monsters that resided in the various otherworlds. Of course, the monsters had to be level 50 great lords or above. In the past, the various major powers had all sought an ancient god's secret key, but the drop rate was painfully low. Moreover, players' luck attribute wouldn't affect the drop rate, and as a result, regardless of how hard the various major powers grinded for this item, very few had actually obtained one guild leader. Is it very valuable? Alluring Summer asked when she saw Shifeng's excited expression. Of course. It is extremely valuable. Shifeng nodded. You could say that it's just as valuable as an epic treasure chest. An epic treasure chest. When Alluring Summer heard Shifeng's claim, her eyes glowed as she gazed at the ancient god's secret key. An epic treasure chest had a very high chance of yielding epic items. Thus, they were undoubtedly precious to the various large guilds. Most guilds only had a small number of epic items at this stage of the game, and only the guild's upper echelons or peak experts qualified to use them. Even in Zero Wing, epic items were extremely rare. In total, Zero Wing had less than 100 epic items, and that was already enough to attract the various first-rate guilds' jealousy. However, we can't use this key yet. We need to be strong enough to obtain an epic item. Otherwise, we will simply waste the ancient god's secret key, Shifeng said as he stored the key away. He had no intention of using the key right now. Instead, he commanded Zero Wing's members to move deeper into the Forbidden Land and grind its numerous field bosses. The ancient god's secret key was akin to an epic treasure chest, but unlike a treasure chest, players had to rely on their strength to obtain the key's harvest, not luck. Meanwhile, the greater one's survivability was, the more they'd gain from the ancient god's secret key. There had even been rumors in the past about a superpower obtaining a fragmented legendary item from the secret key. With a single fragmented legendary item, a guild could easily nurture a peak expert. It would even have even greater help when players challenged their tier 4 and 5 promotion quests. That was why all of the various major powers had coveted the ancient god's secret key. Fragmented legendary items were extraordinarily valuable, and even after a decade in God's domain, first-rate guilds had only collected a small number of them. Second-rate guilds had been lucky if they had one or two fragmented legendary items. Now that he had an ancient god's secret key, he had to be careful with how he used it. Of course, Shurfong had no intention of letting it sit around and collect dust. Each secret key had a 1-week expiration. Whether players used it or not, it would disappear after 7 days, so it wasn't possible to save the key until it was most valuable. Shurfong then handed the 3 resuscitation potion recipes to Aqua Rose, instructing her to bring them to Melancholic Smile and start the potion's production as soon as possible. The potion's necessary materials weren't particularly valuable. There had only been such a small supply of these potions in the past, despite the high demand. Due to the recipe's rarity, God's domain superpowers had yet to obtain a resuscitation potion recipe, making this the perfect opportunity for Zero Wing to make a fortune. Once the various superpowers secured the recipes, though, Zero Wing's profits through the potion would plummet. It was the same case with the strengthening devices. Initially, Zero Wing had earned quite a bit from selling the devices, but as more superpowers and first-rate guilds had obtained the strengthening device design, the competition had increased. As a result, Zero Wing's profits from the device had steadily decreased since the resuscitation potion didn't exist on the market yet. Zero Wing could monopolize the potion sales. Zero Wing wasn't like the various superpowers. Not only did the various superpowers have a lot of territory in the game, but they also had support from major corporations. Superpowers didn't have to worry about resources or funds since the corporations backing them provided a constant supply. However, Zero Wing didn't have that kind of support, relying on its own power to acquire funds and resources. Unfortunately, developing a guild's territory and increasing member count required a lot of both. This was especially true for the situation in the Orc Empire. While Zero Wing had been preoccupied with Miracle, according to the Secret Pavilion's report, Blackwater had made significant progress in raiding the Orc capital city's armory, obtaining quite a few war weapons. In addition, the guild had recently occupied another fortress in the Orc Empire. Due to this success, Blackwater had transferred even more members from its main headquarters to the Orc Empire. Moreover, Beast Emperor, Blackwater, and Dark Soul had secretly formed an alliance and intended to take over the Orc Empire. Annihilating Zero Wing was the first step in their plan. The alliance between these 3 powers wasn't good news for Zero Wing. Most importantly, unlike Blackwater and Dark Soul, Beast Emperor and Zero Wing were irreconcilable enemies. Shurfong had severed Beast Emperor's path to promotion, and an active evil god's temple still existed within Starmoon Kingdom. So long as these 2 factors continued, only one could survive the war between Zero Wing and Beast Emperor. Hence, Shurfong needed to prepare for this eventuality. Silverwing couldn't withstand a joint assault from these 3 powers with its current defenses. After organizing the rest of the loot, Shurfong continued to lead Zero Wing's members as they gradually cleared out the monsters in the Forbidden Lands outer region, venturing farther towards its core. Although the Forbidden Lands outer region was home to a lot of monsters, the strongest in the area were Grand Lords. With Void Field Suppression, Zero Wing easily took care of these monsters, and although they would respawn after some time, there weren't as many as there had been initially. Once they had limited the population, level 60, Tier 2 experts would have no problems grinding these monsters efficiently, even without the Void Field. Zero Wing's players would be fine as long as they didn't provoke the Grand Lords. As the team reached the Forbidden Lands inner region, their gazes settled on a gigantic, scaled lizard. Void Lizard, Void Creature, Mythic Rank. Level 70. HP 600 000 000 /600 000 000. Shurfong had formed a 1,000-man team to raid the Void Lizard, over 600 of which were Tier 2 players, and the lowest leveled among them was level 60. Once everyone was in position, Shurfong had Cola, now level 61, begin the raid. If they had to face the Void Lizard under normal conditions, Shurfong would have kept his players as far from the mythic boss as possible. Level 60 players had no hope of taking down a level 70 mythic monster, and even a Tier 2 metric tons like Cola would only be able to tank the boss if he activated his Berserk skill. However, they didn't have to fight under normal circumstances. The strengthened Void Field was still in effect, and the Void Lizard's basic attributes had decreased by 20%. In addition, Sherfone had 9 members of the team utilize the 9 stars Polar Domain Magic Array to suppress the Void Lizard further, ensuring that the boss only retained 70% of its basic attributes. With it this weak, even Cola could tank the Void Lizard without a Berserk skill, albeit barely. Unfortunately, the team wasn't able to deal much damage to the boss due to the level suppression. Even among the Tier 2 damage dealers, very few dealt more than -10,000 damage. However, with players like Sherfone and Zero Wing's core upper echelons, all of whom had monstrous attributes, the team's total DPS exceeded the Void Lizard's battle recovery, steadily whittling away the mythic monster's HP 90%. 60%. 30%. When the Void Lizard had 30% of its HP remaining, the boss went berserk. In response, Sherfone ordered his team to activate their Berserk skills to endure the Void Lizard's Berserk period. After more than an hour, the team eventually defeated the mythic boss as the Void Lizard died. Everyone on the 1,000-man team received an abundance of EXP, Cola and a few other level 61 players instantly rose to level 62, and the other Tier 2 players watched their experience bars increase by a sizable chunk. As for Sherfone, a golden glow enveloped his body as he climbed from 69 to 70. Chapter 1977, Tier 2 Training. Seeing the collapsed Void Lizard, Zero Wing's 1,000-man raid team breathed a sigh of relief, joy surfacing on their expressions. The bountiful EXP the mythic monster had granted wasn't the only reason for their joy, they also celebrated the loot the boss had dropped. The dazzling mountain that had appeared beside the monster's colossal body made every member of the raid team drool at first glance. There were easily more than 50 items in the pile. Over a dozen among them were weapons and equipment that had the glow of fine gold and dark gold items. However, the only item in the small mountain of loot that caught Sherfang's eye was the bottle of void blood. With this, he could craft a few more sets of void field scrolls. As for the remaining items, the most valuable was the resuscitation potion recipe. In Sherfang's opinion, the level 60 fine gold and dark gold weapons and equipment were average at best. The best piece of equipment that had dropped was the Void Shoes, a set of epic ranked cloth armor boots. Sherfone instantly handed the Void Shoes to Violet Cloud, increasing her epic item count to 5. With Death's Sigh, Violet Cloud could now easily contend with peak experts Beat. Cola complained as he let his body fall to the ground. I never thought that fighting a higher-leveled mythic monster would cost so much stamina. Had the boss lasted any longer, I would have died from exhaustion. Compared to fighting the Void Lizard, the Grand Lords he had faced earlier were child's play. The Void Lizard had lasted more than an hour, and he had stayed on high alert throughout the fight due to the boss's high combat standard. If he had made the slightest mistake, he would have taken a direct hit, and he had no doubt that one hit would have been enough to end his life instantly. Fighting the Void Lizard was more mentally exhausting than grinding monsters for 10 hours without a break. Cola had lost stamina at a severe rate, and although the system didn't provide an indicator for stamina, Cola guessed that he had less than 20% remaining based on how tired he felt. Had the raid continued for any longer and his stamina fallen below 10%, he would receive a penalty to his combat power. He wouldn't have been able to keep up with the Void Lizard's attacks, and it definitely would have instant-killed him. Turtledove and Yuwumian, who also rested on the ground, nodded in agreement. Fighting a mythic monster that was 10 levels higher than they were was truly exhausting. In fact, this raid had been even more intense than raiding the Void Serpent. Cola and the other Tier 2 MTs weren't the only ones exhausted. Everyone that participated in the raid practically had less than 30% stamina remaining. Only Sherfone didn't seem tired as he moved towards the pile of loot that had manifested beside the boss's feet. Every Zero Wing member was shocked Sherfone had fought on the front line during the entire raid. His total damage output had also topped the raid chart, exceeding second place by more than double. Occasionally, he had even helped the MT's tank. Sherfone should have used more stamina than anyone in the raid, yet he looked as if he had done nothing but watch. Fire Dance, who had come in second for damage dealt, was drenched in sweat, clearly just as exhausted as the MT's eyes. The guild leader a monster. He's not even tired after such a long, arduous battle. Zero Wing's Tier 2 experts were confused as they watched Sherfone collect the loot. They were all Tier 2. Logically, there should not be much of a difference between their total stamina, and Sherfone had fought far harder than they had, yet they were nearly out of stamina. That's normal. You guys made too many excess movements during the fight. Most importantly, you guys haven't adapted to the flow of battle, allowing you to fight at peak condition constantly. It is only natural that you run out of gas more quickly. Sherfone could not help but laugh when he overheard his teammates' conversation. In truth, he was just as surprised by how much stamina he still had. He had never expected the added benefit after reaching the Realms of Truth. Guild leader, do you have any training methods? Kola asked, desire flashing in his eyes. Although Kola had reached the refinement realm and could reduce his stamina consumption during fights a little, he was still leaps and bounds behind Sherfone. He even wondered if Sherfone had twice the stamina he had. Stamina was extremely important to expert players. If he could learn a technique that allowed him to reduce stamina consumption, he could rely on his stamina to whittle down an expert of equal standards in a fight. After all, fighting an expert player consumed stamina much faster than fighting a boss monster. Such a technique would be of great help whether he fought boss monsters or expert players in the future training, is it? Upon hearing Kola's question, Sherfone realized how important it was to train his team in stamina control. Although controlling one's stamina wouldn't improve their combat power, it would have a massive impact on the player's performance when grinding in the fields. Players' grinding efficiency was largely dependent on their stamina. If players had various tools to aid in their stamina recovery, they could increase their grinding efficiency. However, such tools were very rare and valuable. Players simply couldn't afford to use them constantly. However, if players entered the Realms of Truth, not only could they increase their combat power, but they could also increase their leveling speed. After all, the lower one's stamina consumption was, the longer they could fight. Thinking up to this point, Sherfone decided that it was time to train Fire Dance and the others in the Lost Town. Since the guild had lacked powerful combatants previously, Tier 2 players like Fire Dance didn't have the leeway to leave the frontline, but now that Zero Wing had more than 1,000 Tier 2 players, Fire Dance and her companions could afford a break. Furthermore, the difference in the equipment standard of the various superpowers peak experts and Zero Wing's core upper echelons shrunk as time passed. The various superpowers continued to collect more epic items, and most of their peak experts had obtained peak legacies. If Zero Wing wanted to maintain its lead on the various superpowers in terms of peak combatants, it was imperative that Fire Dance and the others grow stronger. The only reliable method Sherfone could think of to increase Fire Dance and her companions' combat power was to train at the Lost Town's extraordinary tower. If Fire Dance and the others could reach the Realms of Truth, they could help the guild even more than they already did. In a situation where two players had equal basic attributes, a refinement realm expert that had entered the Realms of Truth as well could rival a flowing water realm expert in terms of combat power, and the former would have even better control of their abilities. Aqua, notify our main force members and have them gather in White River City's residence in 2 hours. We're going to participate in special stamina training. Sherfone addressed Aqua Rose. Stamina training. I'll notify them right away. Aqua Rose was ecstatic to hear Sherfang's latest order. However, after giving the matter some more thought, she could not help but ask, Guild leader, since we're participating in special training, why don't we include the guild's other experts, as well? I don't want too many people to know about this training method yet. Moreover, the guild has many affairs that require Tier 2 experts to manage. Taking too many people at once isn't ideal, Sherfone said, shaking his head. The Lost Town was a specialized training ground for the Realms of Truth. Its value was immeasurable. If the various superpowers found out about it, they would do everything in their power to take it from him. Hence, he had used the excuse of stamina training. If too many people found out about his Lost Town, it would increase the chances of the secret getting out, and he couldn't afford for that to happen. Zero Wing didn't have the ability to defend the town properly, yet Sherfone didn't have to say more for Aqua Rose to understand what he was trying to say. She stopped asking questions and contacted the guild's main force members, following which, Sherfone held an internal auction for the weapons and equipment the Void Lizard had dropped. He then left the 2 remaining sets of Void Field Scrolls with Zipping and had him and the other Tier 2 internal members take charge of the grinding operation in the Forbidden Land. As long as they didn't provoke any mythic bosses, they wouldn't have any issues in the Forbidden Land with the Void Field's assistance. Once Sherfone had finished designating tasks, he left the Forbidden Land, pulling out a return scroll to teleport to White River City once teleportation was available again. Chapter 1978, Reputation Soars. Starmoon Kingdom, White River City. How lively! When Sherfone exited the teleportation hall, he was greeted by the sight of a crowded street. Merchant players were busy conducting business along the street, and impromptu teams recruited members for their dungeon raids. These impromptu teams were all quite strong, with at least level 56 members. Some teams even had the leadership of Tier 2 players. At this stage of the game, such impromptu teams were considered incredibly powerful. These teams in other cities were usually led by Tier 1 experts. Very few had Tier 2 experts. Sherfone also spotted quite a few adventurer teams recruiting members, all of which were extremely powerful with more than 10 Tier 2 experts on average. Even a few well-known adventurer teams had come to White River City from other kingdoms. Most of the players on the street were high-leveled and well-equipped. In fact, level 57 expert players were a common sight, and there were many independent players wearing multiple pieces of level 50 secret silver equipment. At this point, White River City's prosperity actually surpassed Starmoon City. It looked nothing like an ordinary major NPC city, having developed far more than Sherfone had expected. Zero Wing is amazing. Not only did it repel Miracle in the Black Dragon Empire, but I've also heard that it has recently joined the Secret Chamber of Commerce. I'm definitely going to sign up for Zero Wing's mass recruitment. I've heard the same. And so many well-known adventurer teams have come to White River City to join the guild. Even if Zero Wing rejects their application, they're willing to work as subordinate adventurer teams for the guild. Because of this, White River City has seen a drastic increase in player traffic. I know, right? Although the resources around White River City aren't anything special, the city has a direct route to the Eclipse Gate, and that area has fairly abundant resources. Even if we don't make it into Zero Wing this time, it's not a bad idea to develop here. Furthermore, White River City is Zero Wing's main headquarters. When the guild recruits members in the future, we'll have a far better chance of joining the guild if we stay here. As Sherfone walked through the streets, he heard many excited conversations regarding his guild. Although Zero Wing had displayed immense strength, it still lacked a powerful background and funding. It was a guild that relied on its own power to survive. Because of that, not many players and adventurer teams had optimistic views of Zero Wing's prospects, but now, the guild had also joined the Secret Chamber of Commerce. Even without the support of a major corporation, Zero Wing wouldn't have to worry about funding in the future with secrets connections. It even had a high chance of becoming a super first-rate guild in the future. This presented a golden opportunity for adventurer teams and expert players. Existing super first-rate guilds and super guilds already had well-developed structures. They had also filled most of their available management positions. Climbing the corporate ladder would be extremely difficult for newcomers. Even geniuses would need a long time to reach a significant position. However, Zero Wing was different. The guild wasn't yet stable, and its foundations had various holes and lacked talented players. However, now that Zero Wing had a hope of becoming a superpower, a player had a chance of becoming an upper echelon as long as they joined the guild and performed well. Becoming the upper echelon in a super first-rate guild was much faster than trying to climb the corporate ladder in an already established super first-rate guild. With such an opportunity before them, how could players and adventurer teams ignore this chance? This was the reason that White River City had become the focal point of Starmoon Kingdom. Large numbers of independent players and well-known adventurer teams swarmed the city, instantly pushing White River City's player population past 10 million. Moreover, these players' quality surpassed that of other kingdoms' capital cities. When Sherfone reached the city's Candlelight trading firm, he discovered that the guild residence wasn't the only busy area. Candlelight bustled with activity, and Liang Jing was busy reviewing the long line of lifestyle players standing near the shop's entrance. The line outside of the shop extended from one end of the street to the other. Moreover, the standards of these applying lifestyle players were considerably high. The weakest applicant was a basic lifestyle player, not a single apprentice stood in line. There were also plenty of advanced lifestyle players waiting for their review. The scene stupefied the independent players that had just arrived in the city, and when other guilds members saw this, their eyes nearly fell from their sockets. All of the various large guilds offered incentives to recruit advanced lifestyle players, but very few usually took the bait, yet more than 100 of these players had eagerly applied to the Candlelight trading firm, obediently waiting in line. The news certainly spread quickly. Shifeng was a little surprised by the thousands of lifestyle players applying to join Zero Wing. He had to admit that joining a top chamber of commerce had its benefits. He hadn't expected Secret's reputation to be so useful. Candlelight hadn't officially started working with Secret, yet so many lifestyle players had rushed to join Zero Wing. By the time Candlelight collaborated with Secret and started to sell products through the chamber's channels, he'd likely see several times more players trying to join his trading firm. Shifeng could relate to a certain degree. Although the former Candlelight trading firm had solid foundations and superb talent nurturing capabilities, it hadn't had enough channels to sell its products. Now that Candlelight had both, lifestyle players considered it the best place to develop following, which, as Shifeng headed to one of Candlelight's special workshops and handed a resuscitation potion recipe to Silent Wonder, leaving it to the chief alchemist to decide who should learn the recipe. He then visited his own special forging room and started to craft more void field magic arrays. After a little over an hour, Shifeng had completed 5 sets of void field scrolls out of 8 attempts. These 5 sets would enable many of Zero Wing's elite and expert players to grind in the Witch's Hill's Forbidden Land. Then, even without the void field, they could simply return to grinding in the Forbidden Land's outer region. Now that the area's monsters had died more than a few times, the respawn rate had decreased. Even the ordinary Tier 2 experts should have no problem helping the Tier 1 players grind there. Once Shifeng had settled his affairs in Candlelight, he made his way to Zero Wing's residence. Currently, Blackie and the other main force members sat in the residence's second-floor hall. They had been waiting for quite some time, and they all looked forward to the special stamina training. One's combat standard was the basis for their combat power, and the more they fought expert players, the more this idea proved to be true. They used to overwhelm their opponents with their basic attributes, but as players progressed in the game, their advantage continued to lessen. Commander, we really lucked out this time. We've just joined the guild's main force, yet we get to partake in special internal training. I wonder what the guild leader has to teach us. Sevenlight, the young, Tier 2 swordsman, spoke excitedly to the middle-aged man beside him. I've already told you that I'm no longer unbound its commander. In the future, refer to me as Brother Bone, Stubborn Bone told the youth beside him, exasperated. But you're right, we've really gotten lucky this time. We actually get to train under Black Flame personally. I assume he'll teach us some kind of footwork or body technique. Every large guild had its own internal training programs. Some programs taught combat techniques that were exclusive to the guild, and others provided lectures. Stubborn Bone, though, was confident that this training session would involve learning a combat technique through practice. After all, Zero Wing was famous for its many techniques. Quite a few other players in the group were former adventurer team members as well. For example, Remnant Cloud and Graceful Moon, the prior commander and vice-commander of the Fire Cloud Fox adventurer team, were also present. These former adventurers were all curious about what Shifeng had in store for them. Everyone has gathered, guild leader, Aqua Rose reported when she noticed Shifeng enter the hall. Good. Let's set off, then. Shifeng nodded. He then led the team to the residence's first underground floor. Chapter 1979, Visiting the Extraordinary Tower again. First underground floor in Zero Wing's residence. Under Shifeng's lead, the group arrived before a strictly guarded room. 10 personal guards stood at the entrance. Zero Wing's main force members were shocked to see the personal guards. These NPCs were all level 75 or above, and the team was familiar with 2 of them, both secret silver personal guards. Even superpowers coveted such top-tier guards of the 2 secret silver personal guards. The level 76, Tier 2 summoner was Aqua Rose's personal guard, while the level 76, Tier 2 magic knight belonged to Fire Dance. It had caused quite a commotion when the 2 women had obtained them. Although secret silver personal guards weren't strong enough to fight opponents of a higher tier like Shurfeng's Anna and Kite, they could still rival Tier 3 NPCs of the same level. Not even a level 75, Tier 2 peak expert would be a match for these guards. As for current level 60 peak experts, they'd only have a hope of defeating the personal guards if they fought in a large team. Yet 2 of these personal guards had been tasked with guarding this room. Based on the other guards' auras and levels, it was safe to assume that they were at least mysterious iron rank. At this stage of the game, even a first-rate guild's upper echelons only employed mysterious iron personal guards. Secret silver personal guards were simply too rare, even rarer than epic items. Meanwhile, the various large guilds and superpowers typically used secret silver personal guards to protect their guild warehouses, yet 2 of these NPCs defended a mere room. Why wouldn't this surprise the team members? However, these players' shock reached new heights as they entered the room. The room was incredibly small, and one would be hard-pressed to fit 100 people within. Only a magic array occupied the room, carved into the floor in the center. It didn't seem like a place that warranted secret silver personal guards' protection. Shurfeng could not help but smile when he saw his team's confusion, but he didn't bother to explain the situation under Shurfeng's commands. The team then split into groups of 10. Everyone, step in the magic array, Shurfeng said as he did just that. Once everyone was in place, Shurfeng inserted a magic crystal before a white flash enveloped him and the 9 members of his group. They vanished. The rest of Zero Wing's main force members finally understood what the magic array was for. They then entered the magic array and mimicked Shurfeng's actions, one party after another. When they reopened their eyes, they found themselves in a foreign town. It was one other than the Lost Town, located in the Boneless Land. The Lost Town was no longer the desolate, abandoned place it had been. Dilapidated buildings had once dotted the area, and not a single NPC could have been found in the town. But while the town wasn't teeming with NPCs, dozens wandered along the main street now. Similarly, renovated shops, restaurants, and hotels now filled the town. The Lost Town now looked like any typical NPC border town. However, unlike NPC towns, several ancient, imposing buildings remained. Ancient divine runes and images had been carved into these buildings' walls, and among them, the most eye-catching was the square, white tower in the town center. A pitch-black orb hovered at the tower's peak, radiating a frightening aura that deterred anyone from casually approaching. Yet, the most important thing Zero Wing's members noticed was the town's mana density. The mana here was no less dense than in Stone Forest Town, and it felt even denser as one approached the white tower. The mana around this strange tower could even rival that of Silver Wing Town. Amazing. Where are we? Guild leader, are we training here? Everyone turned to Shurfeng after observing the town for a moment. Even Aqua Rose and the other upper echelons were stunned. They all wondered when Shurfeng had gotten his hands on such a wondrous place. Setting aside the town's leveling environment, its high mana density made the town incredibly valuable. This is the Lost Town. It also belongs to Zero Wing. Unfortunately, the town still lacks facilities, so I haven't opened it to the public, Shurfeng said, chuckling. He gestured to the white tower and said, that tower will be your training venue. Although the guild members he had led here were all Zero Wing's main force members, none of them had known about the Lost Town before today. After all, Shurfeng hadn't told anyone about it. Even the internal members he had power-leveled in the Boneless Land hadn't known that Zero Wing had secured the Lost Town. They had only known that a dangerous town existed in the Boneless Land. He hadn't kept this secret because he was overly cautious, but because the Lost Town's value warranted such caution. Even after 10 years in God's domain, he had never heard of a town or place that could train players to reach and progress in the realms of truth, and this training system had been designed by the main God system. It was far more accurate and refined than the training systems the various superpowers had designed. Hence, he couldn't afford to reveal this secret to the world. If news about the Lost Town's ability leaked, Zero Wing would instantly become public enemy number 1. The various superpowers definitely wouldn't let Zero Wing off the hook however. To increase the strength of Zero Wing's experts as quickly as possible and nurture more experts that could contend with peak experts, he had no choice but to take this risk. As players progressed in the game and reached higher levels, Zero Wing would continue to lose its advantages. The moment that Zero Wing fell behind, its enemies would strike. Sure Fong had another reason for leading his main force to the Lost Town, as well. Now that Zero Wing had solved the issue of its magic crystal shortage, he could afford to operate the Extraordinary Tower every day we retraining in there. Zero Wing's players looked at the tower, a little disappointed. Does it have advanced combat rooms? None of them showed any interest in training in a venue the main god system had created. They had already experienced such training systems before. One such example was the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower. The Trial Tower held absolute authority over God's Domain's players. Not only could they test their strength in the Trial Tower, but they could also use it to discover their flaws and improve themselves. They assumed the tower before them was similar to the Trial Tower. Unfortunately, the Trial Tower only offered minor assistance at this point. It was unlikely that this White Tower, which looked far less impressive than the Trial Tower, would provide better training. Not interested. Sure Fong could not help the smile pulling at his lips when he noticed the team's lack of enthusiasm. How about this? If any of you manage to get past the first floor within 1 week, I'll reward you with a bloodline that will improve your life rating. A bloodline? Guild leader, are you for real? Shadow Sword and the others' excitement returned. They had all heard of bloodlines, and many of them had taken part in the Demon King raid on Kama Island. They had seen the spacetime bloodline that the Demon King had dropped. There was no doubt that the bloodline was a super powerful item, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a free pass to Tier 3. It could even help players when they challenged their Tier 4 promotion quests, of course. Sure Fong nodded. However, you have to clear the first floor within a week. The tower's first floor. Shouldn't that be a piece of cake? Zero Wing's players then dashed towards the Extraordinary Tower, more than eager to get to work. Sure Fong, however, casually entered the tower and headed for the top floor. He then called up the Extraordinary Tower system interface and released the second floor's seal. This was the reason he had come to the Lost Town today. Chapter 1980, Second Floor Unsealed. The moment Sure Fong chose to remove the seal on the Extraordinary Tower's second floor, he instantly lost 100,000 of the 110,000 magic crystals he had recently collected. The divine runes on the Extraordinary Tower's exterior then lit up with a steady, colorful brilliance. Mana flooded toward the tower from far beyond the Lost Town's boundaries, rapidly increasing the town's mana density. After several seconds of this, the Lost Town's mana density was even higher than in Silverwing Town, and after a few more seconds, it could rival the density in Zero Wing GD. Everyone within the Extraordinary Tower felt the change due to the increased mana density. The players within the tower received a well-rested buff, indicating that they could accumulate 15% of the double EXP buff after resting in the Lost Town for 48 hours. Sure enough, this Extraordinary Tower is really amazing. Sure Fong was slightly surprised at how dense the mana had become. The mana density within the tower was at least 20% higher than in Zero Wing City. This meant that players would recover their stamina and concentration 20% faster inside the Extraordinary Tower than they would in the city. Even if players practiced advanced combat techniques, they could train continuously at an adequate pace in such a mana-rich environment. To God's Domain's expert players, training here was the ultimate dream. If Zero Wing offered such a precious training ground for lease, the various superpowers would likely form a long line for a chance to rent it, since mastery of an advanced combat technique would provide their players with a huge boost in combat power. Refinement Realm experts would be able to challenge Flowing Water Realm experts, and Flowing Water Realm experts would be able to challenge Void Realm experts. However, advanced combat techniques were not easy to master. Executing such techniques consumed a lot of stamina and concentration. Meanwhile, players' regeneration of stamina and concentration was normally extremely slow. Hence, players could practice their advanced combat techniques for only a very limited number of times each day, yet mastery of advanced combat techniques required a lot of practice. Thus, the higher mana density inside the tower was a great boon. Shortly after Shurfeng released the seal on the extraordinary tower's second floor, the divine runes and magic arrays carved on the inner walls lit up as well. Unfortunately, if he wanted to use the second floor's training system, he'd have to pay 5,000 magic crystals per day. Even a first-rate guild could afford such an expense for only a few days. The manatite vein Zero Wing had recently acquired was the only reason Shurfeng dared to activate the second floor now. Despite the guild's recent expansions, Zero Wing would still have nearly 20,000 extra magic crystals after daily expenses. Hence, the guild could afford to maintain the second floor's operation. Shurfeng then left the top floor and prepared to face the second floor challenge. Although he had comprehended the realms of truth's principles and had mastered the truth realm to reach the ascension realm, he had relied on his personal understanding to accomplish these feats. He hadn't received any official training or guidance, but now that the system's specialized training for the realms of truth was before him, he had to put it to good use. Furthermore, he had to prepare for using the ancient god's secret key he had obtained. Obtaining an ancient god's secret key was incredibly difficult. Who knew when he would find another one? If he wished to maximize the secret key's value, he'd have to grow as strong as possible. He'd be able to secure better items from the secret key only with better survivability. As Shurfeng descended the staircase to the extraordinary tower's first floor training ground, he noticed that it had implemented a similar system to that which had stopped players from entering the tower before he had taken ownership of the town. Players on the first floor were required to approach a magic array in the center. On their way there, the tower bombarded the players with various attacks, although the attacks didn't cause any damage. They only repelled the players. The only difference between the first floor training ground and the initial defense mechanism was the attack pattern they used. When Shurfeng had found the extraordinary tower and tried to enter, he had faced only head-on attacks. However, in this training ground, players were attacked from every direction. Of course, players couldn't use any skills or spells. They had to rely on their own abilities to reach the center of the room. Fire Dance and her companions were moving towards the central magic array, but no matter how they tried to contend with the incoming attacks, the result was the same. None of them could get within 100 yards of the array. The training ground's radius was only 200 yards, yet no one could cross half this distance. Even Violet Cloud and Fire Dance, who were both close to reaching the flowing water realm, barely crossed the 60-yard mark. The best among the other refinement realm experts could reach only the 50-yard mark. As for non-refinement realm experts like Remnant Cloud and Stubborn Bone, they couldn't even make it to 30 yards. The first floor training ground was far more difficult than the extraordinary tower's defense mechanism. Guild leader, this place is amazing. We already have to face more than a dozen head-on attacks before we reach the 10-yard mark. The attacks are so fast, too. Unlike players' and monsters' attacks, these attacks seem to appear and disappear abruptly. It's impossible to predict the attack trajectories and dodge. And that's not even the best part. Once we cross the 10-yard mark, we're attacked from all directions. No human can stop these attacks. That's right. Not only do the attacks come from every direction, but you have to deal with more attacks as you move forward. When you reach the 50-yard mark, the attacks even change their trajectories without warning. And the further you progress, the more the attacks change. These transformations are so frustrating. Even Big Sis Fire got defeated shortly after crossing the 60-yard mark. When Zero Wings players noticed Shurfeng's approach, they burst into a round of enthusiastic comments. Despite their slow progress, they were all immensely excited, feeling as if the doors to a whole new world had just opened up before them. They were all experts that had joined Zero Wing's main force. Even the weakest among them was close to the half-step refinement realm standard, and many of them had mastered multiple combat techniques. Even so, they felt like infants learning to walk when they faced the training grounds trial, able to apply only a tiny fraction of their knowledge and combat experience. This was especially true for people like Remnant Cloud and Stubborn Bone, who had just joined Zero Wing's main force. They had never imagined that Zero Wing had found such an awe-inspiring training ground. They all felt as if they were learning something even more amazing than combat techniques as they continued to challenge the trial. Their reactions and ability to make instant judgments improved. However, they knew that they couldn't rely on these improvements to pass this trial. They needed to ingrain the appropriate reactions and the attack's transformations in their minds until they could react instinctively. It felt as if this trial were trying to engrave a complete set of basic combat techniques into their bones, enabling them to execute a technique with every movement. It seems you all have gained a significant harvest. I hope some of you break through the first floor's training ground in 1 week. I'll be waiting on the second floor, Shifeng said, chuckling. He then headed for the magic array at the center of the training ground. Chapter 1981, Trial Difficulty. What? Even the guild leader is going to train. I wonder how far the guild leader can reach. Didn't the guild leader say that he would wait for us on the second floor's training ground? That means he has to pass through the first floor. This trial is so difficult. I wonder how the guild leader will clear it. As Shifeng approached the first floor training ground, Zero Wings members stopped their respective training and turned to look at Shifeng, curious to see his performance. By this time, they had all attempted the training grounds trial already, so they knew that its difficulty was frustratingly high. Hence, they couldn't believe that Shifeng would succeed. As Shifeng got increasingly closer to the boundary of the training ground, he did not make any preparations at all, unlike everyone else. Instead, he stepped straight into the training ground, his gait not faltering even in the slightest. The moment Shifeng entered the training ground, 4 beam attacks suddenly appeared and flew straight at him. The beam attacks of the training ground appeared with no warning at all, making it impossible for players to take preemptive action to evade them. Players had to rely on their sight and quick judgment to dodge the attacks. Of course, dodging 4 of such sudden attacks would not be a problem at all for the expert players present, so long as they gave it their all. However, despite seeing the beam attacks, Shifeng gave no indication of wanting to dodge them. Instead, he maintained his pace, continuing to walk forward, straight into the attack. Shio. In the next moment, Zero Wings members saw the beam attacks pierce right through their guild leader. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, even after the 4 beam attacks faded out of existence, Shifeng still did not get sent flying backward. His pace hadn't even faltered. The beams had apparently passed through Shifeng to no effect. What's going on? I didn't see the guild leader making any evasive maneuvers. How did the guild leader do it? The spectating crowd was stunned as Shifeng kept moving forward. The beam attacks that had repeatedly given Zero Wings members a terrible beating actually had zero effect against their guild leader. Shifeng did not even sidestep the attacks. Right now, it looked as if Shifeng was merely taking a leisurely stroll through his backyard as he walked toward the central magic array. The beam attacks would always miss their mark by just 1 or 2 centimeters, as if they were actively avoiding Shifeng, and bypass him ineffectually. When Shifeng crossed the 50-yard mark and faced 20-plus beam attacks simultaneously, one of the beams suddenly altered its trajectory just as it was about to reach Shifeng. However, despite this abrupt change, Shifeng reacted to it calmly and simply slashed it with one of his swords. In the end, the beam attack got sliced through cleanly. It did not even manage to slow Shifeng's advance for even a heartbeat, following which, as Shifeng continued advancing, the number of beam attacks that abruptly altered their trajectories increased as well. By the time he neared the 100-yard mark, the number of transforming attacks had already reached 8. However, this increase was trivial to him. It just meant that he needed to swing his swords a few more times, at most. From a spectator's perspective, it would look as if the beam attacks were attracted to his swords, as if they all automatically headed toward the weapons. Are you kidding me? Did the difficulty of this training ground change? Zero Wings members were at a loss for words as they watched Shifeng's leisurely progress through the training ground. The players who were formerly members of adventurer teams, in particular, found themselves doubting their own eyes right now. Before today, they had rarely ever seen Shifeng fighting in person. Most of their knowledge regarding Shifeng came from battle videos now that they were seeing Shifeng in action with their own eyes. However, they doubted their senses. Meanwhile, after Shifeng crossed the 100-yard mark, the attacks he faced were no longer limited to straight beams and beams that abruptly altered their trajectories. Slashing beams joined the onslaught. The addition of the slashing beams instantly increased the surface area under threat by a significant margin. Moreover, the slashing attacks contained great power. When Shifeng tried blocking one with his swords, he found himself stumbling back several steps. This is the first floor training. Shifeng deflected a slashing attack with Killing Ray. Surprised by the change in attack patterns, the first floor training was much more difficult than the Extraordinary Tower's initial entry test. If the trial before the 100-yard mark trained players' dodging capabilities, then the trial past the 100-yard mark focused on players' offensive and defensive capabilities. While Shifeng was entertaining such thoughts in his mind, the number of slashing attacks had very quickly increased from 1 to 4. The difficulty of the trial now already rivaled that of Reinbeck's trial, which Shifeng had undergone to obtain the Sea God's legacy. However, despite the high difficulty, Shifeng, who had already reached the Ascension realm, had no problem controlling his body's instinct to dodge and block the incoming attacks. This was also the most rudimentary usage of the realms of truth, the skillful utilization of one's own body. Instead of moving just his arms and legs, he had to employ his entire body. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to dodge and block all these beam attacks. Following which, under everyone's gaze, Shifeng started advancing toward the central magic array at flying speeds. The numerous beam attacks couldn't hinder his progress at all. After a short moment, Shifeng finally set foot on the central magic array. Shock filled the eyes of Aqua Rose and the others, who were spectating outside the training ground. At this sight, although they had long since expected that the first floor training ground wouldn't pose a problem for Shifeng, they still had not imagined that he would clear it so effortlessly. That's it for the demonstration. You'll have to rely on yourselves to get through, Shifeng said as he glanced at the flabbergasted crowd behind him. He then teleported to the second floor training ground. The first floor training ground provided very thorough training for players to master the Truth Realm. If not for him having already reached the Ascension Realm, he would have most likely had a difficult time reaching the central magic array, as even the slashing attacks had started altering their trajectories suddenly toward the end of the trial. Trying to defend against such attacks was extremely challenging. Merely moving one's arms and legs wouldn't be enough to cope with these attacks. One needed to coordinate their entire body with their weapons in order to effectively block and deflect these attacks. The difficulty was doing so was extremely high. At the very least, if Shifeng were still in the Truth Realm right now, he would have an even chance of receiving a direct hit from the changing slashing attacks. In other words, if one had just entered the realms of truth and barely had any attainments, clearing the first floor trial would be impossible. Meanwhile, Shifeng's demonstration allowed everyone to understand that reaching the central magic array wasn't exactly impossible. After all, Shifeng had done so, and in a very leisurely manner at that. From start to end, he had not made any large movements at Alice the guild leader. Really human. He actually got through such a challenge. After snapping out of his daze, Seven Light was bursting with excitement and motivation. So, this is the Sword King's strength? Watching Shifeng's leisurely display had likewise ignited Stubborn Bones' fighting spirit in the past, although he knew that there was a massive gap in strength between himself and the peak experts of the various superpowers. He had attributed this disparity to the difference in basic attributes. He had believed that there wasn't much difference between them when it came to combat standards. In hindsight, he found his thoughts laughable. The difference was not limited to just basic attributes. Even his combat standard was inferior by leaps and bounds. Moreover, aside from Shifeng, he was also inferior to the guild's vice-guild leader Aqua Rose, the main force's commander Fire Dance, and the healer Violet Cloud. Only, the gaps between him and the three women were not as gigantic as the one between him and Shifeng. However, it was precisely because of this discovery that he became keen on the training ground before him. In the past, he did not know how far behind he actually was, but now he knew. Chapter 1982, Breakthrough. After Shifeng disappeared from the first floor, Zero Wing's members quickly snapped out of their daze and resumed challenging the first floor Trial Extraordinary Tower's second floor training ground. So, this is the second floor's training. The scene before Feng took him by surprise at this moment. The space he stood in was no longer inside the Extraordinary Tower. Instead, he had arrived in an alternate realm. Unlike the first floor training ground, the second floor training ground consisted of a mist-covered staircase, which had 100 steps, and a pair of stone doors at the top of the staircase. It was obvious the second floor trial required players to ascend this staircase and reach the stone doors. However, what caught Feng's attention the most was the mana density here, which was at least 50% higher than what he felt in the Extraordinary Tower. Surrounded by such concentrated mana, Feng felt his mind becoming extraordinarily clear. For a moment, he felt as if he could accomplish anything so long as he put his mind to it. In such a mana-rich environment, he would not have to worry about running out of stamina and concentration, even if he were to use advanced combat techniques non-stop. He could exert his full strength as much as he wanted. Feng finally understood why activating the second floor training ground had cost 100,000 magic crystals, why the second floor training ground required 5,000 magic crystals to operate every day, and why only 50 people could undergo the training at the same time with such an excellent environment, as well as the fact that the training ground here provided in-depth training for the realms of truth. The second floor training ground was indeed worth every magic crystal he had paid. Given the opportunity, the various superpowers would be willing to pay 5 times the price to obtain such a training ground. After Feng familiarized himself with the environment here, he promptly stepped onto the snow-white staircase. Each step of the staircase was half a meter tall, requiring players to make quite a large movement just to climb one. A distance of roughly 13 yards separated each step. Even a Tier 2 expert would need some time to climb each step. They wouldn't be able to climb the next step in a single breath. At the very least, the moment Feng climbed onto the first step, he felt his entire body weakening. His basic attributes and the improved life rating he gained from his dark iron bloodline became useless as soon as he set foot on the staircase. After 3 seconds, his basic attributes had fallen to the standard of a level 50, Tier 1 swordsman fully geared in bronze equipment. Even his physique had regressed to the Tier 1 standard. He was as ordinary as an ordinary player could get now. Meanwhile, before Feng could adapt to this sudden drop in strength, 2 Tier 1 swordsmen, who looked exactly like him and were geared in silver armor, appeared on the step he stood on. As soon as they had fully materialized, these swordsmen unsheathed their twin swords and charged at him within a breath of time. Both level 50, Tier 1 swordsmen crossed the 10-yard distance and arrived before Feng. Tier 1 skill, Gale Sword. Tier 1 skill, Triple Moon Intercept. Both swordsmen used an extremely rare Tier 1 skill. Moreover, their actions were free of any unnecessary movements as they struck directly at Feng's vitals. Upon seeing this, Feng hurriedly countered by executing Sword's Orbit Boom. Boom! Boom! After the swords of the two sides clashed about 5 or 6 times, Feng got sent flying off the staircase's first step. Meanwhile, once Feng fell off the step, the 2 silver swordsmen did not pursue him. Instead, they returned to their original positions and stood there quietly. So strong. Feng was astounded as he looked at his 2 opponents. Even after falling to the foot of the staircase, he had to take 5 steps back before he managed to stabilize himself. Although the clash with the silver swordsman was brief, Feng understood that their combat standard was already close to reaching the refinement realm standard. Moreover, their mastery over their skills was practically perfect, with both skills executed at a 100% completion rate. Their true combat power was definitely no weaker than a true refinement realm expert's. Aside from having very high technical standards, the Silver Swordsman's basic attributes were also far superior to his own. If he tried to face their attacks head-on, he would definitely get sent flying. The difficulty ramped up this much just by going up a floor. Glancing at the motionless, Silver Swordsman, Feng roughly understood the difficulty rating of the second floor trial. If a Flowing Water Realm expert were to go up against these 2 Silver Swordsmen, the said expert would have no chance of getting past even the first step. The Flowing Water Realm allowed one to perceive the actions of one's opponents and make simple, preemptive offensive or defensive maneuvers. However, both Silver Swordsmen were invulnerable to damage. Attacking them would be meaningless. Moreover, doing so would only expose holes in one's defenses to the Silver Swordsman. Executing simple defensive maneuvers, such as blocking or deflecting, would result in the Flowing Water Realm expert getting gradually pushed off the staircase step after step. As for evasive maneuvers, those were simply impossible. With the disparity in basic attributes, movement speed, and reaction speed, a Flowing Water Realm expert would find it next to impossible to dodge the attack of just one Silver Swordsman, let alone two. In other words, a Flowing Water Realm expert would not be able to achieve anything on this floor. Only if said Flowing Water Realm expert had reached the Truth Realm might they barely defend against the two Silver Swordsmen. As for Refinement Realm experts that had entered the Truth Realm, they would very likely get sent flying off the staircase on the first exchange, following which, Shifeng stepped onto the staircase once more this time. However, he did not choose to receive the attacks of the two Silver Swordsmen directly. Instead, he skillfully brandished his two swords and redirected the attack of one of the Silver Swordsmen toward the other Silver Swordsman's attack, the two attacks cancelling out each other. This then created an opportunity for Shifeng to move past the two Silver Swordsmen and climb to the next step only. Climbing each step was a challenge, as he had to make huge movements to climb up the tall steps while deflecting the attacks of the two Silver Swordsmen. However, with each step he climbed, Shifeng could feel his understanding of the realms of truth deepening. When he ascended to the 10th step, one more Silver Swordsman suddenly joined the two Silver Swordsmen chasing after him, instantly increasing the trial's difficulty by a large margin. Things are finally getting a little interesting. Shifeng felt the pressure on him strengthening as he dealt with the relentless assault of the three Silver Swordsmen. Fortunately, it had already been quite some time since he had reached the Ascension Realm. The combined assault of the three Silver Swordsmen was still within his tolerance range. Nevertheless, each time he wanted to climb a step, he had to prepare himself both physically and mentally for quite a while. By the time Shifeng reached the 29th step, he was facing four Silver Swordsmen and already close to reaching his limit. When he eventually climbed to the 30th step, one of the Silver Swordsmen suddenly turned into a Golden Swordsman. Before Shifeng could adjust to the change, the Golden Swordsman's improved strength and speed sent him flying back down to the 29th step. Due to the presence of the Golden Swordsman, Shifeng was stuck moving back and forth between the 29th and 30th steps. As the number of times Shifeng got sent flying increased, he began to grasp his shortcomings. His skill at utilizing external forces was still inadequate. Although he had redirected one of the Silver Swordsman's attacks toward the Golden Swordsman's strength was simply overwhelming. Before the Golden Swordsman's attack could be nullified, the Silver Swordsman's attack was crushed, and the Golden Swordsman's attack would continue toward him. 1 hour. 2 hours. 4 hours. After many hours had passed, when Shifeng was faced with the Golden Swordsman's oncoming longsword once again, he executed Sword's Orbit and filled his surroundings with a galaxy of stars. In the next moment, however, the three Silver Swordsmen's attacks involuntarily moved to greet the Golden Swordsman's attack. Boom! After a loud explosion echoed throughout the entire training ground, the Golden Swordsman went flying up a step while the three Silver Swordsmen fell down the step. At this moment, only Shifeng remained standing quietly on the 31st step. Wonderful. I succeeded. Shifeng had an ecstatic expression on his face as he gazed at the collapsed Golden Swordsman. I finally have my own combat technique. Chapter 1983, Swords Transmigration. While Shifeng rejoiced over the new combat technique he had successfully created and prepared to test it on the Golden Swordsman and three Silver Swordsmen on the 30th step, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System, congratulations. You have created a bronze combat technique. Please name your combat technique. Shifeng was stunned to hear the notification. Taking advantage of the distraction, the Golden and Silver Swordsmen stood and charged toward Shifeng in a coordinated assault. By the time Shifeng snapped out of his daze, it was too late to defend himself. All four attacks struck vital points, and Shifeng's body vanished from the 30th step, reappearing at the very bottom of the staircase. Although Shifeng had to restart his climb from the bottom, he wasn't disappointed in the slightest. Rather, he stared at his notification window in astonishment. What? A bronze combat technique? Dubious, Feng examined the system's congratulatory message. Although he knew that he hadn't created a low-standard combat technique, he didn't think that it was so amazing to be categorized as a bronze-rank combat technique. Mastering a single advanced combat technique would enable players to challenge opponents of a higher combat standard. Of course, there was a limit to how effective these combat techniques could be. For example, the advanced combat technique, Void Steps, was most effective against Flowing Water Realm experts, but the footwork technique had little to no effect against Void Realm experts or above. After all, Void Steps relied on fooling an opponent's sight. Void Realm experts used more than one sense to locate their opponents. However, bronze combat techniques were a different story. Bronze combat techniques would even be effective against Domain Realm experts. If a Domain Realm expert failed to cope with a bronze combat technique properly, it could even cost them their life. Until now, Zero Wing had only possessed a single bronze combat technique, Lightning Flash, which he had only obtained through luck from the Primordial Divine Ruin. The only other way Zero Wing's players could obtain more bronze combat techniques was by entering bronze legacy tablets, but they were extremely rare and highly coveted by the various superpowers. Unfortunately, despite many Zero Wing members attempting to learn Lightning Flash, not one of them had mastered the secret attack technique, and Feng was no exception yet. He had just succeeded in creating his own bronze combat technique. Why wouldn't he be surprised? Of course, the technique's creation had been a coincidence. He had only created it through the inspiration he had gained as he tried to deal with the Golden and Silver Swordsman's relentless assault. If he tried to create another bronze combat technique, he'd simply waste his time and energy. Just creating a basic combat technique required a solid foundation, and those that were capable of doing so were, without a doubt, geniuses. As for advanced combat techniques, only the various superpowers old monsters had any hope of successfully creating one. Feng's success in creating a bronze combat technique was nothing short of a miracle. As Feng reveled in the joy of his new bronze combat technique, the system reminded him to name the technique a name. The combat technique he had created was a variant of Sword's Orbit that he had combined with the Realms of Truth's principles. After giving the matter some thought, Feng decided, let's call it Sword's Transmigration. Once Feng had entered the technique's name, the system rang with another notification system. Congratulations! You are the first player to create a bronze combat technique. Rewarding 1 bronze legacy orb and the title, Bronze Legatee. As the system notification ended, a green orb appeared before Feng. Creating a bronze combat technique offers such a benefit as well. Feng could not help his surprise to see the green orb. Bronze Legacy Orb, Epic Rank Item, can record up to 3 created bronze combat techniques. Players may learn the combat techniques in immersive environments. Each attempt will cost 100 magic crystals. Cooldown, 1 hour after each use. Feng had heard of many experts creating their own combat techniques in the past, although those techniques had only been basic or advanced rank. However, he hadn't heard of those players receiving a recording device as he had. If other players wished to learn the combat techniques, they had to either rely on videos or receive the technique creators' personally tutelage. Unfortunately, learning a combat technique was easier said than done. Experts struggled desperately to learn basic combat techniques, even if they had the assistance of a book. It was easy to imagine how much more difficult learning a basic combat technique would be without proper guidelines, not to mention learning advanced rank or higher combat techniques. Thus far, the various superpowers had obtained quite a few bronze legacy tablets, yet despite possessing complete legacies that provided detailed instruction, Feng hadn't heard of a single player mastering a bronze combat technique. Meanwhile, the bronze legacy orb allowed him to record 3 bronze combat techniques permanently. This would be a great help. Moreover, the bronze legacy orb had a very short cooldown. He could allow 1 player to learn the technique he had created each hour. While the bronze legacy orb wasn't as effective as an actual combat technique book, which didn't have a cost or cooldown, it was better than a bronze legacy tablet. Following which, Feng examined his new title, Bronze Legatee, Advanced Title. When using combat techniques, expenditure is reduced by 20%. Enjoy the status of Baron in any city, kingdom, or empire. Amazing. It actually grants a global Baron status. Developing in the various major cities will be much easier now. The Bronze Legatee title's benefits surprised Shifeng. Although the Demon Hunter title was a basic title, it was extremely rare and valuable. After all, it gave him the status of a world noble, and he had greatly benefited from the title thus far. Meanwhile, the Bronze Legatee title offered him a higher status than the Demon Hunter title. Unlike an ordinary noble, a baron would have access to greater benefits when purchasing items and lands in NPC cities. As he considered the situation, the names of a few super-large-scale neutral cities came to Shifeng's mind. These super-large-scale neutral cities were similar to the Sea of Trees. All of the various superpowers wanted access to these cities to conduct business. Only, unlike the Sea of Trees, these neutral were not located within secret lands. Gaining entry to these cities was much easier. Every one of these neutral cities had a player population of over 20 million in the past, even more than ordinary empires' imperial capitals. Hence, the various superpowers had frequently fought over dominance in these cities, while first-rate guilds and below had only been able to watch from the sidelines. I think the minimum level requirement to activate a super-large-scale neutral NPC city was level 70. Now that I have the Bronze Legatee title, I can go and take a look. Shifeng immediately decided to set aside his Realms of Truth training. He knew that he had already exhausted his current potential at this point, and he wouldn't gain anything from continuing his training right now. If he wished to progress in the second floor trial, he needed inspiration. Following which, Shifeng took out a return scroll and left the extraordinary tower. Chapter 1984, White River City promoted Starmoon Kingdom, White River City. When Shifeng returned to White River City's teleportation hall once again, he discovered that the hall was quite busy. The teleportation hall had recently transformed, becoming even more magnificent than before. What? The city has been promoted. Shifeng was slightly surprised as he gazed around the building's interior. Originally, only the first floor hall had teleportation arrays, but now the second and third floors of the open-air hall had their own arrays, as well. The higher a teleportation array was located, the farther it could transfer players. Moreover, multiple platforms now floated around the main hall. These floating platforms could transport players to the second and third floors, and if players wished to, they could pay a small fee to teleport to White River City's airport, Central Plaza, or business district. The floating platforms moved even faster than dark gold mounts, becoming the fastest mode of transportation in White River City. By using these platforms, players could save plenty of time while moving around the city. While this new function might not seem like much, NPC cities would grow larger as they were promoted, accommodating more players. After a certain rank, running from one end of the city to the other would require a considerable amount of time. Although floating platforms had fixed destinations, they could save players half the travel time. Normally, NPC cities only activated the floating platform function once they had become a main city with a certain level of prosperity. However, this prosperity wasn't the equivalent to the city's player population. Rather, it referred to economic interactions between players and NPCs, as well as the shop's quantity and quality within the city walls. Thus far, only the various empires' imperial capitals had unlocked the floating platform function, and they had only done so recently. Kingdom's capital cities were still some time away from the upgrade, yet White River City had achieved the feat. As Shifeng walked through the city streets, he discovered that White River City was far livelier than it had been before the latest promotion. The number of merchant players in the city, in particular, had increased drastically. Moreover, more shops lined the streets now that the city streets had been broadened, selling level 50 secret silver leather armor. Price is open for negotiation. Selling various types of level 50 equipment with magic resistance. Welcoming long-term partnerships with adventurer teams. Purchasing energy essence and primordial crystals in bulk. Offer available long-term. Idle and merchant players fervently hawked their wares, all selling much higher quality products than during Shifeng's last visit to White River City. During his last visit, only the guild-operated shops had sold level 50 secret silver equipment, but now even idle and merchant players announced that such items were for sale. The city's various shops had even put up level 50 dark gold equipment on display, although their prices were ridiculously high. Not even guild experts could afford these equipment pieces. Once Shifeng had seen enough, he rented a floating platform and made his way to White River City's business district. Due to the recent promotion, the main street had changed significantly. Rather than a street, it looked like a commercial plaza. Not only had it tripled in size, but it was now home to a building that was over 70 stories tall. This building was none other than White River City's auction house. When the auction house had been upgraded, it had gained new functions. Players weren't the only ones who could consign items for auction anymore. Even NPCs held basic and intermediate auctions a few times a week. In addition, players could browse and purchase items that players sold from 1/4 of Starmoon Kingdom's towns and cities. Previously, players had only been able to view and buy items from White River City and its neighboring NPC cities. If players wished to find and purchase specific items, doing so at White River City's auction house was now the best option. Meanwhile, the most valuable of the auction house's new functions was the auction arena. Might was right in God's domain, and the game's auction houses were no exception to this rule. Once the auction arena activated, the auction house would hold a competition each day. The auction house would offer various rare items as prizes during these competitions, and players only needed to pay the entry fee to take part. The competition had 2 phases. The first phase was a test the system decided, and the second involved a battle between players. However, equipment wouldn't help players in this battle. The competition focused on testing players' financial strength and resources. While combat standards were also tested, they were insignificant in comparison. When the auction arena had been introduced in the past, it had caused quite the stir in God's domain. Merchant players that hadn't been suited for combat had gone mad over the arena, and while many of them had taken part in the competition themselves, some had also hired experts to fight in their place. Countless merchant players had made their fortunes through the auction arena, and some experts had obtained top-tier weapons, equipment, and tools with their success in the arena. Of course, due to the auction arena, God's domain's influence in the real world had expanded. However, the auction arena's appearance had also been responsible for the various superpowers' violent frenzy that had followed. It's finally time to wrestle over the city's management rights. Shirfin took a deep breath as he gazed up at the towering White River City auction house. NPC cities were different from guild cities. During the game's early stages, the various powers had to rely on player count and shop economy to spread their influence in an NPC city. These powers also used physical and economic oppression on those who moved against them. Even so, they couldn't gain any substantial authority in an NPC city. But once the auction arena activated, players could secure the auction house's management rights. While this change might not seem like much, a city's auction house was extremely important to players' daily lives. Taking control of an auction house was akin to controlling the NPC city's lifeblood, indirectly controlling the player economy. If someone obtained an auction house's management rights, they could bar certain players from the auction house, for example. This would be a fatal blow to the city's independent players and various major powers. Both relied on the auction house as their main source of income, and without it, independent players couldn't sell their items, and guilds couldn't purchase materials. One could easily imagine the consequences of losing access to an auction house. The competition for an auction house's management rights would be held once a month on a fixed date. All NPC cities with auction arenas would hold the competition at the same time, preventing the various superpowers, who had an absolute advantage in terms of resources and experts, from monopolizing every NPC city in the game. Unfortunately, this arrangement also restricted the various large guilds' development. Guilds only had a limited number of resources and expert players, and the more NPC cities they controlled, the fewer resources and experts they could allocate to each location. Occupying a large number of NPC cities would be impossible for guilds that lacked sturdy foundations. Of course, only Shifeng knew about this right now. The auction arena function wouldn't activate the moment the auction house had been promoted. It would only activate once a certain number of auction houses in God's domain had risen to the appropriate rank. Although the auction arena hadn't activated yet, this did remind Shifeng that he had to prepare funds and resources for the inevitability. Currently, Zero Wing's foundations were slightly stronger than an ordinary first-rate guild, and it would be some time before the Manatite vein affected the guild's development in a significant way, following which, Shurfong entered the Candlelight trading firm and notified Melancholic Smile, instructing her to bring him the Tier 1 mysterious flames the guild had collected so far. He then took his fire spirit to the warehouse that housed the Holy Grail. He intended to increase his strength before he left to activate a super large-scale neutral city. The quest to do so was even more difficult than an ordinary epic quest after all, and he'd only get himself killed if he didn't prepare. Chapter 1985, Strengthening Fire Spirit. Candlelight Trading Firm's private warehouse. Due to the Holy Grail, divine might filled the entire room. The divine might's powerful pressure would even suppress Tier 1 expert players until they moved as slow as turtles. Despite having the strength to rival great lords of the same level, even Shurfong felt uncomfortable as he entered the warehouse, his movements becoming somewhat sluggish. Shurfong hadn't originally planned to use the Holy Grail since the power of evolution was so costly, and he wouldn't get a refund if the evolution attempt failed. However, if he wished to complete a super large-scale neutral city's activation quest, he needed to grow stronger. He had to rely on the fire spirit to increase his chances for success. He had no choice but to gamble on the Holy Grail. As Shurfong arrived before the stone platform housing the Holy Grail, he retrieved a crimson crystal ball from his bag. The crystal ball was none other than the fire spirit. Despite being an epic item, he could only use it to summon one Tier 2 fire spirit of the same level in exchange for 5 magic crystals. It was a toy compared to the Bible of Darkness. Even a Tier 2 summoning scroll could call forth a stronger creature than the Tier 2 fire spirit. The item simply didn't deserve its epic rank. This was also why Shurfong had decided to upgrade the fire spirit. The stronger an item was, the lower its chances would be for success, and before devouring any mysterious flames, the fire spirit could only be considered an epic item at best. Its quality would only increase after absorbing powerful mysterious flames. If nurtured properly, this crystal ball could even become stronger than fragmented legendary item. Shurfong then had the Holy Grail scan the orb in his hand. Dark purple mist emerged from the grail, enveloping the crimson orb in Shurfeng's hand. After 5 seconds, Shurfong received a system notification. System. Designated item cannot be evolved to fragmented legendary rank. Cannot be evolved. Shurfong was stunned. He had never imagined that the fire spirit was so special. Despite being an epic item, the Holy Grail couldn't force an upgrade to fragmented legendary rank. However, as Shurfong began to feel disappointed, the sound of a second notification reached his ear. System. Do you wish to sacrifice 5000 HP to enhance fire spirit's effects? Enhance its effects. Shurfong was surprised again to read the words in his notification window. However, he was stupefied to see the cost of this enhancement. How fraudulent! Evolving the black steel insignia had only cost 1000 HP, yet enhancing the fire spirit's effects cost 5000. 5000 HP was significant even to a Tier 2 metric tons, very powerful level 70. Tier 2 MTs would only have 100,000 HP at most, and the cost was taken from the player's base HP. Taking into account the percentage HP modifiers on weapons and equipment, players would lose far more than just 5000 HP. But even after considering his options, Shurfong gritted his teeth and agreed to the cost. While 5000 HP was a painful amount to lose, even for him, the fire spirit was extraordinarily valuable. Most importantly, he wasn't attempting to evolve the item to fragmented legendary rank, he could only enhance its effects. Logically, the risk of failure shouldn't be as high. Moreover, HP wasn't particularly important for a swordsman player like himself, and he could also rely on his bloodline to compensate for the loss. With the bloodline, he gained a lot more HP than ordinary players with each level up. He wouldn't suffer as much of an impact by losing 5000 HP as other players. After Shurfong agreed to enhance the fire spirit, more purple mist spilled out of the Holy Grail, far denser than it had been a moment ago. So much mist spilled out that it filled the private warehouse. As the purple mist continued to seep into the fire spirit, the miniature flame dragon woke and roared again and again. The sound pierced through its crystalline cage and echoed throughout the warehouse. Due to the purple mist's invasion, the baby dragon began to grow in less than 10 seconds. The baby dragon had transformed into a mature flame dragon and was nearly twice as large. Intelligence flashed in its eyes, no longer lacking emotion as it had earlier. Was it a success? Sherfone could not help his growing excitement as he gazed at the adult flame dragon god's domains. Players might not know about fire spirits, but Sherfone was very familiar with the items. He also recognized how valuable an intelligent fire spirit was. To put it simply, the difference between a fire spirit with higher intelligence and an ordinary fire spirit was like the difference between an expert and an ordinary player. Even if both fire spirits possessed the same basic attributes, the combat power they could exert would be worlds apart. Many powers had gotten their hands on fire spirits in the past, but trying to increase a fire spirit's intelligence wasn't easy. One would only have a chance of triggering an intelligence growth by sacrificing Tier 2 and above mysterious flames. Unfortunately, despite many owners feeding their fire spirits the appropriate mysterious flames, very few had succeeded in increasing their fire spirit's intelligence. A fire spirit was a very special epic item with endless potential. Countless experts had even guessed that by feeding the item enough mysterious flames, a fire spirit could grow to become a Tier 6 god. Even Tier 6 god rank players would flee from a Tier 6 god with higher intelligence. Once the purple mist had dissipated, Sherfone carefully picked up the fire spirit and inspected its attribute panel as expected of the Holy Grail. Despite the fact that I haven't fed it any mysterious flames, the fire spirit has already grown so much. Sherfone was ecstatic when he saw the fire spirit's updated attributes. The new fire spirit didn't summon an ordinary Tier 2 fire spirit, but a bona fide Tier 2 advanced fire spirit with higher intelligence. Moreover, the advanced fire spirit would be 10 levels higher than the player that summoned it. An advanced fire spirit's life rating was only slightly inferior to an archaic species, and since it had higher intelligence, its combat power could rival ordinary great lords of the same level. An advanced fire spirit would provide far more assistance than ordinary Tier 3 monsters as well, possessing even more spells than a Tier 2 elementalist. A Tier 2 advanced fire spirit would likely beat a challenging Tier 2 peak expert. Black and blue advanced fire spirits could cast their spells with a 100% completion rate, and their basic attributes were far higher than Tier 2 players of the same level. While Sherfone marveled at the new and improved fire spirit, Melancholic Smile contacted him and reported, "Guild leader, I've gathered the Tier 1 mysterious flames you asked for." "Good. I'll head there right away." Sherfone nodded. He then disconnected the call and visited his special forging room on the top floor. Chapter 1986, Consecutive Growth. In one of the Candlelight trading firm's top-floor special forging rooms. As Sherfone entered the room, the sight of Melancholic Smile organizing various crystal balls on a stone table greeted him. Each crystal ball contained a Tier 1 mysterious flame, and there were easily over 20 of them on the table. If other guilds saw this collection of Tier 1 mysterious flames, they'd be astonished. Everyone in God's domain was privy to the existence of mysterious flames by this stage of the game. They knew that these unique flames were a great help to forgers and alchemists. Hence, the various major powers fought over any mysterious flame they came across. They wouldn't even pass over a Tier 1 mysterious flame. After all, mysterious flames were extremely rare and even coveted by superpowers. Master-level crafters. Guild leader, here are all the Tier 1 mysterious flames we have collected so far. There are a total of 23. One did find another flame in the Blackwing auction house, but the bidding was intense. In the end, the price rose past our 5,000 gold budget, and another guild purchased it for 3 gold. Melancholic Smile said she hadn't fully understood how valuable Tier 1 mysterious flames were since collecting the first few had been relatively easy with the clues Sherfone had provided. Furthermore, the guild shared the flame Sherfone used, and his mysterious flame was much stronger than Tier 1. She certainly hadn't expected a Tier 1 mysterious flame to sell for more than an ordinary epic item. Sherfone nodded in response. He then asked, "How is our business with Secret coming along?" "The basic arrangements have been completed. We have even started to sell many of our products through Secret's channels, but as we are only a basic member, we can only sell our products in up to 80 of the Chamber's NPC cities. Among them, only 25 can be within empires, and only 5 of those can be major cities. Of the 55 kingdom cities, We can only select 10 major cities, Melancholic Smile said, a little excited currently. The Candlelight trading firm's influence only reached across a little over 50 NPC cities, nearly half of which were located in Starmoon Kingdom. Now that Candlelight had joined the Secret Chamber of Commerce, it had access to an additional 80 cities. This more than doubled Candlelight's sales channel secret is quite impressive, to think it can even give its basic members 80 city slots. Feng was slightly astonished by Melancholic Smile's report. Joining a Chamber of Commerce in God's domain didn't mean that one would gain immediate and full access to its sales channels. That depended on one's rank within the alliance. Normally, newcomers were given positions as basic members. Only powerful superpowers could be promoted to an advanced member upon joining. Based on Feng's knowledge, most chambers only granted 60 city slots to basic members, yet Secret had given them 80. It was clear how powerful Secret's foundations were. Guild leader, here is the list of cities we've selected. Once we begin our collaboration, Candlelight's income will double at the very least. We won't have to worry about lacking development funds, Melancholic Smile said, smiling as she took out a list and handed it to Feng. She had worked with Aqua Rose to choose the cities on the list. They had decided to do business in a total of 3 empires and 6 kingdoms, and although they couldn't sell all of their products in the selected kingdoms and empires, as doing so would be unprofitable, they wouldn't have to worry about a lack of customers. They would have chosen many more kingdoms and empires had they not been limited by a specific number of cities. After all, they couldn't afford to waste the referral fee they had paid to the Secret Chamber of Commerce. I see no issues with the chosen cities, Feng said. Changing topics, Feng asked, how is the resuscitation potions production coming along? Silent Wonder and the others are doing their best to brew the potion now. Moreover, Candlelight has recently gained another Master Alchemist. Now, we have a total of 4 Master Alchemists working on the potion, and they have made over 3 bottles thus far. Melancholic Smile replied she had very high hopes for the resuscitation potion. It was, after all, a potion that allowed players to resurrect themselves without losing any EXP. Moreover, the production cost for each bottle was only a little over 20 silver. Although the potion required a lot of rare materials, it had become very easy for Zero Wing to acquire what it needed with the Secret Chamber of Commerce's connections. Good. Continue production. Later, try to nurture as many Master Alchemists as possible. We need to ensure that we have enough people to learn the recipes Zipping's group obtains, Feng said, chuckling. The resuscitation potion had been extremely popular during his previous life. At one point, it had even sold for 3 gold per bottle. 3 gold was incredibly expensive even for ordinary expert players, not to mention ordinary players. Only the various adventurer teams and guilds could possibly afford such a price. Normally, he wouldn't have bothered to push for so many resuscitation potions since there was a limit to the number of adventurer teams and guilds in Zero Wing's territories, but now that Candlelight had joined the Secret Chamber of Commerce, they didn't have to worry about a lack of customers. Hence, they needed to craft as many resuscitation potions as possible. After Feng finished giving Melancholic Smile her latest instructions, he shifted his focus to the mysterious flames on the table. While one Tier 1 mysterious flame might be of little help to the fire spirit, he had a total of 23 on hand. Furthermore, he had upgraded his fire spirit to advanced rank. An advanced fire spirit would gain more from absorbing mysterious flames than a normal fire spirit. As Feng pulled the fire spirit from his bag, the flame dragon within quickly noticed the Tier 1 mysterious flames on the table and grew restless. Start absorbing. Show me how much you can grow. Feng immediately picked up a Tier 1 mysterious flames and placed it before the fire spirit. Like a hungry wolf, the flame dragon burst forth from the crystal ball and pounced on the mysterious flame. As the flame dragon devoured the mysterious flame, the flame grew weaker until it eventually vanished. Although the fire spirit's attributes hadn't transformed, the little dragon began to emit more heat. Its previously blurry form also began to sharpen. Feng immediately chose to feed the fire spirit another Tier 1 mysterious flame. With each mysterious flame the fire spirit devoured, the flame dragon's figure became clearer. By the time it had absorbed its seventh mysterious flame, Sherfone could see the scales across the flame dragon's body. After devouring the eighth mysterious flame, the flame dragon began to expand, releasing a low growl. The fire spirit's attributes finally changed Tier 3. Sherfeng's excitement grew when he saw the new attributes. Tier 3 meant that the fire spirit had now reached the Great Lord standard. With its higher intelligence, it was even more powerful than a Tier 3 peak expert of the same level, following which, Sherfone continued to feed the fire spirit Tier 1 mysterious flames 12th, 15th, 20th. Finally, after the fire spirit absorbed the 21st mysterious flame, it underwent a transformation. Not only did the flame dragon grow larger, but Sherfone could also sense that its life rating had improved. Wonderful. I've finally succeeded. Sherfeng's eyes glowed as he gazed at his fire spirit. Chapter 1987, Giant Race. The flames that surrounded the fire spirit's body expanded drastically, transforming from their original crimson color to a scorching white. Even the space around the flame dragon began to show signs of crumbling under the power of its flames. Tier 3 archaic species. Sherfeng's heart skipped a beat when he examined the attribute panel. He hadn't thought that a measly 24 or so Tier 1 mysterious flames would be enough to upgrade the fire spirit to a Tier 3 archaic species. So many powers in his past had fed their fire spirits a large number of Tier 1 mysterious flames, yet the results of their efforts had been disappointing. Most powers had only nurtured their fire spirits into Tier 3 archaic species after feeding them a significant number of Tier 2 flame. Sherfone had assumed that his fire spirit would grow to the Tier 3 standard at most, and he'd have to feed it Tier 2 mysterious flames if he wanted it to become an archaic species. He hadn't expected the advanced fire spirit's absorption rate to be so effective. Now that his advanced fire spirit was a Tier 3 archaic species with higher intelligence, its combat power should be even greater than an ordinary Grand Lord of the same level. Though, if it really came down to a one-on-one fight, the advanced fire spirit would still have a high chance of losing since actual Grand Lords had far more HP. However, Sherfone was satisfied with these results. Although he could summon Kite and Anna to help him with his quest, he did not want to risk them. Resurrecting personal guards was very troublesome, and even if he resurrected them, they'd need quite some time to recover their losses. Fortunately, the fire spirit was a different story. Even if it died, he could simply spend magic crystals to resummon it. Furthermore, each time he summoned the fire spirit, now that it was a Tier 3 archaic species, he only had to spend 300 magic crystals. Moreover, its cooldown was even shorter than the Bible of Darkness's demon summoning. He only had to wait 30 minutes to resummon the fire spirit. However, unlike the Bible of Darkness, he could only summon a single fire spirit to fight for him at a time. Once Sherfone had finished upgrading the fire spirit, he collected a small stock of magic crystals and left the Candlelight trading firm. He then made his way towards the Adventurers Association in Starmoon City. Although God's domain didn't have many super large-scale neutral cities, there was one near every few empires and dozen or so kingdoms. Like the fairy country's Forest City, these super large-scale neutral cities served as trade hubs between the game's neutral races and the nearby empires and kingdoms. To enter super large-scale neutral cities, like the Sea of Trees, players had to complete specific quests. The neutral city Sherfone aimed to activate was called Thunder Axe City, home to the giant race. Appearance-wise, giants looked no different than humans, only larger. Generally, giants stood at least 4 meters tall, and their physiques were even more powerful than ours. Giants were born for combat. Aside from the Titan race, Giants' defense was the highest among the numerous neutral races in the past. Giant Shield Warrior and Guardian Knight players have been incredibly popular among the various major powers. Some of the various superpowers had even pressured some of their members to convert to the Giant race, since there was nothing that prohibited neutral race players from joining human guilds. However, they would be restricted within human cities. But how could such a small issue compare to the benefits of having a powerful MT? Of course, while the Giants' advantages were obvious, their flaws were just as glaring. Giants weren't very skilled with magic, and their mobility was atrocious compared to humans. Defeating players or monsters that were particularly fast and agile would give giant players a massive headache. These obvious weaknesses were the reason many players refused to become giants. There had been far fewer giant players than half-elf and beastkin players in the past. Meanwhile, as a super large-scale neutral city, Thunder Axe City had a wide variety of unique aspects. Chief among them was the city's location within the Icefire mountain range, a neutral map that was rich in ores. Due to their environment, giants were experts in the art of forging. Their forging techniques had been passed down from the Titan race, making their standards even superior to the dwarves. This was also one of the reasons that Shurfong had chosen Thunder Axe City. Although Zero Wing Current had many advantages, its position in the Ore Empire was still precarious, and it would only get worse as time passed. The guild's foundation was too weak, and it had too few experts. While Zero Wing had enough manpower and resources to defend its current position in the Empire, it didn't have enough to launch an assault against its enemy. Zero Wing might possess more resources and experts than ordinary first-rate guilds, but it was an infant compared to the various superpowers. Zero Wing didn't have nearly as much territory as the various superpowers. After all, Starmoon Kingdom, Starmoon City. Once Shurfong had arrived in Starmoon City, he immediately headed for the kingdom's Adventurers Association. Starmoon City hadn't developed nearly as much as White River City, and most of the players that visited the Adventurers Association were level 55 or 66 elite players. Level 58 or higher expert players were still far and few between. Without hesitation, Shurfong headed to the second floor and approached one of its counters. Lord Spirit Slayer, how may I be of service today? The NPC beauty manning the counter asked with a smile. I wish to pick up an exploration quest, Shurfong said. Very well. The NPC clerk revealed a list containing a large number of exploration quests and handed it to Shurfong. Lord Spirit Slayer, these are all of the exploration quests you can accept right now. With a nod, Shurfong carefully examined the list. The Adventurers Association had many quests to offer, and among them, the most difficult were Crusade and Exploration quests. Meanwhile, only players who had reached level 70 and 3-star status in the association could accept Thunder Axe City's Exploration quest. Although 3-star adventurers could accept the Exploration quest, it was even more challenging than ordinary epic quests. Players had only entered Thunder Axe City in Shurfeng's previous life after he had reached level 75. At the time, peak experts had already reached level 77 and beyond and were geared in level 75 top-tier weapons and equipment. I'll take this quest, Shurfong said as he pointed to a quest named Giant's Hideout. Very well. I will mark you down as this quest's challenger. Please pay a 1,000 gold deposit. Should you abandon this quest, your deposit will not be returned, the NPC clerk informed him. The other Tier 2 experts picking up quests on the second floor were astonished to hear the NPC clerk's comment. Crap. What kind of quest is that? A 1,000 gold deposit. That can't be real, right? Even my 2-star quest only required a 3 gold deposit. Many of the Tier 2 experts stared at Shurfeng's cloaked figure in shock. Normally, the Adventurers Association only charged 3% to 5% of a quest's reward as a deposit fee, preventing players from picking up quests they had no hope of completing. The fact that Shurfeng's quest cost 1,000 gold meant that its reward was worth at least 20,000 gold. After Shurfeng accepted the quest, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. Chapter 1988. 3-star reward. System, congratulations. You are the first player to accept a 3-star unique exploration quest. You have the right to choose between 2 options. System, the first option will reduce the quest difficulty by 15%, but the reward will remain the same. System, the second option will maintain the quest difficulty but increase the reward by 1 rank. System, you have 10 minutes to consider. If you do not make a decision within 10 minutes, the difficulty will remain the same by default. I have such an option. Shurfeng read his notification window in surprise. He had picked up 3-star exploration quests in the past, but this was the first time the system had presented such an option. While the Thunder Axe City's exploration quest was more difficult than ordinary epic quests, it awarded far more. It would also grant him the opportunity to occupy Thunder Axe City before other players. That benefit alone was worth the effort of completing the Giant's Hideout exploration quest. If he could lower the quest's difficulty by 15%, it would become easier than completing an ordinary epic quest, giving him a much higher chance of completing it. However, he could increase his reward by 1 rank if he maintained the quest's difficulty. In other words, he would receive the reward of an inferior legendary quest that was just as tempting, and Shurfong had accepted the Giant's Hideout exploration quest with the understanding of the quest's difficulty. After giving the matter some thought, Shurfong decided on the second option. Maintaining the quest difficulty and upgrading his reward. The exploration quest's reward was a large part of the reason he had chosen it, aside from access to Thunder Axe City's resources. Although the Adventurers Association did not mention the quest reward, he knew what to expect: conversion slots for players. It wasn't easy to convert to a neutral race in God's domain, especially for the races with powerful racial traits. The stronger a race was, the more difficult the conversion quest would be. However, the Giant's Hideout quest awarded conversion slots for players upon completion. With these slots, he could convert the players into a giant without having to complete the conversion quests. As far as he could remember, the Giant's Hideout quest awarded 1,000 conversion slots upon completion. While the players he converted would not be able to enter most NPC cities in God's domain, they could enter towns and cities. Guilds and neutral races operated with a bunch of powerful MTs. Zero Wing would have a much easier time raiding team dungeons and field bosses. The Giant's racial traits were too perfect for MTs to pass up, and unlike half-elves and beastkin, becoming a giant didn't improve a player's 5 senses or magical abilities. Instead, it granted a massive boost to players' basic attributes. If a Tier 1 metric ton converted to the giant race, they would gain the strength and defense to rival Tier 2 MTs. Their HPs would increase drastically, as well. In return, though, their movement speed, attack speed, and reaction speed would decrease, making it more difficult to complete future promotion quests. If a Tier 2 metric tons converted to a giant, they become more powerful than human, top-ranked Tier 2 MTs. Although they wouldn't reach the Tier 3 standard, the superpower that had completed the Giant's Hideout quest in the past had increased its strength by a large margin very quickly due to the 1,000 conversion slots. Its development speed had easily surpassed the other superpowers, and although the other superpowers had sent their own experts to attempt the conversion quest, they hadn't been able to catch up due to the amount of time needed to complete the quest. After Shurfong made his selection, the NPC clerk took out an ancient, yellowish-brown magic scroll and handed it to Shurfong. Lord Spirit Slayer, this magic scroll will help you temporarily remove the magic seal on the path. However, you can only use it once, so please choose your timing carefully. If you expended the magic scroll without completing your quest, a replacement will cost 1,000 magic crystals, the NPC clerk respectfully explained. I understand. Shurfong nodded as he accepted the magic scroll. Quests from the Adventurers Association were different from exploration quests found elsewhere. If players failed the quests they had accepted from the association, they'd at most lose some coins or magic crystals. They wouldn't suffer penalties that affected their performance in battle, such as basic attribute reductions. This was why most players preferred to accept quests from the Adventurers Association. Once he left the association, Shurfong made his way to the teleportation hall and traveled to a border town in the Purple Thorns Kingdom. This was also the closest town to the Icefire mountain range. Unbeknownst to Shurfong, his actions in the Adventurers Association had aroused quite the commotion. No quest requiring a 1,000 gold deposit was ordinary, and many players within the association had begun to search for the Giant's Hideout quest. Although multiple players couldn't accept some of the Adventurers Association's quests, they would show up on the list of available quests until they were completed. What's going on? Why isn't there such a quest on my list of exploration quests? Maybe we aren't a high enough rank. That can't be possible. I'm a 2-star adventurer. Was that guy a 3-star adventurer? That's even less possible. Not even the first-rate guild's peak experts, who have focused on the Adventurers Association's quests, have reached the 3-star standard yet. A 3-star quest. Who was that guy? After Shurfong left, the players within the Adventurers Association fell into a heated discussion. They all wanted to know the identity of the player who had accepted this mysterious exploration quest. News of the event quickly reached the Star Alliance's residence in Starmoon City. Ivy never considered that the Adventurers Association had hidden such a major quest. Have someone notify Crimson Feather and the others. Tell them to become 3-star adventurers as quickly as possible, Galaxy Past, who sat in the guild leader's office, commanded after reading the report he had received from a subordinate. The various large guilds often had numerous teams focus on different aspects of development. Some teams specialized in completing the Adventurers Association's quests and raising their rank within the association, while other teams focused on quests that were only available out in the fields, and other teams focused on increasing their reputation in particular NPC cities. By doing so, guilds could secure greater advantages in the game. Notify Crimson and the others immediately. Purple Eye, who currently wore a set of luxurious, dark blue robes, replied. Guild leader, what should we do about the Witch's Hill situation? The guilds that own the 2 guild towns in the area have invited us to join their alliance, and I've heard that multiple corporations are now supporting the towns. Even Sin Realm, a first-rate guild from the Purple Thorns Kingdom, has joined the alliance. Why don't we join as well? The Witch's Hill had already become the center of attention in Starmoon Kingdom. The map was the sole producer of primordial crystal fragments, and as long as players reached Tier 2, they could enter the Otherworld Gate, which offered bountiful resources. If the Star Alliance could secure a foothold in the Witch's Hill, it could help the guild's development considerably. Sin Realm, is it? After giving the matter some thought, Galaxy Past shook his head and said, let's wait and see for now. Tell them that our guild has some matters to settle first, so we can't join them at the moment. Are we really going to give up on such a good development opportunity? Purple Eye asked, confused. According to the Secret Pavilion's information network, the evil god's temple hides in the Sin Realm's shadows. I doubt that Zero Wing will tolerate the guild towns parading much longer, Galaxy Pass said, chuckling. If those 2 towns can truly defend themselves, we can join them then. I understand. Purple Eye nodded. She then sent the guild towns' representatives a reply. The upper echelons controlling the guild towns in the Witch's Hill received Galaxy Past's reply at the same time. He has rejected the offer. How cowardly. He is actually willing to ignore such a golden opportunity. It seems Zero Wing has beaten the Star Alliance into submission already. I agree. How can the Star Alliance even be considered a first-rate guild with such a cowardly attitude? The Star Alliance's cooperation doesn't matter. Once we've completed our preparations, not only will we destroy Zero Wing City, but we'll also keep more of the profits for ourselves. We'll make Galaxy Past regret his decision. Multiple major powers' upper echelons revealed delighted grins as they gazed at the map of the Witch's Hill on the table before them from within a secret meeting room. Chapter 1989, Basic Level Strengthening Potion. Purple Thorns Kingdom, Glory Town. Glory Town was built atop a mountain and surrounded by tall walls. Although it was only a border town, its defenses nearly rivaled a fortress. There are already so many players here. Sherphone was a little surprised to see the thousands of players outside of the teleportation hall. The monsters near Glory Town were level 70 and above, and a neutral map not far away was a level 80+ map. Just surviving in Glory Town's map would be challenging for current players, not to mention setting foot in the neutral map. Most of the thousands of players Sherphone could see were level 56 or above, with the highest at level 59, and more than 100 Tier 2 players wandered the street outside of the teleportation hall. Moreover, most of the players in the town didn't wear a guild emblem, proving that they were independent players. Independent players were typically weaker than guild players in terms of levels and equipment. Yet so many independent players were visiting an area that the various large guilds had yet to touch. Why wouldn't Sherphone be surprised? The independent players around him didn't think anything of Sherfeng's arrival. They simply went about their business. When Basilisk Grinding Party is recruiting a healer. Must be level 57 or higher. Recruiting 2 level 57 or above DPS for the Black Cave Bat quest. Tier 2 players get priority. Players shouted as they recruited teammates from the street outside of the teleportation hole. Whether they planned to quest or grind monsters, they all acted as if this were normal. However, if Star Moon Kingdom's experts saw this, they'd be astonished. Wind basilisks and black cave bats were level 70 plus monsters, at least 10 levels higher than current players. The level suppression would be substantial with such a massive difference. Even level 60, Tier 2 players would struggle against these monsters, much less Tier 1 players, yet these independent players intended to grind these monsters as if it were natural. After a short moment, Sherfong noticed that these parties and teams had recruited quite a few members before they headed past Glory Town's main entrance to grind or quest. Is this really the Purple Thorns Kingdom? Sherfong was momentarily stunned as he watched these teams leave. He was quite familiar with Glory Town, a place the Purple Thorns Kingdom's army constantly had to protect from monster assaults from the nearby neutral maps. This wasn't a safe place. In the past, players had only dared to visit this town after they had reached level 65. Wind basilisks were level 72 chieftains, and although the black cave bats were only special elites, they usually moved in large groups. The great black cave bats that led these groups were also chieftain-ranked monsters. The 6-man parties and 20-man team Sherfong had seen might be able to take down one wind basilisk or a single group of cave bats, but only barely. If they accidentally aggroed additional monsters, they could even team-wipe. These players might have a chance if they all wore top-tier equipment, but that wasn't the case for these independent players. From what Sherfong could see, they all wore average equipment. With such equipment, killing the area's high-level monsters would take a long time. In Sherfeng's opinion, these independent players would be much better off grinding level 60 or so monsters. Sherfong also soon discovered that these players weren't limited to those outside of the teleportation hole. Plenty of players occupied the rest of the town streets, as well. Similarly, these players were all level 56 or above. Sherfong guessed that there should be more than 30,000 players in Glory Town at the moment, and they were all elites or stronger. Normally, one would be hard-pressed to find such a gathering of elite and expert players in an NPC town, even in the various empires, yet this phenomenon was occurring in the Purple Thorns Kingdom's Glory Town. As Sherfong reached the town's main street to investigate further, he noticed that an extraordinarily large number of players were setting up stalls alongside the street. Player stalls took up every available space on both sides of the street, and every one of them sold considerably valuable items. They either sold rare herbs or high-ranking items that were normally hard to find on the market. Among the items sold, one item, in particular, caught Sherfeng's attention: the basic level strengthening potion. This was a super rare potion that, when consumed, granted players an ignore levels +7 buff for 6 hours. While ignoring a difference of 7 levels might not seem like much, fighting monsters that were 10 levels higher was still incredibly difficult for Tier 1 players, despite the recent reduction on the system's level suppression during the previous updates. Only Tier 2 players had the power to do so without too much of a problem. However, as long as Tier 1 players had sufficient attributes and combat standards, they could fight higher-leveled monsters efficiently, increasing their leveling speed, after consuming the level strengthening potion. In the past, the level strengthening potion had been immensely popular among elite and expert players. No wonder why so many players are grinding here. Realization dawned on Sherfong. Although the basic level strengthening potion wasn't as effective as Zero Wing's Void Field Magic Array, it was the best option for independent elite and expert players when grinding higher-leveled monsters. After this discovery, Sherfong approached one of the stalls selling the basic level strengthening potions. More than 10 players had lined up at the stall, everyone a level 57 or higher expert. The strongest among them was even a level 59. Tier 2 expert. Producing the basic level strengthening potion was laughably cheap compared to the Void Field, with each bottle only costing 8 silver to brew. In the past, basic level strengthening potions had sold for roughly 50 silver per bottle. Unfortunately, the potion's recipe was painfully rare and could only be acquired by opening treasure chests found in level 50 plus maps. Moreover, the luck attribute wouldn't affect its drop rate, so players had to rely on their personal luck to obtain it. Each recipe had easily sold for around 800 gold in the past due to its rarity. Meanwhile, only 2 players manned the stall that sold the basic level strengthening potions, a man and a woman. Both appeared quite young. The handsome, young man was a level 58, tier 2 assassin named Smiling Breeze. Most of his equipment consisted of level 50 mysterious iron and secret silver equipment, with a few pieces of level 55 mysterious iron equipment. Even independent experts would have a hard time getting their hands on such items at this stage of the game. As for the beautiful, young woman, she was a level 57, tier 1 summoner named Cool Summer, and her equipment was in no way inferior to her companions. However, unlike Smiling Breeze, she did not possess a tier 2 class insignia. Instead, she wore an advanced alchemist's insignia. Why are these two people? Sure, Phone was astonished to see these two players. He was actually familiar with both of them. After all, the brother and sister duo had been very famous in the Black Dragon Empire in the past. Smiling Breeze had ranked as one of the Black Dragon Empire's top 10 assassins, while Cool Summer had been a master alchemist. Moreover, Cool Summer hadn't just been a basic master alchemist, but an advanced master alchemist. Even the various superpowers had been wary of her. Although the siblings were independent players, ordinary large guilds had avoided provoking them due to their superb combat power. Although the younger sister, Cool Summer, hadn't been as strong as her brother, she had still been a refinement realm expert, and the various large guilds' ordinary experts had been no match for her in battle. As Phone wondered why these two were in the Purple Thorns Kingdom, a group of players approached the stall, surrounding it. Sin Realm is conducting business here. Anyone who isn't a member needs to scram. Chapter 1990, Heavy Sword. The town's main street fell silent as the shouted announcement echoed. Very quickly, the players waiting in line distanced themselves from Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer's stall. Even the expert players that had waited to purchase basic level strengthening potions had retreated. Why are Sin Realm's people here? Does Sin Realm plan to expand its control to Glory Town? Damn it! Sin Realm's members again. They've already prevented us from grinding in the normal resource maps, and now they want to claim this town, too. I don't think that's it. Glory Town isn't a resource-rich map. By the looks of it, it seems they're interested in the basic level strengthening potion. Those two players are certainly unlucky. They've actually attracted Sin Realm's attention just for selling some products. As the crowd watched Sin Realm's 100-man team, which had already surrounded Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer's stall, they flashed the guild players indignant looks. They also pitted the sibling pair, but despite their true feelings, the surrounding players only dared to discuss the situation in whispers. Even though only 100 of Sin Realm's members were here, which the crowd outnumbered by several fold, no one dared to voice their opinions loudly enough for the guild players to overhear. Even the level 59, tier 2 experts gritted their teeth and reluctantly left the scene. They all knew that they wouldn't have a future in the Purple Thorns Kingdom if they provoked Sin Realm. They'd be lucky if they only died a few times. In the past, players' accounts had been crippled, forcing them to start over, due to Sin Realm. In the Purple Thorns Kingdom, Sin Realm was king. Other kingdoms generally had 2 or 3 first-rate guilds and over a dozen second-rate guilds. The Purple Thorns, however, only had 1 first-rate guild, Sin Realm. The kingdom's second-rate guilds could also be counted on one hand. Sin Realm had absolute control over the Purple Thorns Kingdom. Otherwise, independent players wouldn't have bothered to come to a place like Glory Town to grind under the crowd's hateful gazes. The fierce, young man leading Sin Realm's team stepped forward. He wore dark gray armor and carried a great sword with a deathly aura. As he emerged from the Sin Realm group, the crowd gasped. What? Crocodile Breaker. Why is the heavy sword here? This young man's appearance gave the watching players goosebumps. Sin Realm had 7 great experts, and every one of them was one of the guild's core upper echelons. Crocodile Breaker was one of these great experts. His role in the guild was to deal with players that opposed Sin Realm, and he had easily over 3,000 expert player deaths under his name. He had even set the record for defeating 100 players single-handedly, and those 100 hadn't been random nobodies. They had all been guild experts, and one had even ranked on the God's Domain expert list. The reason behind Crocodile Breaker's astonishing success was his unbeatable strength. He had even whittled the expert that ranked on the God's Domain expert list down until the player had died due to Crocodile Breaker's immense strength. He had gained the nickname, Heavy Sword. While the watching players were surprised by Crocodile Breaker's appearance, the young man arrived before Smiling Breeze's stall pack up. "Today, you two have the honor of joining Sin Realm," Crocodile Breaker proclaimed, flashing Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer an arrogant grin. "The guild leader has decided that you two will be instantly promoted to core members when you join, and you won't have to grind for GCPs like everyone else. If you perform well, you might even become guild elders in the future. If you don't have any questions, come with me." Although Crocodile Breaker's words seemed like an invitation, his imposing aura hinted that he'd slay the sibling pair if they rejected his invitation. When his aura and pressure washed over the spectators, they shuddered. However, many of the watching experts envied Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer for receiving this forceful invitation. Although Sin Realm behaved like a tyrant in the Purple Thorns Kingdom, it had the strength to stand behind its actions. Becoming one of the guild's core members was a golden opportunity. At the very least, one could freely roam the Purple Thorns Kingdom. Even the upper echelons from the kingdom's second-rate guilds had to tread lightly around Sin Realm's core experts. As for Sin Realm's guild elders, even the kingdom's guild leaders treated them with respect, as everyone expected the siblings to leave with Crocodile Breaker. Smiling Breeze shook his head and stated, "Thank you for your invitation, but my sister and I are used to living on our own, and we prefer to keep it that way." Cool Summer nodded in agreement with her elder brother as soon as Smiling Breeze finished speaking. However, the crowd felt the surrounding temperature fall by several degrees. An intense killing intent filled the street, so powerful that even the various Tier 2 experts felt a chill crawl down their spines. Yuri rejecting Sin Realm's invitation. A cold glint flashed in Crocodile Breaker's eyes as he stared at Smiling Breeze. "Do you know the consequences for those who reject Sin Realm's goodwill?" As Crocodile Breaker finished his question, the Sin Realm members around him stepped forward, clearly ready to act at a moment's notice based on their postures. "Is Smiling Breeze stupid? He actually rejected Sin Realm. Sin Realm has even sent Heavy Sword for this. Does that guy think he can escape with his life?" The crowd watched Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer in shock. They had never expected to find players who would dare to reject Sin Realm within the Purple Thorns Kingdom. The overbearing guild had even annihilated peak adventurer teams, and those teams' upper echelons had been so crippled that they had to delete their accounts and start over. Getting rid of two independent players would be child's play for Sin Realm. Even Smiling Breeze felt a little nervous in this situation. He had no doubt that if he continued to reject the invitation, Crocodile Breaker and his minions would take action. Although NPC soldiers patrolled the town, he wasn't confident of escaping if Crocodile and the other Sin Realm members attacked. It would take the NPC soldiers too long to react and arrive to stop Sin Realm's members. As Smiling Breeze tried to find a way out of this predicament, a low voice rang out of the crowd. "Excuse me, but are you still selling basic level strengthening potions?" As this voice broke the silence, the tension on the street loosened considerably. Almost as one, the crowd turned toward the voice's origin. They were all curious to know what fool dared to interfere with Sin Realm's affairs. As they turned, the spectating players found themselves looking at a cloaked player. At a glance, everyone assumed that this player was a young swordsman. As the swordsman approached Smiling Breeze's stall, his leisurely gait made it seem as if Sin Realm's players were nothing in his eyes. Chapter 1991, Power of a Bronze Combat Technique. Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer were dazed as the swordsman youth arrived before them. They had never expected that someone would dare stand out during such a critical moment. The swordsman youth was none other than Shifeng, who currently used his original appearance as Yifeng. Both siblings would be a benefit to Zero Wing. Since he had found them here, he might as well use the situation to make them owe him a favor. "We do. We still have plenty." Cool Summer instinctively responded to Shifeng's question. However, she spun towards Sin Realm's members after snapping out of her daze and hesitantly said, "But..." Crocodile Breaker frowned at Shifeng. Although he said nothing, the relaxed atmosphere regained its prior tension. Everyone could see that Crocodile Breaker was truly furious now. Sensing Crocodile Breaker's rage, the surrounding players could not help but take a few steps back. This guy must be nuts. Is he really trying to challenge Sin Realm's prestige? The crowd stated at Sherfong as if he were a dead man walking. Brat. You sure have guts, don't you? You dare to interfere with Sin Realm's affairs? Crocodile Breaker hissed as he glared at Sherfong. Are you trying to die so soon? It had been quite some time since he had encountered anyone who openly dared to provoke Sin Realm. Naturally, he didn't mind teaching everyone the price for such an insult. While Crocodile Breaker had addressed this stranger, the several Tier 2 experts around him surrounded Sherfong, sealing off any path of escape. Seeing this, Cool Summer began to worry. She felt that Sherfong was simply too foolish. Although the town had NPC soldiers to protect its citizens, players weren't absolutely safe from harm. If Sin Realm's members wanted to act, not even her brother could stop them. As she considered the situation, Smiling Breeze called out to her through their party chat, saying, "Once the battle starts, I'll hold them back as long as I can. Use the chance to flee with this swordsman. As long as you two find the town's NPC soldiers, Sin Realm's members should give up the chase. Brother, you need to be careful. Crocodile Breaker won't be an easy opponent." Cool Summer said as she nodded. She agreed that the plan was their only way out of this predicament. Although everyone expected Sherfong to make a move, he didn't seem on high alert in the least. Instead, he looked at Cool Summer and calmly asked, "Wonderful. I'd like to buy every basic level strengthening potion you have. How much will it be?" Hearing Sherfang's offer, Cool Summer was speechless. Despite the situation's painful tension, Sherfong was in the mood to discuss the potion. If they didn't make a move now and allowed Sin Realm's members to surround them, they'd be doomed. She even began to suspect that Sherfong truly wanted to purchase the potions and that he didn't actually have any intentions of helping them. "Brat, you must really be tired of life," one of the Tier 2 assassins around Sherfong bellowed. He hadn't thought that Sherfong would dare to belittle them to this extent. The Tier 2 assassin dashed toward Sherfong to scare the swordsman, although he didn't plan to attack the man. Crocodile Breaker hadn't given the command to attack, and if he struck this swordsman, the town's NPC soldiers would attack him and the rest of his team. However, after the Tier 2 assassin used shadow steps to appear behind Sherfong, and before he could place a tracking mark on the swordsman, a blue light flashed before him. The level 58, Tier 2 assassin's vision faded to black, and his body collapsed to the ground, a piece of equipment appearing next to his corpse. As if space had frozen, the main street fell deathly silent. Everyone only recovered from their daze after a few seconds. What's going on? What just happened? How did that Tier 2 assassin die? Although the spectators saw that the Tier 2 assassin was dead, they didn't understand what had just occurred. The Tier 2 assassin had been charging at Sherfong a moment ago, yet his body had fallen to the ground a second later. "Brother, do you know what just happened?" Cool Summer whispered to Smiling Breeze as she stared at the slain assassin. "I didn't get a clear look, but I think that swordsman is responsible," Smiling Breeze said as he stared at Sherfong, an indescribable shock filling his heart. Despite having reached the trial tower's 7th floor, he had failed to witness Sherfong take action. All he has seen was a blue flash envelop the Tier 2 assassin. To make matters worse, he hadn't been able to react to the situation. He had only realized that Sherfong had acted after the assassin had died. It was unbelievable. Sin Realm's members were just as stunned, unable to believe that their companion had fallen. What did he do? This question consumed their minds. It wouldn't have been as unusual if anyone else had died, but the Tier 2 assassin was one of Sin Realm's top-ranked experts. Why wouldn't they be afraid after watching such an expert die in an instant? "What are you afraid of?" Crocodile Breaker roared. "We're in an NPC town. He attacked us first. The NPC soldiers won't let him off the hook." Crocodile Breaker's reminder snapped his companions out of their daze, and they began to close the distance between them and Sherfong. They planned to distract this swordsman until the NPC soldiers arrived. "Fellow friend, you need to run. You'll be in trouble if you stay until the NPC soldiers arrive." Smiling Breeze hurriedly warned Shifeng despite Shifeng's frightening strength, attacking another player in a town was unwise. If the NPC guards captured him, he'd suffer a tragic ending. You think we'll let you get away so easily? Sin Realm's members sneered at Shifeng as they began to attack. They had been rather apprehensive of making a move, but now that Shifeng had attacked them, the system would determine that this swordsman was the guilty party. If they attacked now, they'd simply be defending themselves. Spells and arrows bombarded Shifeng as Sin Realm's Tier 2 MTs formed a tight circle around Shifeng, leaving no gaps for escape. However, when the spells and arrows struck, they only hit Shifeng's afterimage. Before anyone had time to realize what had happened, Shifeng had appeared beside the approaching Tier 2 MTs, his blade slicing the MT's vital points. Purgatory Pentaslash. Despite targeting Tier 2 MTs, Shifeng ended them in no more than 2 slashes. In the end, 2 Tier 2 MTs died without the chance to activate their life-saving skills. When Crocodile Breaker saw his companions dying, his expression darkened. He immediately activated his Berserk skill and launched a vicious slash at Shifeng with his greatsword. Sin Realm's other Tier 2 experts activated their Berserk skills, as well, assisting Crocodile Breaker from the side and aiming to pin Shifeng down. Despite seeing the greatsword, with its deathly aura, and the multiple Tier 2 spells flying toward him, Shifeng didn't move to dodge. Instead, he dashed forward and brandished his 2 swords against Crocodile Breaker. Swords Transmigration. Suddenly, a beautiful galaxy of stars appeared around Shifeng before exploding. Boom. The impact threw Crocodile Breaker back by over 10 yards. Even after he landed, he had to stumble several steps back before he could stabilize his position. Both of his arms had gone numb, and he couldn't lift his weapon. He had also lost 20% of his HP. In contrast, Shifeng remained unharmed. How is this possible? Crocodile Breaker stared at Shifeng, dumbfounded. When he activated his Berserk skill, his strength was even higher than a Great Lord's of the same level. He nearly had enough strength to rival a Grand Lord, and he had the support fire from the Tier 2 Elementalists and Cursemancers around him. Still, Shifeng had sent him flying, not the other way around. To make matters worse, he could tell that this swordsman hadn't used a skill or spell, both of which would change the user's ambient mana when activated. Crocodile Breaker's companions were just as stupefied. The Berserker, known as Heavy Sword, had been thrown from a head-on clash. Moreover, Crocodile Breaker had already activated his Berserk skill, while his opponent hadn't. So, this is the power of a bronze combat technique. Shifeng was similarly surprised to see the results of his attack. He had never thought that a bronze combat technique would be so powerful. Boss Croc. The NPC soldiers are here. This swordsman is dead for sure. Sin Realm's players sent Shifeng gleeful sneers when they noticed the approaching NPC soldiers. Although Shifeng's combat power had exceeded their expectations, his demise was assured now that the NPC soldiers had arrived, regardless of how powerful he weighs. It's over. Why didn't he run away? Cool Summer anxiously muttered as she watched the town's guards surround Shifeng. Just as Sin Realm's members assumed that they'd get to watch Shifeng struggle against the NPC soldiers, the Tier 3 NPC leading the patrol squad approached the swordsman and respectfully asked, "Lord Bronze Legatee, how may we be of service?" Chapter 1992, Taking Action in Purple Thorns Kingdom. Rows of level 150 NPC stood at attention before Shifeng. Between him and the street crowded with players when they heard the level 150, Tier 3 patrol captain's question. The watching players were stunned. How is this possible? Why aren't the soldiers arresting him? Who is that? Is the system bugged? Questions plagued the players' minds, and Sin Realm's members were particularly stupefied. The scene they had just witnessed had thoroughly altered their worldview. It was common knowledge in God's domain that any player that attacked another within an NPC town or city would be killed, captured, or both. It was an ironclad rule, yet this player had just broken that ironclad rule. In fact, the NPC soldiers, who were supposed to administer justice to Shifeng, treated the swordsman with respect. "Brother, am I dreaming?" Cool Summer asked as she tugged on Smiling Breeze's sleeve, blinking in confusion as she watched Glory Town was one of the most heavily fortified towns in the Purple Thorns Kingdom, and its laws were just as strict as in NPC cities. The NPCs that ensured order within the city wouldn't ever pardon a player that had intentionally committed murder. Not only would the guards kill the offender on the spot, but they'd also lock the player in jail for another 2 or 3 days. Unless one could escape the NPC soldiers' pursuit, avoiding punishment was impossible. Despite hearing his sister's question, Smiling Breeze didn't reply. He was preoccupied with his frustration over this situation. Naturally, Sherfone wasn't particularly surprised by the NPC soldiers' reactions. He was, after all, a bronze legatee, enjoying the status of a baron in any NPC city he visited. Although the baron rank was the lowest among nobles, one was treated differently in NPC cities based on their title. Although Sin Realm's Tier 2 assassin hadn't attacked Sherfone, the assassin had planned to use a tracking skill on him. Using a tracking skill on a normal player in an NPC city might not be a crime, but using it on a titled noble was. The system would consider the act as a premeditated attack. The NPC soldiers wouldn't question him for killing the Tier 2 assassin. Needless to say, although the other Sin Realm members hadn't landed an attack, they had attacked him. He could kill these players without consequences from the system, as well. This was the true benefit of being a titled noble. Of course, if 2 titled noble players fought, the system would deem the first to cause damage as the offender. However, an advanced town like Glory Town might not have a single ordinary noble, much less a titled noble. Hence, Sherfone didn't have a reason to hold back and could slay all who had attacked him. These people attacked me. What is the most severe punishment they can receive according to the laws? Sherfone asked the patrol captain, smiling as he gestured to Crocodile Breaker and his minions. Lord Bronze Legatee, since they have attacked a titled noble within the town, they can be imprisoned for a maximum of 3 days, the patrol captain replied, flashing Crocodile Breaker's group of frosty glare. Good. Lock them up for 3 days, then. Sherfone nodded. Understood. Upon hearing Sherfang's instructions, the patrol captain waved a hand and signaled his soldiers to arrest Crocodile Breaker and the rest of Sin Realm's members. The crowd gaped in shock as they watched the NPC soldiers arrest Crocodile Breaker's group. Sherfone had clearly attacked and killed a player first, yet Sin Realm's members were going to jail. This would be a huge loss for the guild. Damn it. How does he have a titled noble position in Glory Town? Crocodile Breaker's expression darkened after hearing the patrol captain's command. He knew a little about the privileges a titled noble enjoyed, but he hadn't dreamed that Sherfone would be a titled noble here. Spending 3 days in jail was far less acceptable to expert players like himself than losing a single level in God's domain. Time was money. He would fall far behind the frontline players if he lost 3 days. Not only would he fall behind in terms of levels, but his weapons, equipment, and skills would as well. Boss, what should we do? Sin Realm's members grew anxious as the NPC soldiers approached. Spending 3 days in jail was akin to being locked out of God's domain for 3 days. To players like them, who had already gotten used to living in God's domain, this outcome was worse than death. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Crocodile Breaker shouted. The only way to escape imprisonment was to flee Glory Town. They'd be ruined if the NPC soldiers captured Thema. As soon as Crocodile Breaker gave the command, the Sin Realm members held nothing back as they used their life-saving tools to flee. Trying to fight the NPC soldiers would be suicidal. The level 150, Tier 2 NPCs could kill them with a single hit. They'd be pulverized. If they fought, not only would they die and lose a level, but they'd still be stuck in prison for 3 days. When Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer saw Sin Realm's members turn and run, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Now that these guild players were gone, they could escape danger. At worst, they would have to leave the Purple Thorns Kingdom. Although doing so would waste the investments they had poured into the kingdom, it was a better option than being hounded and killed by Sin Realm's members. However, as Crocodile Breaker fled, he retrieved a magic scroll from his bag and activated it. Suddenly, a pitch-black magic array formed above the main street, radiating a dense, lethal aura. The aura extended toward Shifeng and the two siblings so quickly that it was almost impossible to evade. However, the aura didn't inflict any damage, but left Shifeng and the sibling pair debuffed the death mark. No matter where the marked players ran, the death mark would reveal their location to Crocodile Breaker during the next 12 hours. The death mark would even be effective while the players were offline, and its duration would only decrease while they were logged into the game. Although I don't know who you are, I promise that only death awaits you since you have made an enemy of Sin Realm in the Purple Thorns Kingdom. Crocodile Breaker bellowed as he glared at Shifeng with bloodshot eyes. Many of the expert players in the crowd felt a chill crawl down their spines as they sensed the killing intent within his voice. He had wanted to kill Shifeng to prove Sin Realm's might to the watching players, but he hadn't expected the swordsman to use him as a nameless pawn and damage Sin Realm's reputation instead. He swore to himself that he wouldn't rest until he killed Shifeng personally. Naturally, he couldn't let Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer off the hook either. It's over. Those three are doomed. I knew something like this would happen. Provoking Sin Realm in the Purple Thorns Kingdom is simply suicide. No one can save those three now. The various expert players and adventurer team members present could not help but sigh at this turn of events. They knew Crocodile Breaker wouldn't easily let this matter rest. He would kill the trio back to level 0 at the very least. Realizing the same, Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer revealed grim expressions. Now that they bore the death mark, Sin Realm would track them down and kill them even if they left the Purple Thorns Kingdom. Is that so? Let's see you try it. Glancing at Crocodile Breaker, who was about to activate an instantaneous movement magic scroll, Shifeng used Instant Strike to appear before the Berserker. He then brandished Killing Ray Sword's orbit. With the attack speed boost from Instant Strike, the sacred sword moved so quickly that not even Crocodile Breaker, who still had an active berserk skill, could defend himself before multiple swordlights devoured him. In the blink of an eye, his HP plummeted, and his body collapsed to the ground. Chapter 1993, Kingdom Uproar. Crocodile Breaker's death shocked the spectating crowd and Sin Realm's retreating members. None of them could believe what they had just seen. Dead. This is a trick, right? The heavy sword actually died in a single move. Players new to the Purple Thorns Kingdom might not be familiar with Crocodile Breaker, but those who resided in the kingdom knew his name and nickname quite well. He had become many players' nightmare. Many of the kingdom's expert players that had resisted Sin Realm had died by Crocodile Breaker's hand, yet such a powerful expert had died instantly. No one would believe them if they retold this tale. That player is amazing, brother. Cool Summer exclaimed as she watched Shifeng loot the battlefield. He might even be stronger than you. Emisham. His swordsmanship is so fast. Smiling Breeze nodded in agreement. Shifeng's performance had shocked him, as well. I've seen almost every top-ranked swordsman in the kingdom in action, but none of them are close to his level. Just who is he? Not only was he a Tier 2 player, but he was also an assassin, the class famed for its speed, but he hadn't been able to keep up with Shifeng's attack. He hadn't even caught the moment this swordsman had executed the skill. By the time he had realized what was happening, Shifeng's attack was over, and Crocodile Breaker was dead. When he tried to put himself in Crocodile Breaker's shoes, he doubted that he'd be able to activate Vanish, an almost instantaneous life-saving skill, in time. When he recalled his decision to send Shifeng and his sister away while he protected them from behind, he found the idea laughable. Crocodile Breaker's death had undoubtedly dealt Sin Realm's members quite the mental blow. As a result of their momentary pause, only a small number of the guild players had actually escaped Glory Town. The NPC soldiers captured the rest of them. The players that had died lost a level and a piece of equipment as a result, in addition to resurrecting in the town's prison to spend 3 days behind bars. Friends, Sin Realm's people have left. If you intend to flee, you should do so now. I doubt it will be long before the guild sends reinforcements. It will become far harder to leave Glory Town once they arrive. Shifeng addressed Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer once he finished collecting the items Sin Realm's members had dropped. Shifeng's warning snapped Smiling Breeze out of his daze, and he gratefully replied, "Thank you. I'm Smiling Breeze, and this is my little sister, Cool Summer. May I have your name, friend. Yi Feng, Shi Feng answered truthfully. Although he had considered using Black Flame, it would cause a commotion if the public learned that Zero Wing's guild leader had appeared in the Purple Thorns Kingdom. The kingdom's various major powers would certainly pay more attention to him, and if that happened, it could affect his quest. Yi Feng, could you be Zero Wing's honorary elder? Smiling Breeze stared at Shi Feng in surprise. Zero Wing had become considerably famous in God's domain. Its success in repelling a veteran super-first-rate guild's offensive and joining the secret chamber of commerce had earned the guild some notoriety, increasing Zero Wing's chances of becoming a super-first-rate guild itself in the future. With so much attention on Zero Wing, it was only natural for the public to grow familiar with the guild's peak experts, including Yi Feng. Thus far, Yi Feng had displayed great strength in multiple battles in Star Moon Kingdom. Not only had he become well known in his own kingdom, but he had become extremely famous among the Purple Thorns Kingdom's expert players. During their free time, expert players enjoyed discussing nearby kingdoms' experts and comparing themselves to figure out who was stronger. Cool Summer stared at Shi Feng in shock, as well. She felt as if she were dreaming. Brother, is this really happening? We actually got to meet Zero Wing's honorary elder, Yi Feng. Cool Summer whispered to Smiling Breeze, her eyes glowing with excitement. Even existences like Crocodile Breaker were out of reach for independent players like them, not to mention an honorary elder from a guild with the potential to become a super first-rate guild. A single sentence from Yi Feng was enough to cause most second-rate guilds to shudder with fear. When nearby players overheard Shi Feng's introduction, they couldn't help but gape at the swordsman. They finally understood why Shi Feng had been so relaxed during the earlier exchange with Sin Realms members and shrugged off Crocodile Breaker's mighty aura. That's right, Shi Feng replied, at a loss for words after seeing the two siblings surprise. Both Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer had been beyond his reach in the past. Smiling Breeze had been one of the top 10 assassin experts in the Black Dragon Empire during his peak, and if not for his status as an independent player, he would have likely reached Tier 5. As for Cool Summer, she had only been a step away from becoming a Grandmaster Alchemist. Second-rate guilds hadn't had a prayer of encountering her, and even first-rate guilds had treated her like a VIP, doing almost anything to recruit her. May I know what plans you two have after this? Shi Feng asked. Remaining in the Purple Thorns Kingdom is no longer possible now that we have a tracking mark on us. We'll probably head over to the Black Dragon Empire and check out the situation there, Smiling Breeze replied, sighing. The Black Dragon Empire? That is certainly a good place to develop, Shi Feng said after giving the matter some thought. He then sent the two players friend requests and said, Zero Wing has a branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire as well. If you encounter any trouble or run into Sin Realms people, you can contact me. If you need to buy or sell anything, you can also do so at the Candlelight trading firm. I'll make sure you both enjoy the membership benefits. Although Shi Feng had considered inviting Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer to join Zero Wing, he knew that they'd never accept. Many superpowers had tried to recruit them in his previous life, as well, even offering incredibly lax conditions that barely restricted their freedom. In the end, however, the siblings had rejected every offer. This proved to him that these two weren't interested in joining any guild. So, he shouldn't try to force the situation. Befriending them would be a wiser choice. If these two ever changed their minds, they'd at least consider joining Zero Wing. Thank you. Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer expressed their gratitude. Continuing, Smiling Breeze said, we really don't know what to say. If you need our help with anything in the future, please feel free to ask. We'll help you to the best of our abilities. Ordinary players might not understand the benefits of Zero Wing's protection and the Candlelight trading firm's membership, but they did. Countless independent players dreamed of such an advantage. After conversing with Shi Feng for a little while longer, Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer departed from Glory Town. Meanwhile, the players on the main street were in an uproar over Shi Feng's battle with Sin Realms members. Some players had even uploaded the battle videos they had recorded to the Purple Thorns Kingdom's official forums. The instant the battle videos were available, they became the most popular topic of conversation throughout the kingdom. Many of the kingdom's players had negative opinions of Sin Realm due to its tyrannical behavior, but since the guild was so powerful, They were forced to endure its control now that Sin Realm had suffered a massive defeat in Glory Town, with one of its 7 great experts falling in battle. It was only natural that the populace's general mood was quite jubilant for a time. The kingdom's population grew curious about Shifeng's identity, and many players found themselves admiring the swordsman. As news of the battle spread, everyone soon discovered that Shifeng was actually Zero Wing's Yifeng. Due to this revelation, the entire kingdom was in an uproar, with many players expressing their desire to join Zero Wing, hoping that the guild would establish a branch guild in the Purple Thorns kingdom. The overwhelming reaction even surprised Shifeng at this point. Over 200,000 players, a truly frightening number, had voiced their desire to take down Sin Realm. Just how much of a tyrant is Sin Realm in the Purple Thorns kingdom? Shifeng was astonished as he read the forum post containing a petition to deal with the offending guild. The average large guild didn't even have 100,000 members. Only second-rate and above guilds could amass such a collection. It didn't take long for news of the matter to reach the Purple Thorns kingdom's various major powers, especially the kingdom's tyrant, Sin Realm. Chapter 1994, Unexpected Joy. Purple Thorns City, Sin Realm's residence. The glorious, magnificent guild hall was hectic due to the incident in Glory Town. The guild members in the building struggled to control their bloodlust after learning about the defeat, and some players had even tried to form an expedition to flatten Glory Town. Meanwhile, Sin Realm's upper echelons had gathered in the guild leader's office. Guild leader, we've looked into the situation. The player that killed Crocodile Breaker is Yifeng, Zero Wing's honorary elder. An indifferent man in purple gold robes and carrying a silver staff addressed the emaciated man in the guild leader's seat. Although the emaciated man looked like a shriveled tree, he felt like a towering mountain. Some of the guild's upper echelons didn't even dare to look him in the eye due to the powerful pressure he gave off. Sin Realm's members only felt awe and reverence towards this emaciated man. He was the strongest guild leader in Sin Realm's history. Lone Beacon. Sin Realm had still been considered a lowly second-rate guild a few years ago, but after Lone Beacon had become the guild leader, Sin Realm had rapidly developed. Now, it was a publicly acknowledged first-rate guild under Lone Beacon's leadership. Sin Realm had increased its development speed after joining God's domain. The guild was now even stronger than some veteran first-rate guilds and had taken full control of the Purple Thorns kingdom. Many first-rate and super-first-rate guilds had even failed to accomplish such a feat. Zero Wing's Yifeng. Lone Beacon's lips curled into a smile. That is interesting. As soon as we lay our hands on the Witch's Hill, someone from Zero Wing appears in the Purple Thorns kingdom. Guild leader, this Yifeng is too arrogant. He actually dared to kill Crocodile Breaker in our own territory. It's a slap to the face, a robust, tanned berserker growled angrily. Please, let me lead a team to teach this guy a lesson. We'll show Zero Wing that just because it barely resisted an offensive from Miracle, that doesn't mean that it can strut around before Sin Realm. Irontooth is right, guild leader. Yifeng has come to our territory alone and killed Crocodile Breaker. If we don't take care of him, we'll become a laughingstock in the kingdom. Everyone will assume that we fear Zero Wing. The other guild upper echelons promptly voiced their agreement. It might have been acceptable if Zero Wing had sent an army into Purple Thorns kingdom, and the two guilds had clashed, but Shifeng had come here on his own. He had even publicly announced his identity before the kingdom's populace. If they didn't deal with this player and prove to Zero Wing that they weren't to be trifled with, then Sin Realm's reputation would be in tatters. All right. Irontooth, take a team to Glory Town, Lone Beacon said, nodding. He, too, felt that it was necessary to teach Zero Wing a lesson. He then continued, however, Yifeng is extraordinarily strong. Take the steel puppet with you as a precaution. The guild's upper echelons were surprised by Lone Beacon's decision. Sin Realm had only obtained the treasured steel puppet after many difficulties. The guild had lost more than 10,000 lives and numerous Tier 3 magic scrolls. Although the steel puppet couldn't fight on its own like a summoned creature, needing a player's control, it could kill players as easily as killing ants. The steel puppet wouldn't have any issues dealing with Tier 3 experts, much less Tier 2 players yet. Lone Beacon wanted to use the steel puppet against a single expert player from Zero Wing. He was simply making a mountain out of a molehill now that Shurfong bore the death mark. The guild could easily track his movements. Sending Irontooth and his team, along with some magic scrolls and magic array scrolls, would be more than enough. There was no need to mobilize the steel puppet. The steel puppet? Irontooth rejoiced when he heard his guild leader's command. Hurriedly, he replied, "Leave it to me. I'll make sure Yifeng regrets ever setting foot in the Purple Thorns kingdom." Following which, Irontooth, one of Sin Realm's 7 great experts, walked out of the guild leader's office to organize a team for his trip to Glory Town. In the meantime, Shurfong had arrived at Glory Town's town hall. Although Glory Town was not located in a high-resource map, based on the situation, Shurfong felt that this was an excellent place to make money and recruit expert players for Zero Wing. Although the monsters around Glory Town were average in all aspects, a specific rare herb was available in the area, the Phantom Flower, the main material for producing the basic level strengthening potion. Even in a herb-rich country like the Purple Thorns Kingdom, the Phantom Flower was far from common, and it didn't even grow in Starmoon Kingdom. Other kingdoms and empires that contained the phantom flowers didn't produce the flowers in large quantities either. This was why Cool Summer had come to Glory Town. Due to the basic level strengthening potion's popularity in the past, the phantom flower had become incredibly valuable. Each flower had initially sold for 3 silver, but the price had eventually skyrocketed to 15 silver. Currently, one could count the number of basic level strengthening potion recipes that existed in God's domain on one hand. Since so few players grinded in high-level maps right now, the demand for this potion wasn't particularly high yet either. However, as players progressed in the game, they would need more EXP per level, making it far more difficult to level up. Fighting higher-leveled monsters would soon become a necessity if players wanted to increase their level quickly. At that time, the basic level strengthening potion would become intensely popular, which, in turn, would increase the scarcity of the phantom flowers. Although Shurfong didn't yet have the recipe, he could take advantage of the situation to stockpile phantom flowers. Producing basic level strengthening potions would become impossible without them, after all. Naturally, more of the potion's recipes would surface as time passed. Lord Bronze Legatee, how may I be of service today? The town hall's senior administrator took the initiative to approach Shurfong as he entered the building. I wish to buy 2 plots of land, Shurfong replied. Very well. These are all the lands available for sale in the town, the senior administrator said as he revealed a map of Glory Town. Despite being an advanced town, Glory Town's size was only the size of an intermediate town. As a result, it didn't have many lands for sale. As Shurfong inspected the lands in the town's central district, he noticed a dark blue marker. It was particularly eye-catching since the rest of the markers on the map were light blue. How is this possible? There's actually a plot of advanced land for sale. Shurfong was stunned as he stared at the dark blue marker. Chapter 1995, Advanced Land. How much for this plot of land? Shurfong asked, suppressing the excitement in his heart as he pointed at the dark blue marker on the map. In the past, the various superpowers had considered advanced lands extremely valuable. Unlike ordinary lands, players had absolute control of the advanced lands they purchased. In other words, like guild towns and cities, players wouldn't be limited to the type of construction they could build on the land. Instead of building shops, guild residences, or private houses, players could construct auction houses or battle arenas. Though, only a fool would build a battle arena in an NPC town, as doing so would not yield any profits. NPC towns didn't have much mana, and a battle arena wouldn't provide enough benefits to the players training within without a high mana density. The wisest way to use a plot of advanced land was to build an auction house. Auction houses couldn't be constructed on ordinary lands, and NPC towns didn't usually possess auction houses. Of course, player-constructed auction houses didn't hold much attraction for players. They were already available in NPC cities, and every NPC town and city had a teleportation hall, allowing players to travel from one location to another easily. Moreover, NPC auction houses were usually connected with multiple other NPC auction houses, which allowed players to sell and purchase items from multiple NPC cities. In contrast, Player-constructed auction houses were only connected with other auction houses the player owned. However, player-constructed auction houses had an advantage that NPC auction houses lacked: the freedom to choose the form of currency required. Instead of coins, players could use credits or magic crystals. Many of God's domain's players dreamed of earning real-world money through the game, but transactions involving credits and in-game items were troublesome. Normally, players were only willing to go through the trouble for bulk or high-value transactions. However, player-constructed auction houses removed the hassle of credit trades. The services player-constructed auction houses offered were convenient for small transactions, and the guilds operating the auction houses could collect processing fees, earning a large sum of credits. If the auction house's trade volume was sufficiently high, the ruling guild could even earn enough credits per day to make the various superpowers jealous. Of course, obtaining such an income was impossible if one relied on a single NPC town's auction house, but there was a saying, many a little makes a mickle. If Sherphone could construct an auction house while God's domain was still in its early phases, he could earn a fortune. Moreover, an auction house in an NPC town would be far more popular than one in a guild town. This was due to the more convenient transportation methods. Every NPC town and city in the Purple Thorns Kingdom allowed direct teleportation to Glory Town. Lord Bronze Legatee, this plot of land's price is somewhat special. In addition to 14,000 gold, you'll also have to pay 300 mana stones and 300 pure magic cores if you wish to purchase it, the senior administrator said. Mana stones and pure magic cores. Sherphone released a sigh of relief when he heard the senior administrator's price. Normally, advanced lands cost both coins and resources. Fortunately, the resources required this time were not particularly valuable. Sherphone could easily synthesize mana stones from magic crystals, and he could collect pure magic cores from killing level 50+ Great Lord ranked demonic beasts. Neither of these items would be difficult to acquire for Zero Wing. As for the 14,000 gold, the cost was practically negligible. Zero Wing had earned quite a bit of profit recently, and he had the compensation the Black Dragon Empire's various large guilds had paid for their transgressions. Even though most of the compensation had been paid in materials and lands, quite a few guilds had paid with coins. Overall, Sherphone currently had over 170,000 gold in his pockets. This was also why he had decided to activate a super large-scale neutral city. After speaking with the senior administrator, Sherphone contacted Melancholic Smile and had her send some manpower to Glory Town. He also instructed her to send mana stones and pure magic cores. In less than an hour, Sherphone had received the required 300 mana stones and 300 pure magic cores. He then purchased the advanced land, in addition to 2 plots of ordinary lands, spending a total of 18,000 gold. After purchasing the lands, Sherphone used the auction house design, which the guild had recently acquired, and instructed his guild's architects to construct the auction house on the advanced land. He then spent another 5,000 gold to construct a guild residence and a shop on the 2 plots of ordinary land. Suddenly, 3 extremely eye-catching buildings rose within Glory Town. The Candlelight trading firm was especially impressive, and although it wasn't as majestic as the advanced auction house, it was a 3-story building. Moreover, it occupied just as much area as Zero Wing's new residence. Glory Town's players immediately noticed the appearance of Zero Wing's residence and the Candlelight trading firm. The town wasn't particularly large, after all, and none of the town's lands had been purchased by any major powers. Glory Town was merely a border town, a temporary leveling area for a small number of independent players. There was no real value to purchasing the lands here. Why is there a player-constructed auction house? Didn't they say that it wasn't possible to construct auction houses in NPC towns? Zero Wing is so awesome. It has even pulled off something like this. But what's the point in constructing an auction house here? Player-constructed auction houses don't usually have a lot of items for sale. The customer base is so much smaller than NPC auction houses, so there isn't much point in using a player-constructed one. True, but isn't Zero Wing Star Moon Kingdom's overlord? It also has a big city like Zero Wing City. This auction house here should be connected to the one there. If that's the case, it should have a lot of items for sale. Glory Town's players were all curious about the Candlelight auction house that now graced their town. They immediately entered to inspect the building and its services. However, once players examined the items for auction, they were stupefied. The Candlelight auction house had just as many items as the auction houses in NPC cities. Most importantly, many items could also be purchased with either coins or credits. Players could even spend credits to buy a single piece of bronze organ. This discovery excited the players that didn't have many coins but had spare credits lying around. Moreover, the weapons and equipment the Candlelight auction house offered were much cheaper. Amazing. The Candlelight auction house is simply amazing. Crap. There are so many pieces of level 55 mysterious iron equipment for sale. You won't even find this many in NPC cities' auction houses. Everyone's eyes turned bloodshot as they read through the item lists in the Candlelight auction house. Meanwhile, news of Glory Town's new auction house soon reached the Purple Thorns Kingdom's official forums with a particularly eye-catching title: Candlelight auction house appears in Glory Town. Chapter 1996, Popular Auction House. Due to the appearance of the Candlelight auction house, the players viewing the Purple Thorn Kingdom's official forums were in an uproar, especially the ordinary independent players. Once they read the forum thread, they headed to Glory Town. Normally, these independent players struggled to earn money, yet God's domain had many aspects that required coins. Exchanging credits for coins wasn't easy either, since most workshops and money farming teams sold coins at a minimum of 5 gold. Sellers very rarely sold small amounts, such as 50 silver or 1 gold. Players from ordinary households couldn't afford to spend the credits on 5 gold, and although they were willing to purchase individual pieces of bronze or mysterious iron equipment with credits, such opportunities were incredibly rare. Most players only sold bronze and mysterious iron equipment for credits when they were selling in bulk. Although it was possible to purchase individual bronze and mysterious iron equipment with coins in Guild Town's auction houses, there was generally a limited supply. Furthermore, traveling to Guild Towns wasn't very convenient now that the Candlelight auction house had appeared in an NPC town and had a large stock of items. Purple Thorns Kingdom's general populace couldn't sit still and do nothing in less than half an hour. Glory Town's sparsely populated streets had become crowded with players. Everyone visiting the town swarmed toward the Candlelight auction house to purchase and sell items. The town had become even more lively than Zero Wing City. Sherfone was overwhelmed as he watched from within the auction house. According to the auction house's statistics, over 30,000 items had been put up for auction, and over 50,000 items had sold. Meanwhile, the auction house had collected over 200,000 credits from processing fees and over 100 gold in consignment fees. Glory Town's Candlelight auction house made even more money than Zero Wing City. A suddenly melancholic smile contacted Sherfone and demanded, "Guild leader, what did you do in the Purple Thorns Kingdom? The Candlelight auction house has gained several thousand members in the last few moments. We've earned over 40,000 magic crystals via membership fees alone. In addition, the total trade volume for the auction houses in Zero Wing City, Silverwing Town, and Stone Forest Town has increased drastically. It's 30% higher than usual. The auction houses in Zero Wing City, Silverwing Town, and Stone Forest Town were some of Zero Wing's main income sources. However, the trade volume for these auction houses had increased by 30% and continued to rise. At this rate, the 3 auction houses would soon generate half of Zero Wing's credit income. At that time, Zero Wing would no longer have to sell secret silver and fine gold weapons and equipment to maintain the training ground. The guild might even be able to afford to recruit more internal members. A 30% increase in trade volume? Sherfone chuckled. That's only the beginning. If everything goes smoothly, we should see an increase of 70% at the very least. Oh, right. Send someone out to collect phantom flowers. As long as they don't cost more than 5 silver per stalk, buy as many as possible. An ordinary guild city couldn't compare to the convenience of owning an advanced land in an NPC town or city. This was even true for Zero Wing City, which had a player population of over 10 million. No other guild had built a guild auction house in an NPC town in the Purple Thorns Kingdom, and Shifeng's success would attract a large number of players to Glory Town. Soon, the NPC town would see more player traffic than Zero Wing City, and almost every player that visited had done so specifically to use the Candlelight auction house. Melancholic Smile was dazed when she heard that the trade volume would increase by at least 70%. If it really were possible to secure so much income, they wouldn't have to worry about the new training grounds operation costs phantom flowers. I'll have my people purchase them via secrets channels, Melancholic Smile said after recovering from her shock. No. We cannot purchase the flower through secret. I don't want to attract any unnecessary attention. Have people purchase the flowers from the various kingdoms and empires in secret, but try not to affect the market price, Shifeng said. Although the phantom flower wasn't particularly special, if Zero Wing purchased the flower in bulk through the secret chamber of commerce, the chamber's other members would notice. That could affect his plans to stockpile the phantom flowers. He was not willing to take such a risk. I understand. I'll have people collect phantom flowers in secret, Melancholic Smile said, understanding Shifeng's intentions. She then disconnected the call and began to arrange the necessary manpower. Meanwhile, a group of cloaked players had reserved a bar not far from the Candlelight auction house and had settled in to observe the situation. Commander Irontooth, I've sent some players to investigate, but we haven't discovered how Zero Wing got permission to construct the auction house. We only know that Zero Wing had dispatched a group of architects to construct it on that plot of land, a masked, level 58, Tier 2 assassin reported. Zero Wing has also constructed a residence in the town. By the looks of it, the guild plans to recruit members from Glory Town and begin its development in the kingdom from here. What an arrogant guild. First, Zero Wing kills our guild members, and now, it intends to start a branch guild in our kingdom. This is an insult to Sin Realm. Rage flared within Irontooth as he listened to his subordinates report. Commander, why don't we go and kill Yifeng now? A level 58, Tier 2 ranger suggested. No. We'll wait until he leaves Glory Town. Irontooth growled, shaking his head. Although Glory Town is only a town, it is a heavily fortified border town. Moreover, he must be aware that he has a tracking mark on him. He will expect an ambush and remain around a high number of NPCs. He might even have a bunch of companions with him. If we strike abruptly, we'll just end up like Crocodile Breaker right now. We need to wait. Once the tracking mark disappears, Yifeng will sense it. He'll think that he is free and will act more boldly. That will be the perfect time to take his life. Notify Feather Hunter and tell him to keep a close eye on Yifeng. Understood. The Tier 3 tracking scroll Crocodile Breaker had used was incredibly rare and effective, but it had an obvious flaw: the targeted player could perceive the mark. However, Sin Realm used such a tracking scroll for that reason, letting their prey know that they were being tracked and hunted. The tracking scroll was merely a distraction, a setup for the true attack that would occur after the death mark disappeared. Their killing move was a special legacy Sin Realm had obtained: Covert Killer. Not only did the Covert Killer hidden class allow a player to track others without being detected, but it also allowed the player to land a fatal blow from an extremely long distance. The class was almost tailor-made for Ranger. Sin Realm had nurtured a group of true tracking experts with this special legacy. Feather Hunter was the best among the players that had obtained the Covert Killer hidden class. While Sin Realm's Feather Hunter watched his target, Shifeng boldly left the Candlelight auction house and headed for the trading firm a short distance away. The Candlelight trading firm's interior was finally complete. The first floor would be reserved for selling daily necessities, the second would sell valuable items Candlelight produced, and the third would contain workspaces and a warehouse. The shop was also fully staffed by NPCs and Candlelight members from White River City. Now, all that was left was the shop's grand openings. Once Shifeng entered the Candlelight trading firm, he instructed an NPC to purchase materials and focus on buying phantom flowers. The guild members would be responsible for managing sales and producing items. With everything set up, Shifeng's true purpose of setting up the trading firm in Glory Town should remain hidden. I should head to the Icefire Mountain Range now. Sherfone glanced at the time once he had settled his affairs in Glory Town. Since the tracking mark on him had disappeared some time ago, he decided that it was finally time to leave. He immediately donned his black cloak and snuck out of the town. He only called out his mount and made his way towards the neutral map after he had put some distance between himself and Glory Town. The moment Sherfone left the town, Featherhunter notified Irontooth of the development. "Commander Irontooth, Yi Feng has snuck out of Glory Town," Featherhunter reported as he watched the moving red dot on his system map. "Good. He's finally getting impatient. Follow him closely. We'll head to your location immediately," Irontooth said, laughing as he finished the beer in his hand. Chapter 1997, Ancient Stone Box. Sherfone headed south after leaving Glory Town. "Is this guy insane? He's running out in the fields without a care. What's going on? Why haven't the monsters noticed him?" The players grinding in the fields were astonished as they watched Sherfone brazenly charge through the wilderness. They were stunned further when they realized that the high-level monsters nearby completely ignored the swordsman, while some actively avoided him. After a short moment, Sherfone vanished. The players here have already gotten used to killing higher-leveled monsters. As Sherfone rode through the wilderness on his mount, he noticed many parties fighting in the wild. Seeing these elite players' performance, he realized that they were slightly stronger than Starmoon Kingdom's elites. The monsters these elite players faced were clearly level 70 or higher. Not only did the monsters have an advantage in levels, but their basic attributes were also much higher. However, these elite players handled the monsters adeptly. They never tried to take the monsters head-on, sending the party's MT to distract the target while evading the monsters' attacks instead. Meanwhile, the party's ranged players bombarded the monsters, slowly but surely whittling down the higher-leveled opponents. While this combat method might seem simple, it was not easy to implement since the monsters in the area had considerably high combat standards. Including the attribute differences, distracting these monsters without taking a hit would be very difficult for current MTs, much less doing so for a long period. Players' combat standards would be tested here. However, despite their excellent performances, the best these players could manage was grinding in Glory Town's nearby maps. The farther they were from Glory Town, the stronger the monsters would be. Players would encounter more than just special elites and chieftains. They'd also run into lords and high lords. Even level 60, tier 2 experts would have to flee from level 70 plus lords and high lords, not to mention tier 1 players. Not only were these monsters' combat standards superior to special elites and chieftains, but they also had an arsenal of skills. If tier 2 experts were not careful, they could die in the blink of an eye. Of course, these monsters were no trouble for Sherfone. He had already reached level 70 and could easily move through these level 70 plus lords and high lords. After over 2 hours of travel, Sherfone finally arrived in an open gravel plain. An ancient altar, surrounded by stone pillars that formed a maze, stood in the center of the plain. Meanwhile, level 75 and higher elemental creatures roamed the maze, the majority of which were lord-ranked monsters. This was the elemental altar, the most famous location in Glory Town's map during Sherfeng's previous life. Sure enough, no one has come this far yet. As Sherfeng arrived before the elemental altar and gazed upon the ancient stone box upon it, he couldn't help but smile. Any player that had wanted to travel to Thunder Axe City had almost always done so through Glory Town in the past, but by the time he had made it to the town, players had long since explored the area. Meanwhile, among the various locations found, players had talked about the elemental altar more than any other. The altar had become such a hot topic due to the stone box enshrined on it. While the stone box might look ordinary, it contained an amazing treasure: the sealing stone. Although the sealing stone was a one-time use tool, it had astounding power. When used, it could seal the strength of one monster, reducing its rank by 1 for 3 hours. While this effect might not seem impressive, the sealing stone was even effective against mythic monsters. The tool would reduce ordinary mythic monsters to Grand Lord rank, and mythic-ranked archaic species would become as weak as ordinary mythic monsters. The player that had opened Thunder Axe City's entrance in the past had only succeeded due to this sealing stone. The guardian boss that protected the entrance would have been unbeatable for individual players at that time otherwise. As proof, many Superpowers Apex experts had failed to unlock the neutral city. Now that Sherfong wanted to open Thunder Axe City, he had to get a sealing stone of his own. However, opening the stone box was easier than said due to the Thunder Beast that guarded it. Thunder Beast, elemental creature, Grand Lord, level 77. HP 85 000 000/85 000 000. This Thunder Beast would be a challenge, and as more players gathered, it would become stronger. Unlike other field bosses, it would grow stronger once more than one hostile life form was within range. If more than 6 life forms were nearby, the Thunder Beast would grow into a Grand Lord ranked archaic species, and it would become as strong as mythic monster. If more than 20 life forms were within range. Although it wouldn't grow past mythic rank, its combat standards would skyrocket. The Thunder Beast would become impossible to defeat if more than 100 life forms were nearby. Meanwhile, the life forms in question included summoned creatures and players' personal guards. To make matters worse, the Thunder Beast would obtain more and higher quality skills as more life forms entered its range of influence. Because of this, the Thunder Beast had remained undefeated even after many guild experts had reached level 70 in the past. The sealing stone had only been discovered after a level 75 peak expert had visited the elemental altar and defeated the boss with special tools in hand. Although Sherfong had yet to reach level 75, he had incredibly powerful outside help, following which, Sherfong took out the Bible of Darkness and summoned a level 85, tier 3 lava demon. When the lava demon emerged, the surrounding temperature rose sharply due to the molten lava that covered its body, creating a natural domain. The lava demon was fond of melee combat, and while it might not be able to contend with a Grand Lord of the same level, it shouldn't have any issues against a Grand Lord 8 levels lower with the Bible of Darkness's strengthening effects. Go! Sherfong commanded, gesturing at the Thunder Beast that slumbered beside the elemental altar. The lava demon released a war cry before charging at the Thunder Beast, appearing before the Grand Lord in an instant and activating the tier 3 taboo skill, Lava Claw. By the time the Thunder Beast woke from its slumber, the lava demon's claw had struck the monster's lightning-formed body. Roar. The Thunder Beast cried out in agony, instantly losing more than 2 million HP, due to Lava Claw's weakening effect. The Thunder Beast's basic attributes dropped by 10%, as well. However, not one to be outdone, the Thunder Beast responded with a swipe of its tail, sending a whip of lightning at the lava demon. Tier 3 skill, Lightning Annihilation. With just one swing of its tail, the Thunder Beast launched a lightning attack in a 100-yard cone. Even a tier 2 metric tons of the same level with an active life-saving skill would barely survive the attack if they were on the receiving end. Any other class would die. Fortunately, the skill was nothing to the lava demon. The summoned demon only lost a little over L5 of its 24 million HP. Sherfong finally made his move after the lava demon and Thunder Beast struggled against each other for some time. Activating Instant Strike, he appeared beside the Thunder Beast and bombarded the Grand Lord with his attack's Shadow Blade. Purgatory Pentaslash. Flame Burst. Phantom Kill. Sherfong used one skill after another, each hit dealing tens of thousands of damage, with some even dealing over -100,000. The Thunder Beast's HP began to plummet. 90%. 70%. 50%. Since the Thunder Beast only had 2 opponents, Sherfong and his lava demon, it could only use 2 of its skills, the AoE tier 3 skill, Lightning Annihilation, and the single-target tier 3 skill, Lightning Claw. Against Sherfong, a player with the strength to rival a Great Lord of the same level, the Thunder Beast could only watch, helpless, as it continued to lose HP. In the end, Sherfong activated Divine Providence and landed the killing blow when the Thunder Beast's HP fell below 1%. The Grand Lord's body then dispersed as countless arcs of lightning, vanishing from the elemental altar. Chapter 1998, Sin Realms. So much EXP. Sherfong stared at his experience bar in astonishment. After the Thunder Beast had died, his experience bar had increased by 11%. If he were grinding normally, he'd need at least half a day to earn that much EXP, but he had gained so much after less than 20 minutes when he remembered that the Thunder Beast is a special boss, so much EXP made sense. If a 20-man team killed an ordinary Grand Lord of the same level, every member of the team would receive a significant amount of EXP. Not only was the Thunder Beast 7 levels higher than Sherfong, but he had also killed the Grand Lord without help, monopolizing the awarded EXP. It was only natural that he received so much. Any other level 70 player would have likely gained enough EXP to fill 20% of their experience bar when the Thunder Beast had fallen. It had also dropped over 30 items, filling Sherfong with delight past level 50. Even ordinary mythic field bosses only dropped around 30 to 40 items. Although he was responsible for the Thunder Beast's first kill, 30 items were still impressive. Meanwhile, over half of the items were materials, and all of them were unique materials from the Thunder Beast's body. Thunder Skin, epic rank material. When producing leather armor, the Thunder Skin can be used to enhance the armor's basic attributes and grant lightning resistance. Thunder Claw, inferior legendary rank material. When added to a weapon's production process, the Thunder Claw increases the weapon's attack power and adds additional lightning-type damage. All of the materials were unique items for tailoring, leatherworking, forging, alchemy, enchanting, and engineering. Every one of these items was incredibly valuable. The Thunder Claw was just as valuable as an ordinary epic weapon since materials that altered a weapon's damage to lightning type were particularly rare. Any weapon that could use lightning would ignore a significant amount of defense unless the target had very high lightning resistance. But equipment that provided that resistance was just as rare. Melee players in the past had dreamed of enlisting a master forger to create a custom weapon with lightning-type damage for them. With such a weapon, players would have a massive advantage when fighting monsters or players as expected of a unique boss. Its loot is amazing. Sherfang's eyes glowed as he gazed at the weapons and equipment the Thunder Beast had dropped. The Thunder Beast had dropped a total of 7 weapons and equipment. 6 pieces were level 70 equipment, of which 3 were fine gold rank, and 3 were secret silver rank. Of the 3 fine gold equipment pieces, 1 was a cloth chest piece, 1 was a pair of leather pants, and 1 was a pair of plate armor boots. The lightning combat boots pleased Sherfong the most. Although the cloth armor and leather pants were good, they weren't quite as powerful as the boots. Not only did the lightning combat boots add 10 points of lightning resistance, but they also possessed a powerful additional active skill called Lightning Shadow. When activated, the skill transformed the wearer into a streak of lightning for 10 seconds. Players wouldn't be able to attack during this time, but they would move as fast as lightning. If the player attacked during the transformation, they'd revert to their original state. The skill also had a 10-minute cooldown. This skill would undoubtedly make up for a plate armor class's lack of mobility. Whether the player used the skill to chase an opponent or flee, it would be exceptionally effective. Moreover, the lightning combat boots' basic attributes were even higher than those on the level 60 fine gold boots Sherfong currently wore. Without hesitation, Sherfong switched his current boots for the lightning combat boots, gaining more than 20 points to his basic attributes overall. Although the increase was minor, the additional skill, which would drastically increase his survivability, was far more important. Level 70 experts would covet the 3 pieces of level 70 secret silver equipment since each item offered lightning resistance. Not only would the resistance protect the wearer from lightning-type damage, but they'd also have more defense against skills and spells that inflicted numbing effects. The 3 pieces were even more valuable than ordinary level 70 fine gold equipment. However, the weapon the Thunder Beast had dropped, an extremely rare epic growth-type weapon, was even more impressive than the 6 pieces of equipment. Howling Thunder, throwing weapon, bronze rank. Equipment requirement: Strength 1000, Agility 900, and Tier 2 attack power. Value is set at player's strength *1, 7. Strength plus 36, Agility plus 27, Endurance plus 5, Attack speed plus 4. Maximum throwing distance, 42 yards when attacking. Ignore 20% of target's defense. Attack speed increases by 12%. 20% chance to land a critical hit. 10% chance to trigger a knockback effect. 10% chance to trigger the Thundering Wind effect, increasing attack speed by 150% and ignoring defense completely. Additional skill 1-. Lightning Guidance, Deals 120% lightning damage every second for 5 seconds in a 10-yard radius around the targeted area. Can store to a maximum of 3 lighting guidance charges. Each charge has a 2-minute cooldown. Additional skill 2 dash. Sundering Thunder causes a lightning impact that carries 100% of user's strength in a 30-yard cone cooldown, 5 minutes. Upgrading this weapon requires a large amount of mana. Can be upgraded to epic rank at maximum. Currently bronze rank. Requires 1000 magic crystals to reach the mysterious iron rank. Throwing weapons were extremely rare in God's domain, even more so than ornaments. They were also the only ranged attacks available to melee players. Moreover, throwing weapons were categorized by ranks, not levels. They were the only type of weapon that players could use throughout the entire game without becoming obsolete. Hence, every throwing weapon was worth a fortune in the past. Most melee experts had still used mysterious iron throwing weapons after reaching level 100. Very few had acquired secret silver or fine gold throwing weapons, and only the most fortunate players had obtained dark gold ranked throwing weapon. Sherfong hadn't switched to another throwing weapon since he had obtained the Blazing Meteor from Celiora. The Blazing Meteor would even be incredibly rare after players reached level 200, after all of course, he hadn't expected to get his hands on an epic growth type throwing weapon after killing the Thunder Beast. The Howling Thunder was even more valuable than ordinary epic weapon. Sherfong immediately began to upgrade the Howling Thunder since he had so many magic crystals on him at the moment. After a short moment, Sherfong had upgraded Howling Thunder to dark gold rank. He would need 40,000 magic crystals to upgrade it to epic rank, however, which was 10 times more than upgrading it from fine gold to dark gold rank. Since he didn't have enough magic crystals for this final upgrade, he had no choice but to set the matter aside for now. Even so, the dark gold ranked Howling Thunder had already surpassed Blazing Meteor's power, satisfying Sherfong. Sherfong left the elemental altar after he replaced Blazing Meteor with Howling Thunder and retrieved the Sealing Stone from the ancient stone box. However, as he was about to use the 7 Luminaries ring to teleport to the Icefire mountain range, a gigantic magic array appeared above him, forming a magic barrier that enveloped the area around Sherfong. Once the barrier was complete, a group of players wearing Sin Realm's guild emblem emerged from the ground. A playful light flashed in their eyes as they turned to Sherfong. Just as the guild leader guessed, you came to Glory Town for a quest. It's a pity your efforts will go to waste. The tall, robust Iron Tooth said as he stepped out of the crowd. Smiling, he continued, now, are you going to hand over the item, or will we need to retrieve it from your corpse? Decide. Chapter 1999, Instant Kill. As Iron Tooth finished his question, the players around him burst into action. Wasting no time, these players formed a tight circle around Sherfong. The Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights stood at the forefront with their shields raised, followed by the Berserkers and Swordsmen who offered their MT companion support. The ranged DPS players and healers stood farther behind. Sin Realm's members left Sherfong no room to flee. Even if Sherfong could tear through the encirclement and escape, the area had been sealed off with a magic barrier. He was trapped unless he could destroy it. Based on this pressure, you must have used an intermediate magic array. Sherfong thought aloud as he glanced at the players channeling the array. This magic array had also reduced his basic attributes by 25% in God's domain. Magic array suppression was far less effective against players than monsters, and the higher tiered a player was, the weaker the suppression would Beto rob a tier 2 player of 25% of their basic attributes. One would need to use an intermediate magic array at the very least. You've guessed correctly. This Earth's Wind is an intermediate magic array, and even a mythic monster would need some time to destroy it. While within the array, you won't be able to use teleportation spells or tools, Iron Tooth informed his prey, sneering. We prepared this magic array for you specifically. Is it to your satisfaction? Earth's Wind was one of the few sets of intermediate magic array scrolls Sin Realm possessed. They had originally saved it to use against particularly powerful field bosses. However, to ensure Sherfang's death and teach Zero Wing a lesson, Lone Beacon had decided to send the scrolls with Iron to this party. You don't really think one intermediate magic array is enough to take me down, do you? Sherfone calmly asked as he eyed the several hundred Sin Realm players before him. Around 50 of these players were Tier 2 experts. The rest of them were only Tier 1 players. The strongest player among them was Irontooth, a mere level 59, Tier 2 shield warrior, and Sherfone could tell that his combat standards were not quite as powerful as Crocodile Breaker's. This man was only an ordinary refinement realm expert. This team wasn't enough to deal with a peak expert head-on. Peak experts had exceedingly powerful basic attributes, and even if those attributes had been reduced by 25%, they were still higher than ordinary Tier 2 experts. Naturally, killing ordinary Tier 2 experts would be child's play. They'd only need a little more time to complete the task. Of course, a single intermediate magic array and these ordinary experts won't be enough to deal with you, Irontooth said, smiling at Sherfone. But what if these experts have violent blood potions? Earth's Wind would suppress Tier 2 experts' basic attributes by 25%, but a peak expert could still easily annihilate ordinary experts of the same level and tier while subjected to the array's effects. A 100-man team of ordinary Tier 2 experts still wouldn't be enough to take Sherfone down. This team would need over a dozen Refinement Realm experts working together to have any chance of victory. Although Sin Realm did not have that many Refinement Realm experts, it did have the extremely valuable Violent Blood Potion. Sin Realm had gone to great lengths to obtain the recipe for this potion, and after consuming it, players would gain an additional 1,200 points to every basic attribute. Moreover, these attribute points would add to players' base attributes. With their weapons and equipment's percentage modifiers, the potion's effects would be even greater. Meanwhile, the Violent Blood Potion had a 20-second duration and 5-minute cooldown. An ordinary Tier 2 expert would instantly gain the combat power of peak experts after drinking the potion. Unfortunately, the materials to produce the Violent Blood Potion were incredibly rare and valuable, and not even an advanced alchemist would have a high success rate when brewing it. To ensure Sherfang's defeat, Irontooth had specifically received 4 Violent Blood Potions from the guild with 4 peak experts and an intermediate magic array suppression. They could even kill a superpower's apex expert, much less Sherfone. When Irontooth had finished speaking, 3 Tier 2 experts near him took out their Violent Blood Potions and drank them. The intensity of the trio's auras instantly skyrocketed. The 3 Tier 2 players in question were a berserker, a swordsman, and an assassin. In this lineup, the berserker would act as the MT, the swordsman would offer support, and the assassin would find the opportunity to land the final blow. Yifeng, today, we will prove to you and Zero Wing that resisting an attack from Miracle doesn't mean that you can stand up to Sin Realm. Irontooth bellowed as he pointed at Sherfone. Go! Kill this arrogant fool! The trio then advanced on Sherfone. The berserker used charge, the swordsman used wind blade, and the assassin entered stealth the Violent Blood Potion. Watching the approaching berserker and swordsman, Sherfone retrieved Howling Thunder and flicked its sundering thunder. Countless arcs of lightning then surged forth. Once Sherfone had upgraded the throwing weapon to Dark Gold rank, Howling Thunder's skills had considerably improved. Now, Sundering Thunder could exert 180% of its user's strength and covered a 45-yard cone. The attack speed was also extraordinary. The attack caught the charging trio off guard. The impact sent all 3 flying while their HPs rapidly decreased. The Sin Realm members that had stood behind the trio had suffered an even more tragic fate. The Tier 1 players within Sundering Thunder's range died instantly. Only Tier 2 players had survived the attack, although their HPs had fallen to a critical level. While Sin Realm's players were stunned, Sherfone took the opportunity to throw Howling Thunder a second time. Lightning Guidance. Suddenly, 3 arcs of lightning charred the ground beneath the 3 Tier 2 experts that had consumed the Violent Blood Potions. Numerous arcs of lightning then descended from the sky and bombarded the area around the trio. Boom! 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 Since Lightning Guidance was an AoE attack, players could only evade it by escaping its range. Meanwhile, numbed by Sundering Thunder's effects, the 3 Tier 2 experts had no hope of dodging out of Lightning Guidance's range before the skill struck. The expert trio lost their remaining HP to the skill after 3 seconds. Not even the healers had time to save them as they lost tens of thousands of HP each second. How is this possible? Irontooth paled when he saw the 3 Tier 2 experts' corpses. Sherfong had killed 3 players with the combat power to rival peak experts without much effort. Moreover, he had accomplished this feat while suppressed by an intermediate magic array. For a moment, Irontooth couldn't believe his eyes. Sherfong, however, wasn't particularly surprised by the outcome. Peak experts were considered such due to their ability to react to danger. Some peak experts could even predict an enemy's attack before the player launched it. While Sin Realm's expert trio had greater combat power than peak experts, their ability to react was no more impressive than an ordinary expert's. Furthermore, even with the additional 1,200 points to their basic attributes, they were still no match for Sherfong's commander. What should we do? A Tier 2 assassin asked, as expected of Zero Wing's honorary elder. I had considered giving you an easy death, but since you don't appreciate my kindness, I'll make you suffer. Irontooth snarled. Gritting his teeth, he pulled the steel puppet from his bag. Chapter 2000, Combating the Steel Puppet. The steel puppet stood 8 meters tall and was comprised entirely of fine iron. It also wore thick, heavy, pitch-black armor. The steel puppet had 2 heads and 4 mechanical arms, each wielding a gigantic saber. Despite the steel puppet's inactive state, it radiated a dreadful aura. The boss is finally getting serious. Amazing. So, this is the guild's steel puppet? When they saw the colossal steel puppet, Sin Realm's members recovered their senses. They no longer feared Sherfong, but cheered with excitement. A steel puppet? Sherfong was quite surprised to see the massive construct like the guardian puppet. The steel puppet was a bronze puppet with the strength of an apex Tier 2 being. Its defense was even greater than the Hell tanks. Like the Hell tank and other war weapons, bronze puppets didn't have HP, but durability. The steel puppet was capable of several times the Hell tank's combat power, the perfect weapon to deal with players and take down buildings. Yifong, you should be pleased. You'll be this steel puppet's first victim. Irontooth said, sneering as he sat in the steel puppet's control module. This was the first time Sin Realm would use the steel puppet since obtaining it. The guild simply hadn't needed to use it yet. Operating the steel puppet also cost a large number of magic crystals. Just to activate it, one needed to store 1,000 magic crystals within the puppet. For every minute the steel puppet was operated, it would consume 50 crystals. In other words, the steel puppet could only operate for 20 minutes at full capacity. To make matters worse, using the steel puppet's skills would cost additional magic crystals. Sin Realm hadn't bothered to use the puppet for these reasons. Even when dealing with other guilds, Irontooth was only allowed to use the steel puppet now because Lone Beacon wanted to teach Zero Wing a lesson. As Irontooth fell silent, he used the steel puppet to advance on Sherfong. The steel puppet's movement speed was extremely high, crossing 50 yards in less than 2 seconds. Upon arriving before Sherfong, the steel puppet swung one of its sabers at the swordsman. Despite the attack's casual nature, its power was at the peak of Tier 3. The wind even howled as the saber soared toward Sherfong so fast. Sherfong immediately responded by swinging Killing Ray Boom. With the sound of an explosion, the saber's trajectory altered, and it crashed into the ground beside the swordsman, the impact tearing a 20-meter-long gash in the ground. Sherfong instantly lost over 20,000 HP. You really are something to survive an attack like that. But how will you fare against 4 sabers? Irontooth brandished his 3 remaining weapons after seeing his target only lose a small fraction of his HP. Since a player controlled the steel puppet, all 3 sabers accurately flew towards Sherfang's defensive blind spots. Boom. 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 As one slash after another descended, the blades devastated the ground around Sherfong. The earth trembled violently under the resulting impacts, and some of Sin Realm's nearby players lost their footing. The steel puppet's devastatingly destructive power stupefied Sin Realm's members. Setting aside the steel puppet's strength, its attack speed alone shocked many of the watching players. The sabers were far too quick, and even the Tier 2 players realized that they'd be hard-pressed to block a single strike. If they had to combat all three sabers simultaneously, they'd die on the spot. Once the dust settled, however, they were even more shocked. Sherfong still stood beside the steel puppet's swords. He hadn't died in the flurry of attacks, and this time, his HP was fully intact. As expected of a bronze combat puppet, its combat power is amazing. The Hell Tank is nothing in comparison, Sherfong thought as he looked at the deformed terrain around him. If he hadn't activated Power of Darkness in time, he would have likely lost more than half of his total HP. Controlling a combat puppet was very similar to controlling a divine beast. Players essentially merged with the combat puppet, and although they couldn't control the puppet as easily as they did their own bodies, executing simple attacks at maximum efficiency wouldn't be difficult. Moreover, a bronze combat puppet's every attack contained the strength and speed of Tier 2 at its peak. It was the equivalent of a Grand Lord ranked archaic species. In addition, every attack a combat puppet executed would contain its full power, like a player at their peak. Even a Tier 3 expert would be at a disadvantage against a bronze combat puppet with the same combat standard. A berserk skill? Do you think that can save you? Irontooth sneered when he saw the black aura around Sherfong. He then raised his four sabers and attacked again. Although he couldn't control the steel puppet as nimbly as his own body, he was confident of defeating a real Tier 3 expert with the puppet's strength, speed, and 4 arms. We'll see about that. Sherfong brandished his 2 swords to meet the 4 saber swords' orbit. A galaxy of stars formed around Sherfong, and he either blocked or deflected every attack Irontooth launched with the steel puppet. How is this possible? How is he keeping up with the steel puppet? Sin Realms members watched the battle with dropped jaws as the steel puppet was rendered ineffective against Sherfong. However, none of them knew that Sherfang's attributes could normally rival a great lord's of the same level. After using Power of Darkness, his strength was as high as an ordinary Grand Lord's under the intermediate magic array suppression. He was also as fast as a Tier 3 player of the same level. Hence, the steel puppet's basic attributes were only slightly higher than his, and Sherfong could easily make up for the gap with his Technikesh's actually so strong. Irontooth's expression darkened when he realized that he couldn't gain any ground against Sherfong. He had never thought that this swordman's attributes were so high that they could rival the steel puppet's. After trading blows for a short moment, Sherfong lost interest in passively defending himself. He started to find opportunities to attack the steel puppet. Dang! 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 Dazzling sparks filled the air as Sherfang's sword stabbed and slashed at the puppet, but despite taking multiple attacks, there wasn't a single mark on the puppet's armor. It's useless. Even if you have heaven-defying basic attributes, they are nothing before the steel puppet's defense. I want to see just how long your berserk skill will keep you alive. Irontooth growled, sneering. He was fully confident in the steel puppet's defense, which had Tier 3 defensive capabilities. Only a Grand Lord ranked archaic species attacks could reduce its durability. Ordinary Grand Lords would only accomplish the feat if they used particularly powerful skills. Is that so? Sherfong chuckled. He then activated Blade Liberation and slashed at the puppet again. Hua. Suddenly, a visible tear appeared on the steel puppet's armor. Chapter 2001, Fire Spirit appears. The steel puppet stumbled 4 steps back after Sherfang's attack, nearly losing its footing. How is this possible? Shock filled Irontooth's eyes as he stared at his puppet's cut. With a single attack, the steel puppet had instantly lost 3 points of its 1000 total durability. Sherfang's attack power was ridiculously high, practically rivaling mythic monsters. Irontooth wasn't the only one dumbfounded either. Sin Realms nearby players were stunned. They had never considered that a player with the strength to stand against the steel puppet would exist at this stage of the game. Rather than a player, Sherfong was a monster. After his first attack succeeded, Sherfong charged towards the puppet once more. Shadow Blade. 10 strikes thrust toward the colossal construction, each attack carrying 100% of Sherfang's strength. Scram! Irontooth bellowed as he controlled his puppet. The steel puppet's 4 arms began to rotate, creating a storm that countered all 10 of Sherfang's attacks. The puppet sabers created wind blades as it blocked the attacks, which flew towards Sherfong, forcing him to defend himself. The storm calmed after 3 seconds, resulting in a 7-meter-deep crater where the steel puppet stood. The 50-yard radius area around the construct was void of Lefeso. This is one of the steel puppet's skills. Sherfong revealed a bitter smile as he watched his adversary. Truly amazing. It seems that it's truly impossible to defeat a bronze combat puppet as a Tier 2 player. Every one of the steel puppet's attacks resembled a defense turret. The fact that it had 4 arms meant it wielded 4 turrets. It could launch attacks without rest. Only, unlike actual defense turrets, the steel puppet wasn't capable of ranged attacks. Even so, it was strong enough to trouble any ordinary Tier 3 expert. Furthermore, the steel puppet had high defense and powerful skills, every one of which was more powerful than the average Tier 3 large-scale destruction spell. These were the reasons that the various major powers use combat puppets as their most devastating trump cards. Although Sherfong had the strength to fight any ordinary mythic monster while suppressed by an intermediate magic array after activating twofold Berserk, the compounded skills only lasted a little over 20 seconds. He couldn't defeat the steel puppet in such a short time. Yifeng, although you are quite strong, the steel puppet isn't limited to normal attacks. I'll give you a taste of its true power. Irontooth sneered as he glared at Sherfong. He had been surprised that Sherfong had actually damaged his puppet, but the steel puppet had 3 skills that were incomparably powerful. The skill he had used to drive off Sherfong had been a defensive skill with a powerful knockback effect. When activated, the skill would force all enemies within a 50-yard radius back. Both of the puppet's remaining skills were offensive skills, Steel Meteor and Death's Judgment. Steel Meteor was a single-target skill, whereas Death's Judgment was an AoE. Since both skills consumed a lot of magic crystals, he had avoided using them, but he didn't have the leeway to conserve magic crystals. With how this fight had progressed, suddenly, the steel puppet's back bulged. Hundreds of magic bullets shot out of its back and flew towards the distant Sherfong. Although each magic bullet only contained power at the peak of Tier 3, the attack could even instant-kill a Tier 3 player since it fired several hundred at once. However, as everyone expected the magic bullets to shred Sherfong, golden, divine runes began to appear around the swordsman. The moment the magic bullets encountered the divine runes, they evaporated like snowflakes landing on a burning furnace. In the blink of an eye, the several hundred magic bullets vanished as if they had never existed. An invulnerability skill. Irontooth's expression darkened slightly as he watched the divine runes circling Sherfang's body. But then he smiled and said, "Steel Meteor only has a 30-second cooldown. I want to see just how you plan to block the next wave." Sin Realm's watching members laughed. Sherfong might possess heaven-defying combat power, but at the end of the day, he was only a player. How could a lone player possibly defeat a war weapon? "I might not be a match for the steel puppet, but I doubt that is the case for your magic barrier," Sherfong said as he glanced at Irontooth. He then dashed towards the magic barrier crab. "Stop him!" Irontooth shouted to his subordinates. As Sherfong had said, although he couldn't defeat the steel puppet, he'd have no issues destroying the Earth's wind magic array. The barrier could only endure a few mythic-level hits before it shattered. Sin Realm's members responded by bombarding Sherfong with ranged attacks, but with twofold Berserk, Sherfang's movement speed was just too high. Sin Realm's members could barely follow him with their eyes, much less land an attack. In a split second, Sherfong had reached the Earth's wind's magic barrier. Purgatory Pentaslash. As the 5 sword lights descended, the impact cracked the magic barrier. Boom! Following an explosion, the Earth's wind magic array transformed into countless particles of light and disappeared. Sherfong immediately recovered his basic attributes and regained the ability to use tools. Yifeng, don't even think about escaping. Irontooth charged forward with his steel puppet as the magic barrier faded. Although Sherfong was very fast, the swordsman still wasn't as strong as the steel puppet. As long as he kept up the chase, he'd have no problems reaching his target. Escape. Sherfong laughed. "It's impolite not to return what one receives. Since you want a fight, I'll give you one." After saying so, Sherfong retrieved the fire spirit from his bag and spent 300 magic crystals to activate it. Suddenly, a massive, crimson magic array appeared above him, enveloping the battlefield. The array began to fervently absorb the ambient mana, concentrating it to form an 8-meter-tall flame dragon. This flame dragon was none other than the fire spirit Roar. The fire spirit released a furious cry as it descended, its roar shaking the very ground beneath it. At the same time, a frightening aura spread across the battlefield. A level 80, Tier 3 archaic species. How? The Sin Realm members, who had been charging toward Shurfong, slid to a halt as they stared at the fire spirit, which was roughly as large as the steel puppet, in abject horror. Chapter 2002, Steel Puppet Destroyed. The fire spirit's appearance stunned Irontooth's just an honorary elder, yet Zero Wing gave him a Tier 3 archaic species to protect himself. Both surprise and envy overcame Irontooth as he stared at the flame dragon before him. He had never even heard of a tool that could summon a Tier 3 archaic species. A Tier 3 summoning scroll was already enough to cause a fight between the various major powers. Despite Sin Realm's success in the Purple Thorns Kingdom, the guild had only collected 8 Tier 3 summoning scrolls, and every one was reserved as a final trump card. The guild didn't even allow their players access to these scrolls while raiding a particularly important field boss. They would only be used when the guild faced annihilation. Yet, Shurfong had just summoned a Tier 3 archaic species, a creature even more powerful than those summoned with Tier 3 summoning scrolls. The guild had only allowed him to use the steel puppet because it could be used repeatedly. It only needed to be refueled with magic crystals. Had the steel puppet been a consumable item like summoning scrolls, he definitely wouldn't have been allowed to use it against Shurfong. When the other Sin Realm members saw the angry fire spirit, they couldn't help but take a step back. They didn't back away because the fire spirit was a Tier 3 archaic species, but because the dragon's aura was growing more intense, which felt painfully uncomfortable. Moreover, a radius of 30 yards around the flame dragon had transformed into a lava field due to its appearance. Players could feel the lava's scorching heat from over 100 yards away, and those with low fire resistance began to lose HP. The players around the fire spirit had no choice but to back upon the Irontooth, who sat within the steel puppet, remained unaffected. Go. Kill him. Shurfong commanded, pointing at the steel puppet. Upon receiving Shurfeng's command, the fire spirit roared again before extending its wings with a flappy foam. Do you think you can destroy my steel puppet with one Tier 3 archaic species? Irontooth sneered disdainfully as he watched the approaching fire spirit. He immediately controlled the steel puppet to meet the flame dragon in battle. At the end of the day, a monster was still a monster. Monsters were only capable of defeating players due to their powerful attributes. However, the steel puppet was different. Although controlling the steel puppet was a challenge, it would still exhibit greater combat standards than the average monster when driven by a refinement realm expert like Irontooth. In a situation where the difference in attributes meant nothing, the steel puppet could easily destroy the fire spirit. It would be akin to an expert beating up an ordinary player. The steel puppet swung 2 of its 4 sabers at the fire spirit's claws. At the same time, it swung the other 2 sabers at the fire spirit's head and neck. However, just as the 4 sabers were about to strike the flame dragon, the summoned creature altered its trajectory. Not only had it stopped the 2 sabers that aimed for its claws, but it had also diverted the blades to collide with the other pair of weapons, cleverly neutralizing the steel puppet's offensive. The flame spirit also swept its tail at its opponent, catching the steel puppet off guard with the additional attack bang. As the fire spirit's burning tail slammed into its target, the construct was forced to take a step back, now sporting a new burn mark. What? Irontooth's heart skipped a beat as he saw the scorched line across the steel puppet's chest. Irontooth had fought and defeated countless experts in God's domain. Hence, he could roughly determine an opponent's combat standards after a brief clash. After the exchange with the dragon before him, Irontooth was certain that its combat standards were in no way inferior to an expert player's, and not just any ordinary expert. By Irontooth's estimates, the fire spirit's combat standard should reach the late stage of the Trial Tower's 5th floor. It was terrifying. His combat standards while controlling the combat puppet were only on par with players that could reach the 5th floor's early stage. He barely hit the mark of an ordinary expert. Even so, He was confident of facing multiple Tier 2 Apex experts at once and coming out victorious. Yet, not only did this flame dragon have the strength and speed to rival the steel puppet, but it also had higher combat standards than the construct. Just thinking about it caused a chill to crawl down Irontooth's spine. With such power, the fire spirit would be even more frightening than a steel puppet in large-scale combat. Meanwhile, Shifang's eyes glowed after watching the exchange. As expected of an advanced fire spirit, it already possesses such a high combat standard despite only being a Tier 3 archaic species. It's no wonder why the Tier 5 advanced fire spirit in the past had forced Tier 5 experts to run with their tails between their legs. Shifang was ecstatic right now. Unlike an ordinary fire spirit, an advanced fire spirit's intellect wasn't constant. The more mysterious flames an advanced fire spirit devoured, the greater intellect it would possess. It would have no trouble surpassing refinement realm experts' combat standards. Including the dragon's superior basic attributes, not even apex experts of the same standard would be a match for the advanced fire spirit. Furthermore, the advanced fire spirit had a plethora of curses. Shifang, I have to give it to you. I didn't think you would use such a precious tool to save your skin, Irontooth said as he glared at Shifang. Gritting his teeth, he turned to look at his teammates and said, "We're retreating." After this last encounter, he realized what outcome awaited him if he continued this fight. While he did not mind dying here, he couldn't afford to lose the steel puppet. The fire spirit had already proven that it could damage the construct, and if this battle dragged on, there was a very high chance that the dragon before him would deplete the steel puppet's durability and turn it into a pile of scrap metal. Leaving? Shifang smiled. Do you think I'll allow that? You couldn't stop us even if you wanted to. Irontooth snapped. The steel puppet's combat power was at the apex of Tier 3 due to its overwhelming strength and speed. Even a Tier 3 archaic species would struggle to catch up to it. Is that so? Shifang retrieved the Ring of Gospel and activated World Projection. With Shifang in the center, World Projection enveloped a 3,000-yard radius. World Projection suppressed the flow of mana within range. By doing so, it reduced players' physique and basic attributes. Players would also be prevented from teleporting and communicating with the outside world. Although World Projection couldn't reduce a combat machine's attributes, it affected the steel puppet's performance by stagnating the flow of mana. Controlling it would become far more difficult, and even the steel puppet's speed would be affected. The moment World Projection took effect, the fire spirit resumed its attack on the construct. This time, damaging the steel puppet was much easier for the flame dragon, and the construct lost 1 point of durability after another. Shifang wasn't idle in the meantime. He jumped in the fray, hunting down Sin Realm's other members. While he was still under the effects of twofold berserk and World Projection suppressed his targets, Shifang slaughtered the fleeing Sin Realm players. No. Irontooth's heart pounded as he watched the steel puppet's durability dwindle. However, no matter how Irontooth tried to flee, he couldn't shake off the flame dragon. During the chase, the fire spirit cast one Tier 3 curse after another, rapidly devouring the steel puppet's durability. 952. 814. 648. Finally, before 5 minutes had passed since the fire spirit had graced the battlefield, both the steel puppet and Irontooth had been obliterated by the flame dragon's Tier 3 curses. Chapter 2003, Famous in Purple Thorns. Crimson flames devoured the forest outside of the elemental altar. When the expert players gathering herbs nearby turned to look, they were stupefied. They weren't surprised by the burning forest, but by the 8-meter-tall flame dragon that flew above the inferno. The dragon's wingspan was over 20 meters, and its flaming body illuminated the dark, smoky sky. A dragon. Crap! That's a level 80, Tier 3 archaic species. Isn't this area only supposed to have up to level 75 monsters? Is some kind of event taking place over there? Curiosity filled these experts as they watched the flame dragon. They began to head towards it to investigate. Events were commonplace in God's domain, and if players could complete them, they could receive bountiful rewards. Lying in the sea of fire was the steel puppet's heavily damaged body. As expected of a bronze combat puppet, it certainly wasn't easy to destroy. Anticipation filled Shifeng as he gazed at the destroyed steel puppet. He had his own guardian puppet design, and as long as the Candlelight trading firm nurtured enough master lifestyle players and collected the necessary materials, he'd start producing his own bronze combat puppets. Like other war weapons, a force required a certain number of combat puppets to display their true potential. Had Sin Realm arrived with 3 or 4 of these constructs, Shifeng would have found it difficult to escape, much less when the fight multiple combat puppets were necessary due to their overly monotonous attacks. Dodging and deflecting their attacks was simple, but if enough of these attacks targeted a player, even peak experts would find a single bronze combat puppet was already capable of displaying such power. Shifeng found it truly hard to imagine what kind of power 10, or even 100, bronze combat puppets could exhibit. Taking down guild towns would be child's play as Shifeng recalled the fire spirit and prepared to leave using the 7 luminaries ring. He noticed 2 golden lights from beside the steel puppets remains Irontooth as loot. Shifeng approached curiously. However, he was astonished after picking up the 2 items. One of the items was a pair of level 55 secret silver ranked plate armor boots, and the other was a gemstone block within a steel frame. Level 55 secret silver equipment was considered top tier at this stage of the game. Even first-rate guilds had a very small number of such items. Shifeng assumed the boots had dropped from Irontooth. However, Irontooth wasn't the origin of the gemstone block. Rather, it had dropped from the destroyed steel puppet, the steel core. This had been the steel puppet's power source, a must-have item when producing combat puppets. Combat puppets' power sources were the most difficult part to produce. Even intermediate master forgers had an incredibly low success rate when forging them. With this, I've just earned a free combat puppet. Shifeng grinned at the undamaged steel core. Now, he only needed to construct a guardian puppet's frame and insert this core. Fortunately, while a bronze combat puppet's power source was difficult to produce, the other parts were not. Basic master lifestyle players could easily handle the rest. After Shifeng stored the steel core, he teleported to the Icefire Mountain range with the 7 luminaries ring. After some time, the tier 2 assassins that had been busy collecting herbs quietly snuck onto the battlefield. However, upon seeing the fallen steel puppet and its surroundings, they were stunned. What a huge robot! What's going on? What happened here? The terrain has been utterly destroyed. Once the crowd recovered from their shock, they noticed a player's corpse lying near the steel puppet. However, when they saw the player's appearance, they were flabbergasted. Sin Realm's Irontooth. Why is he here? This can't be real, right? Irontooth is one of Sin Realm's 7 great experts. He's the lead MT of Sin Realm's main force. How could he have died here? Hold on. There are traces of another player, but they seem to have teleported away with a return scroll or something. Did they kill Irontooth? When the crowd considered the possibility, a chill ran down their spines. Some of the players immediately posted what they had found on the Purple Thorns Kingdom's official forums, and the matter caused a sensation among the kingdom's general populace. Amazing. Someone actually killed Sin Realm's Irontooth. But who would be so bold? Irontooth died near Glory Town. Crocodile Breaker also died in the town earlier. It must be Yifeng's doing. There's no way this is a coincidence. He killed 2 of Sin Realm's great experts so soon after arriving in the kingdom. Amazing. Yifeng is simply awesome. Sin Realm definitely won't let Yifeng off the hook now. Sure enough, Zero Wing is immensely powerful. It seems that our kingdom is going to get interesting. The Purple Thorns Kingdom's population couldn't help but marvel at Zero Wing's strength. Despite being alone, Shifeng had been responsible for the downfall of 2 of Sin Realm's great experts. It was clear how powerful Zero Wing was through these consecutive achievements. While Shifeng's first success might have been luck, could the same be said about his second? For a time, the name Yifeng became well known to the kingdom's players. Independent players that had feared Sin Realm now began to apply to join Zero Wing. Meanwhile, news of this matter reached Sin Realm's residents in Purple Thorn City. What did you say? The steel puppet has been destroyed. Lone Beacon's eyes twitched when he heard his subordinate's report. A frosty aura enveloped the guild leader's office. That steel puppet had Tier 3 defensive capabilities. How could a Tier 2 player possibly destroy it? It's true, guild leader. The Yifeng used a treasure to summon a level 80, Tier 3 archaic species, Feather Hunter, who reported to Lone Beacon, explained since he had only been tasked to track Shifeng, he hadn't fought alongside Iron Tooth. Instead, he had observed the situation from afar, escaping Shifeng's detection. Even so, he had broken out in a cold sweat while he had watched Shifeng slaughter his guildmates. He had also been relieved that he had refrained from joining the battle A Tier 3 archaic species. How generous of Zero Wing! Lone Beacon was astonished by the news. He had never heard of such a treasure, yet Zero Wing had spent it on a player that wasn't even one of the guild's vice-guild leaders. However, Lone Beacon quickly calmed and continued coldly, people are starting to look down at us since we haven't expanded our territory beyond the Purple Thorns Kingdom. And now, even a measly guild like Zero Wing dares to pick a fight. Notify everyone in the guild. From now on, they are to kill every Zero Wing member they come across. Understood. Feather Hunter nodded sharply. Chapter 2004, Thunder Axe City. After about 15 minutes of teleporting with the 7 Luminaries ring, Shifeng finally arrived in the Icefire Mountain range. Even from the range's entrance, Shifeng could feel the bitingly cold wind against his face. If not for his high ice resistance, he would have frozen into an ice sculpture and died. Although the Icefire Mountain range wasn't a forbidden land, it wasn't an easy place for ordinary players to visit. Either the mountain range was 1/5 the size of an ordinary kingdom, and either fire or ice enveloped the mountain's outer region. This map only had 2 entrances, one within the icy tundra, and the other within the flaming inferno. Both entry points led to the mysterious Thunder Axe City. Fortunately, the ice zone wasn't as demanding on players as the fire zone. The ice zone's monsters ranged between level 70 and 85, and the ONL challenge was the area's high ice resistance requirement. If players wanted to survive in this cold, they'd need at least 100 points in their ice resistance. Any fewer and players would lose HP constantly, and the low temperature would reduce their mobility. If players wanted to fight at their peak here, they'd need at least 120 points of ice resistance. The fire zone's monsters ranged between level 80 and 90, and players would be fine with 80 fire resistance, 100 if they wanted to fight unaffected. Shifeng didn't linger around the entrance, summoning his mount and venturing into the mountain range. All teleportation skills and tools were prohibited within the Icefire Mountain range. Players had to rely on their own feet or mounts to explore the map. Although there weren't a lot of monsters in the ice zone's outer region, the mountain range was a natural maze. The paths through the range were complicated and often crossed each other. There were also plenty of hidden magic traps. Depending on a trap's strength, one could die on the spot or be stuck in place for several hours. Even though Shifeng was somewhat familiar with the Icefire Mountain range, he didn't dare to proceed carelessly. Since Shifeng was the first player to explore this map, he was able to claim several treasure chests as he explored the mountain range. After over 8 hours of maneuvering through the ice zone's outer region, Shifeng had obtained a total of 5 treasure chests, 4 of which were bronze rank and 1 was mysterious iron rank. This was far more than what one would expect to find exploring a map within a kingdom. Weapons and equipment became scarcer after level 50, and treasure chests were even rare. One would be very fortunate to come across a bronze treasure chest in level 50 maps or above. Obtaining a mysterious iron treasure chest in a level 70 map was akin to securing the loot of a level 70 Grand Lord without expending any energy. As Shifeng expected, the treasure chests contained level 70 equipment. The most valuable of the multiple pieces he had obtained was a pair of level 70 secret silver ranked cloth armor gloves. He had also gained some potions, tier 1 magic scrolls, and magic crystals, all of which could fetch a considerable sum if sold on the market. Finally here, Shifeng muttered as he arrived before a steep mountainside and stared at the cave entrance that was behind a magic array. This was where his exploration quest began, and it was the only entrance to Thunder Axe City. Even after the various superpowers peak experts had reached level 75 in the past, they still hadn't been able to break through this array. Players had only been successful after reaching level 77 and donning level 75 and 80 top-tier equipment, following which, Sherfong retrieved the magic scroll the Adventurers Association had given him and used it to remove the magic array on the cave's entrance. The moment Sherfong removed the magic array, an enraged roar reached him from within the cave, echoing throughout the mountain range and causing the surrounding monsters to flee. What a powerful pressure! It's no wonder why ordinary experts had refused to enter this cave in the past. Even Sherfong felt slightly uncomfortable as the pressure washed over him. Despite this, however, Sherfong didn't hesitate in the slightest as he entered the cave. Once he stepped inside, a new magic array sealed the cave entrance once more, entrapping the pressure within. The cave's interior wasn't dark, on the contrary, it was as bright as day. Various crystals that radiated a faint glow covered the cave walls, and armed gargoyles wandered the cavern. These gargoyles occasionally emerged and entered the tunnel at the other end of the cavern. Enraged Gargoyle, Elemental Creature, Lord. Level 75. HP 15,000,000/15,000,000. Gargoyle Warrior, Elemental Creature, Great Lord. Level 76. HP 40,000,000/40,000,000. Although these gargoyles were not particularly strong, they moved in groups of 3 to 5. Moreover, there wasn't much distance between each group. If players weren't careful, they might attract 2 or more groups of monsters at once. While this might not be a challenge for a group of Tier 2 players, players had to face the exploration quest alone. Meanwhile, individual Tier 2 players would struggle to defeat the Great Lord-ranked Gargoyle Warriors. It was only natural that so many peak experts in the past had failed to reach Thunder Axe City, even after reaching level 75, following which, Sherfong threw Howling Thunder at an enraged gargoyle show. An arc of blue lightning streaked toward one of the wandering enraged gargoyles, but just as Howling Thunder was about to find its mark, the gargoyle's eyes glowed with a red light. The monster then swept its stone axe in a horizontal arc. Dang! A crisp, metallic clang echoed throughout the cavern. What fast reaction speed! Sherfong was astonished. Although his attack was relaxed, his aim had been perfect. The targeted enraged gargoyle's back had been turned towards him, as well. Normally, the attack would have even struck elite players, yet this monster had reacted in time to block it. Before Sherfong could launch another attack, the enraged gargoyle and 3 of its companions charged toward him with even higher movement speed than a Tier 2 assassin expert. What about this, then? Sherfong threw Howling Thunder again. Tier 1 throwing skill, Phantom Thorns. Suddenly, Howling Thunder split into over a dozen copies as it flew toward the 4 enraged gargoyles, accurately aimed for the gargoyles' blind spots. Dang! 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 A series of metallic clangs echoed throughout the cavern as the enraged gargoyles blocked most of the incoming attacks, but one phantom slipped past and struck a gargoyle's rocky form. The attack forced the enraged gargoyle to stumble one step back and lose over 10,000 HP. Their combat standards are so high. Sherfong was actually surprised to see the enraged gargoyle stumble backward. Sherfong learned through this clash that these enraged gargoyles' combat standards were on par with the Trial Tower's 4th floor. They weren't far behind expert players in terms of combat standards. If an ordinary Tier 2 expert encountered 4 Lord-ranked monsters with such high combat standards, their death would be guaranteed. Only Refinement Realm experts and stronger players would have any hope against them now. Sherfong, more or less, understood why the past's level 75 peak experts hadn't been able to activate Thunder Axe City. If the monsters at the beginning of the quest were so tough, it was easy to imagine how challenging the monsters would be further down the tunnel. Although these 4 enraged gargoyles were impressively strong, against Sherfong, who had the attributes of a level 70 Great Lord, they were a joke. Sherfong took less than 10 minutes to eliminate all 4 gargoyles. When the enraged gargoyles died and dropped their loot, one shining item, in particular, caught Sherfong's attention. Chapter 2005, Treasure Trove of Materials. These enraged gargoyles actually have a chance of dropping this. Surephone could not help but become a little excited as he stared at the glowing, golden pebble on the ground. This pebble was known as the Earth Spirit. This was an extremely rare material that only dropped from special Earth-type elemental creatures. Ordinary Earth-type elemental had no chance of dropping it. Meanwhile, on the market, one Earth Spirit could sell for 50 silver. Furthermore, one could synthesize an Earth Essence from 100 Earth Spirits like Sun Essence. Earth Essence could be used when crafting power sources for mechanical tools. It could also strengthen the power cores, infusing the core with attributed mana. Surephone had actually obtained an Earth Spirit after killing 4 enraged gargoyles. Why wouldn't he be excited? Even now, Zero Wing had only collected a few Sun Essences. They were simply too difficult to procure, and Earth Essence was just as rare. When Surephone turned to look at the rest of the wandering enraged gargoyles, he realized that this cavern was a true treasure trove. He then retrieved the Bible of Darkness and Fire Spirit, summoning a level 85, Tier 3 demon and the level 80 flame dragon to annihilate the enraged gargoyles. He had no intention of slowly grinding these monsters. Instead, he directed his demon to lure and gather multiple groups of these enraged gargoyles and gargoyle warriors. The enraged gargoyles were only lords, and both types of gargoyles were melee monsters. The level 85, Tier 3 demon could easily maneuver around most of their attacks. The demon had gathered every monster within the cavern and a few from the distant tunnel. There were easily over 100 gargoyles chasing the demon. So many monsters could annihilate a 1,000-man elite team without effort, and not even the level 85, Tier 3 demon would last long against the group. In fact, the demon had already lost more than a quarter of its HP by luring these monsters. If the demon hadn't had such a level advantage, these gargoyles, all of which possessed incredible combat standards, would have long since devoured it. Excellent. Attack! Surephone ordered the Fire Spirit to join the fray as the Tier 3 demon ran back from the distant tunnel. When the Fire Spirit had become a level 80, Tier 3 archaic species, it had gained plenty of Tier 3 curses. The Flame Dragon alone could make up for the DPS of several Tier 3 great mages. Shortly after the demon left the tunnel, a sea of fire engulfed the area behind it. The dirt floor under the inferno melted, transforming into a field of molten lava. The moment the gargoyles entered the lava field, their movement speeds decreased by 90% as if they had stepped into a muddy swamp. They also lost over 400,000 HP per second. Joining the attack, Surephone used Flame Domain, and a towering fire pillar enveloped the tunnel's entrance, catching every gargoyle within. Although his Flame Domain only dealt a little more than -200,000 damage each second, which couldn't compare to the Fire Spirit's DPS, it was still an impressive amount of damage. As the gargoyles tried to flee the lava field, the Flame Dragon cast another Tier 3 curse. A vortex of raging flames manifested in the center of the gargoyle army, pulling the monsters into the fire and preventing them from escaping the lava field. At the same time, damages exceeding -300,000 appeared above the gargoyles' heads every second, and this damage increased as time passed. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Surephone and the Tier 3 demon used one AoE attack after another. Under the constant bombardment, the enraged gargoyles quickly lost all of their HP and collapsed, items appearing beside their corpses, but despite their high levels, they awarded very little EXP. The time the gargoyles escaped the lava field, only 24 or so monsters remained of the 100-plus group. Aside from 5 gargoyle warriors, the surviving monsters were enraged gargoyles with only a strand of HP remaining. Surephone immediately instructed his Tier 3 demon and flame dragon to destroy the gargoyle warriors while he took care of the low HP enraged gargoyles. After another 10 minutes or so, every lured gargoyle was dead, leaving a spread of items behind. Although the dropped items were only materials, Surephone was delighted by the outcome. He had gained 16 Earth Spirits from this wave, as well as various rare ores. He had even acquired Titan ore, a metal that was exceptionally rare in the outside world. Although Titan ore was not as good as fine Titan ore, which could be smelted into fine Titan ingots directly, Surephone could create fine Titan ingots with his harvest. However, he'd need 10 times as much Titan ore to do so. After tidying up the loot, Surephone continued to rely on the Tier 3 demon to lure monsters from the tunnel. Clearing the tunnel out while advancing the cave was like a maze, and the farther Shifeng ventured, the more monsters he encountered. The monsters also grew stronger as he progressed through the tunnel system. However, this strength increase wasn't in the form of basic attributes, but combat standards. The monsters he had initially fought had combat standards at the early stage of the Trial Tower's 4th floor, but he soon encountered monsters on par with the 4th floor's middle stage. While this increase might not seem significant, the difficulty of eliminating these monsters increased by a large margin. If not for the Tier 3 Demon and Fire Spirit's attribute and level advantages, Shifeng wouldn't have been able to explore this maze. However, as Shifeng traveled deeper into the cave system, his group's overall combat power also increased. With the Bible of Darkness's cooldown and duration, he could command up to 3 demons at a time. Combined with the Fire Spirit's overwhelming firepower, dealing with large groups of gargoyles wasn't much of a problem, although his progress through the tunnel was painfully slow. After fighting for 4 consecutive days, Shifeng finally emerged from the underground maze. Although several traps had nearly claimed his life, he, fortunately, had the flame dragon to help with the burden, forcing his way through the tunnel. Although the past 4 days had been an incredible challenge for Shifeng, he had secured a bountiful harvest. He had collected more than 3,200 earth spirits and over 11,000 pieces of Titan Oregon. If sold, he could easily make a fortune off these items. Despite how little EXP the gargoyles rewarded, Shifeng had slain enough to raise his experience bar to 43% of level 70. His leveling speed was only slightly slower than ordinary expert players of his level. As Shifeng left the underground maze, he arrived before a vast, ancient shrine. Although the shrine had fallen into ruin, the gigantic crystal suspended in the center still shone brilliantly and exuded a frighteningly dense mana. When Shifeng entered the shrine, he felt a chill assault his body, and he unconsciously halted his advance. Is the system joking? The corners of Shifeng's eyes twitched as he stared at the crystalline statue in the center of the shrine. The towering, crystalline statue's eyes glowed with a crimson light, and the dense, ambient mana flooded into the statue, disintegrating the crystal and revealing the monster within the shell. As more of the monster's body was exposed to the open air, its aura grew stronger. It took no time at all for its aura to grow stronger than that of an ordinary mythic monster. Why is a ferocious beast guarding this place? Before Shifeng could process the situation, the level 80 mythic-ranked ancient earth serpent was freed from its crystalline prison and shot forward. Before the 3 Tier 3 demons and fire spirit could react, the earth serpent threw the summoned creatures, sending them crashing into the surrounding stone pillars. After getting rid of the 4 obstacles, the serpent spread its jaws and pounced on Shifeng. Chapter 2006, Alter. The ancient earth serpent's sudden attack caught Shifeng off guard. Moreover, it was so fast that even Tier 3 Apex experts struggled to react in time. Needless to say, responding to this attack was impossible for a level 70, Tier 2 player like Shifeng. Ancient Earth Serpent, Ferocious Beast, Mythic. Level 80. HP. / It's over. Shifeng could only watch as the ancient Earth Serpent's massive jaws descended on him. With no other choice, he activated Absolute Domain, but even he doubted that the invulnerability skill would be useful against the Earth Serpent. The ancient Earth Serpent was an apex monster, even among ferocious beasts. It had been capable of slaughtering gods in ancient times, and its life rating was now weaker than a dragoness. According to legend, the strongest ancient Earth Serpent had even devoured gods. Since the ancient Earth Serpent's stomach was a gate to another dimension, the swallowed gods had been trapped until death had come to claim them. Although the ancient Earth Serpent before him was only a level 80 mythic monster, it was a bona fide ferocious beast. He couldn't avoid being eaten even if he activated an invulnerability skill. Sure enough, the ancient Earth Serpent swallowed Shifeng whole. After devouring Shifeng, the ancient Earth Serpent began to attack the Tier 3 demons and Flame Dragon, which had just recovered from the previous attack. Meanwhile, Shifeng found himself surrounded by darkness. Although he hadn't received any damage, a powerful suction prevented him from moving. He could only allow the force to drag him towards the small dot in the ancient Earth Serpent's stomach. Although the dot seemed small, it grew as Shifeng approached. Have I failed? Sherfone watched the black dot grow in frustration. Although he had not challenged the Thunder Axe City's exploration quest personally before, he had learned about it in the past. Based on what he had heard, the Guardian boss should have been an ordinary mythic monster. There hadn't been any mention of a ferocious beast. As long as one used the sealing stone to reduce the Guardian boss's strength, they could complete the exploration quest. But if the Guardian boss were a ferocious beast like the ancient Earth Serpent, the sealing stone would be meaningless. Not even level 80 players could contend with a level 80 Grand Lord ranked ancient Earth Serpent. Even summoning a tier 4 existence to fight would result in the same outcome. The ancient Earth Serpent's life rating was in no way inferior to that of dragons. Even at the Grand Lord rank, the ancient Earth Serpent could easily defeat tier 4 monsters. Moreover, as a ferocious beast, the ancient Earth Serpent possessed an extraordinary life force. Unlike other monsters, the serpent recovered 2% of its HP per second and wielded heaven-defying innate skills. A level 150 mythic ancient Earth Spirit had appeared in God's domain in the past. To raid it, a superpower had formed a 100-man expert team of 95 tier 4 players and 5 tier 5 players. The team had been the best any superpower could muster, but it had still been annihilated in the end. The level 150 ancient Earth Serpent had only been slain after players had reached tier 6. Although the ancient Earth Serpent he currently faced was only a level 80 mythic monster, not even a 100-man team of level 100, tier 3 players had any hope of defeating it. A short moment later, the mysterious force within the serpent pulled Sherfone into the black dot. He immediately felt time and space warp around him. When he opened his eyes, he was stupefied by the scene before him. Where is this? Sherfone observed his surroundings in a daze. He stood on an altar that floated in an endless void. A magic barrier, which prevented this world's boundless power from crushing the altar, enveloped it. In addition, a colossal serpent of immeasurable length had wrapped itself around the city-sized altar. This was none other than the gigantified ancient Earth Serpent. If not for the magic barrier, Sherfone had no doubt that the ancient Earth Serpent could easily devour the altar in a few bites. Examining the altar on which he stood, Sherfone realized that it was empty. Only 12 light pillars were located in the altar center, in addition to an eye-catching treasure chest made of 7 luminaries crystals. At the core, 7 luminaries crystal was intensely rare and valuable in God's domain. One could sell a fist-sized crystal and earn enough money to live the rest of their life without worrying about food or shelter. Sherfone couldn't help but walk towards the treasure chest when he saw it, but when he was over 200 yards away, the 12 light pillars released a blinding glow. Responding to his movements, the light pillars launched one beam attack after another at the intruding swordsman. Not only were these attacks incredibly fast, but they were also nimble and flexible. 12 light beams assaulted Sherfone from multiple directions in the blink of an eye. Absolute Domain's duration had already ended, and not daring to be careless, Sherfone activated Heavenly Dragon's power and brandished his 2 swords. Boom! 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 Every one of the 12 beam attacks had tier 4 strength, and the instant his blades encountered the beams, Sherfone felt his arms go numb. Fortunately, he had successfully stopped all 12 attacks from landing and deflected a few. In the end, he only lost a little over 10,000 HP. With Heavenly Dragon's power, he could afford to block another 40 waves of attacks without a problem. However, as the 12 light pillars brightened again, Sherfone noticed that the altar had begun to disintegrate around the edges. It seems I have no choice but to give it my all. Sherfone understood that his life was on the line. If he did not reach the treasure chest quickly enough, either the 12 light pillars would kill him, or he'd die from falling into the endless void. Sherfone dashed toward the treasure chest. However, as he grew closer to it, avoiding the light pillars' attacks became trickier. Why does this situation seem so much like the Realms of Truth trial? Once Sherfone was within 100 yards of the treasure chest, he realized that the light pillars' attacks were not without purpose. He also understood that no player could set foot within 100 yards of the treasure chest unless they had entered the Realms of Truth. Is this place testing players' advancement in the Realms of Truth? The closer Sherfone got to the treasure chest, the more frenzied the 12 light pillars' attacks became. After some point, the light pillars had begun to launch far more attacks. If he hadn't already reached the Ascension realm and weren't able to utilize the beam attacks to nullify others, he wouldn't have been able to advance faced with more frequent attacks. Shifeng executed Swords Transmigration, the strongest combat technique in his arsenal. Although the combat technique was a massive burden on his stamina and concentration, he had no choice if he wanted to move farther. However, he continued to lose HP rapidly after executing Swords Transmigration. Seeing this, he activated Void Shield. Once Shifeng was within 50 yards of the treasure chest, the attack's ferocity increased yet again. At this time, Void Shield's energy reserve quickly drained, and his HP began to plummet again. 80%. 60%. 30%. When only 20 yards separated him from his target, Shifeng knew that he didn't have enough HP to last as he crossed the remaining distance. He was at his limit. If attack's intensity increased any further, he would have no hope of survival. Screw it. Realizing that he couldn't get through this trial in his current state, Shifeng steeled his heart and activated Blade Awakening, the second legacy berserk skill he had learned. His basic attributes and physique skyrocketed, significantly improving his reactions. Following which, he activated Blade Dance, a legacy skill he was not adept at using. He then retrieved Netherworld Brilliance, the weapon he had ignored in his bag for so long, and used it, killing Ray, and the Abyssal Blade to block the incoming beam attacks. As he executed Swords Transmigration with 3 swords, the technique's defensive capabilities rose considerably. In no time at all, Shifeng arrived before the 7 Luminaries treasure chest. Chapter 2007, Ring of Gospel upgraded. The moment Shifeng entered the circle of the 12 light pillars, the attack stopped. Seeing this, he breathed out a sigh of relief. At this moment, he had less than 10% of his HP remaining. He would have definitely died had he suffered a few more rounds of attacks. Fortunately, he possessed the skill Blade Dance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to cross the final 20 yards. Not only did Blade Dance allow him to control additional swords up to a maximum of 5 that could exhibit 80% of his basic attributes, but the additional swords would also exhibit their own attributes. This was the reason why Netherworld Brilliance could deflect the beam attacks, which carried strength at the Tier 4 standard. The extra swords would be much more powerful than the Abyssal Blade Phantom summoned using 9 Dragon Slash. Since Shifeng had twofold Berserk activated, Netherworld Brilliance displayed strength close to rivaling ordinary mythic monsters of the same level. If not for Blade Dance and Netherworld Brilliance, he definitely wouldn't have gotten a single step past the 20-yard mark, doomed to be whittled to death by the beam attacks. I wonder what is inside this treasure chest to warrant such a test. Even a domain realm expert would have died to those beam attacks without any achievements in the realms of truth. Even now, when Shifeng looked at the 12 light pillars hovering above him, he still shuddered involuntarily in fear. The difficulty of this quest definitely surpassed that of the epic rank. Shifeng found it hard to believe that a player below level 80 had managed to complete the quest after all. Even he, someone who had reached the second stage in the realms of truth, had to rely on 3 swords to defend himself, and just barely passed. After resting for a while, he carefully approached the treasure chest made entirely of 7 Luminaries crystals. He then tapped his finger on the chest and chose to activate it. Immediately, a loading bar appeared before his eyes. The instant the loading bar filled up and the treasure chest opened, the 12 light pillars hovering overhead transformed into 12 streaks of light that flowed into the treasure chest, which then released a colorful glow. Shortly afterward, Shifeng felt a horrific pressure coming from the treasure chest. This pressure spread out like a boundless ocean. Shifeng could not move his body at all, not until after the pressure started lightening up. Meanwhile, once the colorful glow disappeared, the items inside the treasure chest came into view. The treasure chest held a total of 3 items. One was a Rubik's Cube made of 7 Luminaries crystal, one was an orb that gave off a fiery glow, and one was a crystal that gave off a dazzling purple glow. No wonder the test was so difficult. The reward is so generous. Realization immediately dawned upon Shifeng as he took in these 3 items. He could not help but grow ecstatic, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. This was especially true when he looked at the fiery orb and the dazzling crystal. The Rubik's Cube made of 7 Luminaries crystal was none other than the key to activate Thunder Axe City, and the item he needed to complete his exploration quest. As for the fiery orb, it was an item that even superpowers would fight desperately to obtain. The reason for this was the Tier 3 mysterious flame fallen earth fire contained within this orb. It was a treasure that could significantly increase the production success rate of forgers and alchemists. Foam. It was crucial for controlling his soul fire. Tier 3 mysterious flames were exceedingly rare in God's domain. There might not even be one Tier 3 mysterious flame in an entire kingdom. Its value was not the slightest bit lower than that of a fragmented legendary item. Previously, he had obtained the Purple Thunder Flame, a Tier 3 mysterious flame, due to luck. The Purple Thunder Flame had allowed him to increase his control over the soul fire by a significant margin and greatly reduce the corrosion rate of the soul chain. If he could absorb another Tier 3 mysterious flame, he might be able to gain full control over the soul fire. Then, he would not have to worry about the corrosion of the soul chain. Of course, he could also feed the Tier 3 mysterious flame to the fire spirit. However, a Tier 3 mysterious flame was not enough to allow the current fire spirit to undergo a qualitative transformation, because the gap between Tier 3 and Tier 4 was massive. Foam estimated that he would need at least 2 Tier 3 mysterious flames to upgrade the fire spirit to Tier 4. Either that, ordons of Tier 1 and Tier 2 mysterious flames. Hence, rather than provide the fire spirit with a slight boost in combat power, using the fallen earth fire to remove the Reaper's scythe hovering above his head would be more advantageous. The last item inside the treasure chest was also the most valuable among the 3 sacred source crystal. The value of this item easily surpassed the combined value of 2 fragmented legendary items. The sacred source crystal was so valuable because it was guaranteed to upgrade one item to the fragmented legendary rank. Even if it was a bronze item, the sacred source crystal was something every expert player dreamed of obtaining. After all, every weapon and equipment had different compatibility with players. If players were not compatible with a particular weapon or equipment, even if said weapon or equipment was at the fragmented legendary rank, they would not be able to exhibit the fragmented legendary item's full potential. However, how precious were fragmented legendary items? Even Apex experts might not necessarily own one in their lifetimes. One would be fortunate to obtain a fragmented legendary item, let alone be picky about one's compatibility with it. Hence, the scarcity of fragmented legendary items allowed the sacred source crystal to shine. There were millions and billions of weapons and equipment available in God's domain. While fragmented legendary items might be extremely rare, items between the bronze and dark gold rank were everywhere. With the sacred source crystal, players could simply find an item that was compatible with them and upgrade it to the fragmented legendary rank. The aid the sacred source crystal provided to players was simply massive. Take weapons for example. With a compatible weapon, their combat power would increase by at least 20%. In the past, when the sacred source crystal made its initial appearance in an auction house, the various superpowers had hotly contested over it. In the end, one superpower had used 3 fragmented legendary items to trade for the sacred source crystal. Back then, many had found the trade preposterous. As a result, many had ridiculed the buyer for making a loss. However, after obtaining the sacred source crystal, the superpower that purchased it had managed to allow one of its Tier 5 experts to get promoted to the Tier 6 god rank. This achievement had stupefied the various superpowers. They had never considered that a fragmented legendary item with high compatibility would provide so much help. Normally, even several fragmented legendary items would not necessarily be enough to help a player reach the Tier 6 standard. As for the superpower that sold the sacred source crystal, it had nearly died of regret after finding out about this matter. After all, a Tier 6 god-ranked expert was worth far more than just 3 measly fragmented legendary items. Hence, now that a sacred source crystal had appeared before Foam, how could he not be ecstatic? Which item should I upgrade? Feng's mind started turning rapidly as he gazed at the sacred source crystal. The weapons and equipment he had on him right now were all top tier at this stage of the game. Weapons were no doubt what could increase a player's combat power the most. However, both the Abyssal Blade and Killing Ray were top-tier epic weapons that were extremely close to the fragmented legendary standard. If he chose to upgrade either of these 2 weapons, he would simply be wasting the sacred source crystal. After all, the Abyssal Blade and Killing Ray both had a chance to reach the fragmented legendary rank, especially Killing Ray. So long as he collected the remaining fragments of Solomon's sword, he would be able to synthesize a true legendary weapon. As for upgrading a piece of equipment, to a swordsman like himself, this was even more wasteful than upgrading his swords. After giving the matter some thought, Shurfong retrieved the Ring of Gospel from his bag. Let's have you upgraded. Immediately, Shurfong tapped the sacred source crystal and chose the epic ranked Ring of Gospel as the target of evolution. Chapter 2008, Miniature World. After Shurfong selected the target of evolution, countless streams of light suddenly flowed from the sacred source crystal into the Ring of Gospel. Due to the sacred source crystal's power, the incomplete divine runes and magic arrays engraved on the Ring of Gospel started completing themselves. A few seconds later, a purple-gold ring exuding a frightening aura that even froze the surrounding space appeared before Shurfong. What powerful pressure! At this moment, the pressure from the Ring of Gospel surpassed even the aura of an ordinary mythic monster. Even Shurfong felt slightly uncomfortable when subjected to it. The Ring of Gospel was one of the extremely few domain items in God's domain. It was exceedingly useful to both individual players and guilds. However, as an epic item, it had a major flaw. It needed to be fed 20,000 magic crystals every 7 days, a price no ordinary guild could afford. As for Zero Wing, this was still a significant expenditure even after obtaining the manatite vein. Hence, Shurfong had decided to upgrade the Ring of Gospel in order to rid himself of this troublesome flaw. Shortly after, the Ring of Gospel released the surrounding space. Only then could Shurfong finally move his body again. As for the Ring of Gospel itself, it returned to his hand. At this moment, though, the ring gave off a completely different feeling than before. The ring felt extremely heavy. However, this weight did not originate from the ring itself but was a pressure coming from the surrounding space. Meanwhile, this pressure had reduced his combat power by a minimum of 50%, a phenomenon he had never experienced before when using the Ring of Gospel previously. Could a deviation have occurred during the upgrade? Shurfong could not help worrying. Hurriedly, he inspected the ring's attribute panel. When an item's quality increased, normally, its effects would grow stronger. However, some items would encounter an error during the upgrade process and develop different effects. Some items would even have their nature altered completely. Although such occurrences were extremely rare, the chances were not zero. It was also the outcome that players dreaded seeing the most. Ring of Gospel, fragmented legendary rank item. Crafted by the Dark Shaman King after gathering the world's energy, this ring contains a miniature world. The ring's inner space was further perfected using a sacred source stone. The ring can suppress an area's space, granting the wielder absolute dominance over the space. Additional skill 1 dash. Miniature world, freezes the space within a radius of 5,000 yards. All enemies within the area cannot use teleportation tools or teleportation type skills, and communication with the outside world is severed. Weakens enemies' physiques by 30% and decreases basic attributes by 30%, movement speed by 50%, and reaction speed by 30%. Maintaining miniature world costs 5,000 magic crystals every 10 minutes. No cooldown. Cannot be used before binding. Additional skill 2 dash. Ring of Brilliance, improves all allies' physiques by 20% and increases basic attributes by 20% within a 2,000-yard radius. Increases an area's mana density by 100%. Maintaining Ring of Brilliance costs 2,000 magic crystals every 30 minutes. No cooldown. Cannot be used before binding. As the Ring of Gospel contains an inner world, it is strongly rejected by the outside world. Existences below Tier 4 will be greatly suppressed by the external world's power when using this ring. The higher tier the user is, the weaker the suppression will by. Didn't deviate. Shurfong breathed out a sigh of relief when he saw the Ring of Gospel's attributes. Although the upgrade had increased the usage requirement, the Ring of Gospel's skills had also received significant improvements. Previously, the Ring of Gospel simply placed a seal on the affected space. Now, the ring directly froze it. One could say that the Ring of Gospel's strength had improved from its original intermediate magic array standard to the advanced magic array standard. Moreover, Miniature World was even more powerful than the average advanced field magic array, as it was a combination of a field magic array and a barrier magic array. Only, the number of magic crystals required to operate it remained horrifying. Fortunately, he no longer needed to feed the ring 20,000 magic crystals every week. With this improvement, the Ring of Gospel would be useful in both raiding bosses and large-scale combat out in the fields. After upgrading the Ring of Gospel, Shifeng stored it and walked to the teleportation array engraved at the altar center. His body then transformed into a streak of light and disappeared from the altar. After he left, the altar crumbled rapidly and vanished into the void. By the time Shifeng opened his eyes again, he had appeared inside a grand teleportation hall. This place is Thunder Axe City. Shifeng was surprised to see the 4-meter-tall level 200 NPC soldiers inside the hall. He had expected to get teleported to outside the Icefire Mountain range, not directly to Thunder Axe City. Normally, after Thunder Axe City was activated, players had to enter the city via the teleportation array in the Icefire Mountain range's outer area. Meanwhile, activating the outer area's teleportation array required one to use the Rubik's Cube obtained through the exploration quest on the teleportation array. Only after arriving inside Thunder Axe City and handing the Rubik's Cube over to the Thunder Axe Giant's Great Elder would players be able to fully activate Thunder Axe City. Now that he had directly teleported to Thunder Axe City, he could save up on a lot of travel time. Just as Shifeng was about to exit the teleportation hall, he suddenly noticed a bunch of new messages from Aqua Rose and Blackie. Why are there so many messages? Did something happen? Shifeng eyed the messages with some confusion. His communication with the outside world had been severed when he entered the cave. However, when he was doing his quest inside the cave, he had logged off to rest every day. During these break periods, he would contact Aqua Rose and Blackie to get an update on the latest developments in Zero Wing and God's Domain. Before he logged into the game this evening, Aqua Rose and Blackie hadn't reported any problems. Now, after just a few hours, the two of them had sent him more than 10 messages in total. Shifeng immediately contacted Aqua Rose guild leader. Are you done with your quest? Aqua Rose asked Emichim. It's mostly finished, Shifeng replied, nodding. I received quite a few messages from both you and Blackie. Did something happen outside? The fact that he was challenging a high-ranking quest and unable to make contact with the outside world was something the guild upper echelons knew. Hence, they wouldn't contact him unless there was something extremely important. After all, his quest was very dangerous, and even the slightest mistake could result in failure. He could not afford any disturbance whatsoever. Originally, today was just like any normal day. Although our guild members have continuously clashed with the various large guilds at the Witch's Hill, there were no large-scale battles involving more than 1,000 players. However, just 3 hours ago, players capable of transforming into monsters appeared among the enemy. These players are extremely strong, and every one of them could rival high lords of the same level in terms of basic attributes. Some of these players even have attributes of a great lord. Moreover, these players are all experts, so they could slaughter even our Tier 2 experts with ease. Our guild members are no match for these people. Currently, several thousand members have already been killed. Due to these monster players, our members can't grind at the Witch's Hill at all, Aqua Rose said, frustrated. Although their side had killed a few of these monster players, the difference in the casualties the two sides suffered was massive. Until now, they hadn't even killed 500 of these monster players, yet their side had already suffered more than 5,000 casualties. Moreover, the only reason why they managed to kill these monster players was mainly the magic-breaking crossbows and basic combat devices. However, there were simply too few of these tools available, so contending against these monster players was simply impossible. Players transforming into monsters. Shifeng frowned upon hearing Aqua Rose's words. How willing of them. He knew a little about matters regarding players transforming into monsters. It was indeed possible to accomplish this feat by utilizing special legacies or tools. The Evil God's Temple's legacy was one such example. Only, the evil dragonification process was the ability of one of the Evil God's Temple's peak legacies. Moreover, transforming a player into an evil dragon required the sacrifice of a large number of players. Going through such a transformation process simply wasn't worthwhile for regular guild. Sherfong had Aqua Rose notify all guild members operating in Zero Wing City to stop grinding in the Witch's Hill and shift to other locations instead. After all, it wouldn't be wise to continue clashing with these monster players without proper countermeasures. As for Sherfong himself, he hastened his steps and headed straight for the Great Elder's mansion. Chapter 2009, Thunder Axe City activated. When Sherfong walked out of the teleportation hall, he was greeted by the sight of a very wide street with NPC giants walking along it. If players were to visit this city, they would definitely feel very out of place. The buildings in the city were also extremely large. Even the carriages used to travel around the city were much larger than the carriages found in other NPC cities. Moreover, the carriages here were pulled by the much larger and stronger herbivorous earth dragons, instead of horses. Aside from giants, NPCs belonging to other neutral races also lived here, including the extremely rare elves. Although elves looked very similar to half-elf players, the life ratings of the two were as different as heaven and earth. During the ancient era, elves could be said to have been the messengers of gods. They were the beloved children of magical elements, and they could cast spells above their tier effortlessly. However, as the gods and gods' domain fell, the elven race also went into decline, the race's population continuously decreasing as the years went by. Players visiting Thunder Axe City for the first time would definitely be very shocked by this scene. Sherfong, however, had long since grown accustomed to it. He immediately hailed an earth dragon carriage and made his way to the city center. As a super large-scale neutral city, Thunder Axe City was extremely large. Even the Black Dragon Empire's capital was only half the size of Thunder Axe City. Hence, traveling through the city took a lot of time. To make matters worse, Thunder Axe City's teleportation hall was located on the outskirts of the city. Players were also prohibited from using their own mounts, teleportation skills, and teleportation tools inside the city. Players could only rely on the carriages pulled by the house-sized earth dragons if they wished to travel through the city quickly. Of course, if players managed to reach the Viscount rank in Thunder Axe City, they would be allowed to ride their own mounts. However, becoming a Viscount in a neutral city like Thunder Axe City was exceedingly difficult. As far as Sherfong knew, even after many players had reached level 200 in his previous life, nobody had succeeded in becoming a Viscount of Thunder Axe City. Meanwhile, while Sherfong was traveling toward Thunder Axe City's central district, a commotion erupted in the Witch's Hill. Did I hear it right? Zero Wing is actually having its members give up on grinding in the Witch's Hill. Zero Wing must not want to continue the pointless fighting. Haven't you seen how powerful those monster players are? Taking care of Tier 2 experts is like child's play for them. Just one monster player can easily annihilate a 6-man party of Tier 2 experts. Not to mention, these monster players generally move around in groups. Didn't Zero Wing manage to repel Miracle's attack in the Black Dragon Empire before? What's it doing now? It's already giving up after fighting for just a short while. I never thought that the day would come when Zero Wing would fall into such a state. Previously, Zero Wing was slaughtering its enemies left and right. Now, it's forced to give up on a precious land like the Witch's Hill. With this, Zero Wing's development in Star Moon Kingdom will definitely lag behind the other large guilds by a significant margin. If this situation persists, Zero Wing might not even remain Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild in the future. That's right. This is a good opportunity for small guilds to rise up using the Witch's Hill. The players operating in the Witch's Hill all found Zero Wing's decision to pull back its forces to be very surprising. They had never imagined that the guild would give up on the Witch's Hill so decisively. Zero Wing was clearly capable of fighting a war of attrition with the monster players, thanks to Zero Wing City, yet it did not do so. Meanwhile, due to Zero Wing's decision to retreat, many of the small guilds that had been maintaining a low profile in Star Moon Kingdom started trying to join the Starlight Alliance formed by the guilds operating the 2 guild towns in the Witch's Hill. After all, the current situation in the Witch's Hill was already clear for all to see. The Starlight Alliance, which was capable of transforming players into monsters, had the advantage in field battles. As long as Zero Wing's members dared exit Zero Wing City, they would definitely die. Meanwhile, shortly after Sherfone gave out the command to retreat, the upper echelons of the Starlight Alliance's member guilds gathered at WildhammerTown, a short distance away from the Million Forest, for a meeting. The guilds responsible for leading this meeting was the Purple Thorns Kingdom Sin Realm and the two guilds that established the two guild towns in the Witch's Hill, Knight's Judgment and Warring Empire. Although Knight's Judgment and Warring Empire were only second-rate guilds, the investments of multiple corporations boosted the strength of the two guilds, which could now rival ordinary first-rate guild. Zero Wing has truly been frightened by our monster army this time. Now, not only are Zero Wing's members not coming out of Zero Wing City, but they're not even operating within its vicinity anymore. I'm sure everyone present knows about the defensive capabilities of Zero Wing City. Currently, we still can't break through the city's defenses. However, we also can't let Zero Wing continue developing the city. Do any of you here have a good suggestion for dealing with this problem? Knight's Judgment's guild leader, Shadowlight Axe, asked as he glanced at the dozen or so guild representatives present. In reality, they were all caught off guard by Zero Wing's decisiveness. This was not the outcome they wished to see at all. From an outsider's point of view, the monster legion their alliance created might seem very powerful, but the public did not know that a large number of lives were necessary to sustain these players' monster forms. Moreover, these lives needed to be willingly offered by players that were level 50 or above. Hence, the guilds could not allow their fight with Zero Wing to drag out. Since Zero Wing is so decisive in abandoning the Witch's Hill, let's think of a way to prevent Zero Wing from giving it up. We'll force Zero Wing to fight us. That's right. We'll make Zero Wing fight even if it doesn't want to. Since Zero Wing is relying on Zero Wing City for its development, we'll make it so that it can't rely on the city at all. We can set up a teleportation seal on Zero Wing City and announce that, so long as Zero Wing refuses to fight us out in the fields, we'll kill every player that comes out of Zero Wing City. We'll kill these players until Zero Wing is willing to come out and do battle. If Zero Wing still refuses to fight us, then nobody will dare to visit Zero Wing City. At that time, let's see how Zero Wing develops using Zero Wing City. This is a good idea. Zero Wing's main source of income right now is Zero Wing City. If Zero Wing City fails, Zero Wing won't get off scot-free either. If Zero Wing doesn't want to see its city fail, it'll definitely have to fight us. That's right. If Zero Wing really refuses to fight, it'll become the laughing stock of the kingdom. I want to see how Zero Wing plans on developing in Star Moon Kingdom then. Everyone present nodded in agreement upon hearing this plan. They were all adamant about forcing Zero Wing into a fight. Meanwhile, as the Starlight Alliance was planning all of this, Sherfone had finally arrived at Thunder Axe City's Central District. There was a lot of traffic in the city's Central District. Despite there being no players here, the street was still crowded. NPC merchants of neutral races could be seen doing business all around, selling all kinds of items and materials, the quality of their products not the slightest bit inferior to those sold by players' shops. However, Sherfone did not waste time sightseeing. Instead, he walked straight to a mansion located near the main street. 20 giant soldiers stood guard outside the mansion, every one of them a level 180, tier 2 soldier. The captain leading these soldiers was even a level 180, tier 3 giant. This mansion was none other than the residence of the giant race's great elder. Upon arriving at the mansion's entrance, Sherfone immediately told the guards his purpose for visiting. After the guards relayed his words and received a reply, they led him into the gigantic mansion. Very quickly, Sherfone arrived in an elegant study where a white-robed elder sat. Giants were natural-born warriors and were not adept at magic, yet the great elder was actually a level 200, tier 5 grand wizard. He would be considered an overlord-level existence even in an empire. It's been a long time since a human adventurer has visited this city. I heard that you have the power to activate the ancient teleportation array outside Thunder Axe City. May I know if this is true? The giant elder asked softly as he observed Sherfone. That is correct. Here is the ancient cube I found. It is capable of activating the ancient teleportation array, Sherfong replied, handing the Rubik's cube he obtained from the Seven Luminaries treasure chest over to the giant elder. Sure enough, this is the teleportation array's teleportation core, the giant elder said, his eyes glowing after he inspected the cube. In a somewhat excited tone, he added, "Thank you, human adventurer. This item is indeed what our giant race has been searching for all this time. With this item, our giant race will finally be free of the defensive seal that has been in place since ancient times. Since you have provided such a great help to our race, we giants definitely won't mistreat you. Take this precious giant's holy stone as a token of our race's gratitude." After the giant elder was done speaking and Sherfong accepted the giant's holy stone, a series of system notifications entered his ears. Chapter 2010, Titan Bloodline. System, congratulations. You have completed the exploration quest, Giant's Hideout. Rewarding 1 Giant's Holy Stone, Adventurers Association Reputation plus 20, and Adventurers Association Contribution plus 1000 System, congratulations. You have activated the neutral city Thunder Axe City. Rewarding 1 Thunder Axe Crystal, Thunder Axe City Reputation plus 100, and Thunder Axe City Contribution Points plus 2000. The 2 notifications echoed in Sherfang's head 3 times, leaving him dazed. The rewards for pioneering Thunder Axe City sure are abundant. Not only did I get 2000 contribution points, but I also earned a Thunder Axe Crystal. Sherfang looked at the glowing, dark gold crystal that had appeared in his hand in astonishment. Thunder Axe City was hidden deep within the Icefire Mountain range. Normally, players could only reach the city through a teleportation array within the range's outer region once it had been activated. Teleporting to Thunder Axe City from another NPC city was impossible, making it inconvenient for players to visit frequently. However, as a trade city, Thunder Axe City overflowed with opportunities and resources. Even if the journey were tough and inconvenient, players would force themselves to visit. Fortunately, there was more than one method of entering Thunder Axe City. One could also do so through the city's special tools. The city had 2 special tools that allowed players to visit with ease, the Thunder Axe Insignia and the Thunder Axe Crystal. The insignia only allowed the holder to teleport to Thunder Axe City, whereas the crystal allowed the user to open a teleportation gate, allowing a large group of players to pass through, saving plenty of travel time. However, these tools were particularly difficult to acquire. Players had to become an ordinary noble in Thunder Axe City before they could trade the city's contribution points for the insignia. As for the Thunder Axe Crystal, one could only purchase the crystal with contribution points after becoming a Viscount. The contribution points were already exceedingly difficult to acquire, not to mention gaining status in Thunder Axe City. Thunder Axe City was massive, with countless quests and opportunities to offer, but there were very few quests that awarded CPs. Moreover, players would only earn a small number of CPs from the quests that awarded them. Only high-ranking quests rewarded a higher number, but those were incredibly difficult to come by. Even the most hardworking player would fail to collect 2000 CPs after a full year of work. Meanwhile, purchasing the Thunder Axe Crystal required 5000 CPs. While the Thunder Axe Crystal had limited uses to individual players, it was extremely useful to guilds. With the crystal, guild members wouldn't have to waste time traveling to the city. With the time they saved, they could do far more in Thunder Axe City. Following which, Sherfong stored the Thunder Axe Crystal and turned his gaze toward the giant's holy stone he had received from the Great Elder. Based on what he had learned in the past, the exploration quest's reward included the epic ranked Giant's Crystal. One could use it to convert 1000 level 50+ players into giants, bypassing the conversion quest. Unfortunately, players under level 50 would have to visit Thunder Axe City and complete the conversion quest normally to convert into a giant. The conversion quest's application fee was 20 gold per person. In other words, by completing this exploration quest, one could forego the 20,000 gold in application fees while allowing selected players to skip the troublesome conversion quest and become members of the giant race. However, what the Great Elder had just given Sherfong wasn't the giant's crystal, but the giant's holy stone. Fragmented legendary rank. When Sherfone called up the giant's Holy Stones attribute panel, he was shocked. Isn't this quest reward a little too generous? Giant's Holy Stone, fragmented legendary rank. A Holy Stone created after condensing the ancient Titan race's bloodline effect 1-. Converts up to 1,000 players to the giant race. Targeted players must be level 50 or above. No cooldown. Effect 2-. Grants up to 3 giant players a strand of the Titan bloodline. No cooldown. Sherfone had no particular feelings regarding the Holy Stone's ability to convert 1,000 players into giants. The giant stone he had expected to receive could do the same, but the Holy Stone's ability to grant players the Titan bloodline was just too powerful. Among God's domain's numerous races, the Titan's life rating was the closest to that of the gods. Despite not being gods, Titans were born with a portion of a god's abilities. When a Titan became a Tier 6 god, they became incomparably formidable. However, the closer one's life rating was to that of a god, the more difficult it would become to cross the final threshold to the Tier 6 standard. According to Sherfang's memories, only the king among Titans had reached Tier 6. Not even the 10 saints of Titan City had been Tier 6 gods. In Sherfang's opinion, they were only demigods. Even so, they had the power to rival Tier 6 gods. Tier 6 god-ranked players couldn't compare to Tier 6 NPC gods. Any random Tier 6 god could beat the living daylights out of a Tier 6 player. Only multiple Tier 6 players had a chance against a Tier 6 god if they worked together. It was easy to imagine how frightening Titan demigods were. Meanwhile, the giant's Holy Stone before him was capable of granting giant players the Titan bloodline, which was far more powerful than the Dark Iron bloodline he had obtained. Moreover, he could grant the bloodline to 3 players. These Titan bloodlines were even more valuable than 3 fragmented legendary items. The giant race offered exceptional racial traits, if this bloodline were included in the equation. Sherfone didn't even dare imagine how powerful a player with this bloodline would become. Titans were nearly perfect beings, unlike giants, who had obvious flaws. With this, the players that convert into giants have hit the jackpot. Sherfone could not help but feel slightly envious as he gazed at the giant's Holy Stone. Giant players would face far more difficulties when challenging their promotion quests than human players, but with the Titan bloodline, that difficulty wouldn't be as high. With this bloodline, the promotion quests shouldn't be more difficult than that of ordinary humans. This meant that the experts who became giants could reach far greater heights. Giant players would become terrifying after reaching Tier 5, not to mention Tier 6 inches. The past, one giant expert had reached Tier 5 thanks to a ton of resources from his guild. Whether or not he had been strong enough to contend with Tier 6 god-ranked experts, he had ranked among the top 20 Tier 5 players in God's domain. Those top 20 Tier 5 experts had all worn top-tier equipment, held at least one legendary item, and wielded special legacies. Their combat standards had been at the absolute apex of God's domain, yet this Tier 5 giant expert had forced himself into the top 20 ranks despite carrying 0 legendary items. It was easy to imagine how powerful the giant race was. If possible, Sherfone would convert into a giant, obtaining the Titan bloodline, as well. But he was a guild leader. He had many matters in the game to deal with that required that he remain human. He simply couldn't afford to become a giant. Sherfone then departed from the Great Elder's mansion and headed toward the city hall. This was the main reason that he had activated Thunder Axe City. Thunder Axe City's resources were far beyond those in the Sea of Trees. The two cities were on entirely different levels. Nearly 10% of the ores and herbs first- and second-rate guilds had required in the past had been sourced from Thunder Axe City. Chapter 2011, Advanced Shop. Sherfang's carriage slowed to a stop before a majestic castle. A steady flow of NPCs entered and left the building, many of which were members of other neutral races. This majestic castle was none other than Thunder Axe City's City Hall, located within the very heart of the city. Tall walls, decorated with divine runes and magic arrays, protected the castle. The wall's defensive capabilities were even beyond Tier 5 NPCs' power. This was the safest location throughout Thunder Axe City before Sherfone reached the castle's entrance. A level 180, Tier 3 NPC soldier stopped him. Lord Bronze Legatee, this is an important location in Thunder Axe City. If you wish to enter, you must register first, the Tier 3 NPC soldier respectfully informed Sherfone as he retrieved a magic crystal. I understand. Please register me, then, Sherfone said, nodding. Thunder Axe City Hall wasn't like those in other NPC cities. Players could enter city halls in human cities without registering or gaining permission. However, not only did players have to register, but they also had to obtain an ordinary noble rank in the city before they could enter this city hall. Players had to register due to the magic array around the city hall. If the magic array didn't recognize their auras, it would attack and suppress them the moment they entered the building. Security was so strict due to the importance of Thunder Axe City's city hall. Rather than a city hall, it was more appropriate to view it as a treasury or trade market. The city hall stored all kinds of treasures the giant race had collected since ancient times, including legendary items. Once players became nobles in Thunder Axe City, they could freely trade with the city's giants. The giant race had lived in Thunder Axe City since ancient times, so they had accumulated countless treasures. As long as players had the ability and resources, purchasing a legendary item wouldn't be a problem. This was also why so many players and powers had been adamant in visiting Thunder Axe City in the past. A few superpowers experts had purchased legendary items from the giants back then, while far more had purchased fragmented legendary items. Of course, some superpowers had tried to rob Thunder Axe City's city hall, but less than a handful had succeeded. Moreover, all of those players had been Tier 6 God-ranked experts. When these God-ranked players had attempted the heist, their guilds had invested a ton of resources and manpower to assist them. Even so, they had only claimed 1 or 2 fragmented legendary items before fleeing for their lives. In doing so, however, these superpowers had earned the city's ire and had been banned from entering Thunder Axe City ever again. The cost of the endeavor simply hadn't been worth the superpowers' investments. The NPC soldier had Sherfang's aura recorded in the system after a short moment, allowing him to enter the city hall. NPCs of various races filled the castle's first floor hall as they conducted their business with the giants. Although Sherfang wanted to trade with the giants as well, he couldn't even afford an epic item with his current strength and resources. Hence, he glanced at the NPCs before heading toward the castle's second floor. When Sherfang reached the second floor hall, he noticed far fewer NPCs than on the first floor. There were only several dozen NPC merchants here, all of which sought to purchase the city's land. Suddenly, a beautiful female elf dressed in formal wear approached Sherfang with a smile. She asked, "Lord Bronze Legatee, how may I be of service?" "A senior administrator." Sherfang was slightly surprised when this female elf greeted him. However, he quickly snapped out of his daze and responded, "I wish to purchase some lands and advanced shops in Thunder Axe City. Can you recommend some?" Normally, only the ordinary administrators received visiting players in the city hall, so he had been caught off guard when this senior administrator welcomed him. Although this elven beauty was only a level 200, Tier 3 senior administrator, Sherfang could feel the intense pressure radiating from her. The pressure she gave off was no weaker than Weissman's, who was both White River City's magistrate and a Tier 4 great wizard. This was why elves were so frightening. Even at Tier 3, they could easily cast Tier 4 spells. "Alright, please follow me." The elven administrator nodded and led Sherfang to a reception room on the 3rd floor. Once inside the reception room, the senior administrator handed Sherfang 2 lists. One list contained the city's available plots of land, while the other contained Thunder Axe City's available advanced shops. However, the lists contained very few of both, with less than 50 entries in total. If other players saw these lists, they'd be astounded. Most random NPC cities had more than 500 plots of land for sale, yet Thunder Axe City had less than 50. However, Sherfang was ecstatic to examine the lists. It was already impressive that the 2 lists had 50 prospects. Thunder Axe City was unique, and its lands weren't easy to purchase. This prevented the various superpowers from monopolizing the city's benefits, giving other powers and players a chance to thrive within the city. A Bronze Legatee status in Thunder Axe City sure is high. Feng sighed ruefully as he examined the first list. There are actually 19 advanced shops available. When he had been a baron in Thunder Axe City in the past and tried to purchase an advanced shop, he had only been given 12 to choose from. Advanced shops were often available in neutral cities. Like in the Sea of Trees, Thunder Axe City had advanced shops, such as advanced grocery stores, advanced restaurants, advanced smithies, and advanced bars, to offer. However, no power would normally be willing to purchase neutral cities' advanced shops. These advanced shops' incredibly high prices were the first reason. The second reason was advanced shops' lack of use. These shops' main customers were NPCs, not players, and one could only earn coins and other items from NPCs typically. This was an ineffective way of doing business since trading coins and items with other players was far more effective. However, Thunder Axe City was a special case. Since it was a resource and trade city, a large number of neutral NPC merchants gathered here. In addition, the local giants harvested the ores and herbs from the Icefire mountain range. As a result, the city offered a wider variety of items, selling these items at far below market value. Unlike in other neutral cities, Thunder Axe City's advanced shops have been quite popular in the past, becoming the main source of resources for God's domain's powers in the city. The various major powers had avoided renting Thunder Axe City's advanced shops because the only type of income they could earn in doing so was coins. It was not possible to conduct business with forms of currency. Hence, the various major powers and merchant players in the past had resorted to purchasing the advanced shops, even if those in the city's outskirts had cost 20,000 gold. No matter how many times I visit Thunder Axe City's City Hall, I always feel like a poor bastard here. Feng sighed and shook his head as he looked at the prices on the list. The cheapest advanced shop cost more than 20,000 gold. There was also an advanced grocery store that cost 40,000 gold, and a smithy for 53,000 gold. Although both shops were in the city's inner area, both were merely one-star shops. According to Feng's knowledge, the cheapest two-star shop in Thunder Axe City cost 70,000 gold, while those in the city's inner area cost more than 100,000 gold. However, Thunder Axe City rarely sold two-star shops, but when Feng read the list's last entry, he was flabbergasted. What? A two-star shop. Chapter 2012, Two-Star Smithy. Feng stared at the shop list's last entry with wide eyes. A two-star shop. Thunder Axe City did have a few two-star shops, but they were beyond players' reach. Even a Viscount would have to get lucky to secure an opportunity to purchase a two-star shop, much less a baron. Could this be a reward for being the first person to purchase an advanced shop? Feng doubted that the Bronze Legatee title would grant him such an amazing benefit, allowing him to purchase two-star shops in the city. After giving the matter some thought, he realized that this must be a reward for being the first player to purchase an advanced shop. The difference between a one-star and a two-star shop was practically negligible for players in other super-large-scale neutral cities, but it was a different story in Thunder Axe City. Here, the difference between a one-star shop and two-star shop was like the difference between a town and a city. Two-star shops were more attractive to NPCs than their one-star counterparts. NPCs typically viewed two-star shops as more valuable and reliable, so they favored shops with higher star ranks. Two-star shops also operated on a different scale than one-star shops, but this was beyond just the physical size of the shop. More importantly, higher-ranked shops could handle larger transactions with NPCs. Each transaction with NPCs in one-star shops could only reach a maximum value of 50 gold, whereas two-star shops transactions could reach a maximum of 300 gold, a six-fold increase. After factoring in NPCs' increased interest in conducting business with two-star shops, the difference between ranks was clear. Hence, Thunder Axe City's two-star advanced shops were extremely valuable. Countless guilds had dreamed of purchasing their own, but very few had actually succeeded. Most powers had been limited to one-star shops, slowly upgrading them to two-star status. However, in God's domain, once one fell behind, making a recovery became intensely challenging. Meanwhile, the various large guilds dreamed of purchasing two-star shops to ensure the upgrade to three-star status. NPC cities could only have a limited number of three-star advanced shops at a time. Once this limit had been reached, the 2-star shops that met the requirements for an upgrade could only become 3-star shops after surpassing another 3-star shop's transaction volume. Unfortunately, surpassing a 3-star shop's transaction volume was nearly impossible for a 2-star shop. When a 2-star shop completed its promotion to 3-star status, it would undergo a qualitative transformation, increasing its maximum transaction value to 1,000 gold. Although the increase ratio wasn't as great as that between a 1-star and 2-star shop, it was a major turning point. Once a shop reached this maximum transaction value, Thunder Axe City's nobles would visit to conduct business. The items these nobles possessed was far beyond that of ordinary NPCs. A noble's every item was valuable and precious. Upgrading a 1-star shop to 2-star status in Thunder Axe City cost a lot of time and resources. By the time one completed the upgrade, those who had purchased 2-star shops would have already upgraded to 3-star status. Trying to contest for the limited 3-star shop slots would become atrociously difficult at that point. This was also why Shadow had only possessed a 2-star shop in Thunder Axe City during Shifeng's previous life. As far as he could remember, only superpowers and a few first-rate guilds had secured 3-star shops in the city, and ordinary first-rate guilds had no hope of competing for a slot. Why wouldn't Shifeng be surprised to find that he could purchase a 2-star shop right off the bat? Moreover, the 2-star shop in question was an advanced smithy. Naturally, smithies were the most valuable to God's Domains guilds among the various advanced shops. This was the case due to the specialized transactions each type of shop conducted with NPCs. NPCs that visited smithies were generally there to order custom weapons and equipment. Moreover, these NPCs would prepare their own materials, including rare forging materials that players could obtain by operating a smithy. In addition, ordinary NPCs and NPC merchants frequently sold their ores to smithies, making these advanced shops the perfect place to obtain materials. Lord Bronze Legatee, are any of these lands and shops to your liking? The elven administrator asked curiously after Shifeng's long moment of silence. If nothing here interests you, you may return next week. We should have others who want to sell their properties at that time. No, I'm very satisfied with what I've seen. I'll take these 5 plots of land and these 2 shops, Shifeng said as he pointed to the inner area lands and outer area shops. Since he was only a baron, he could only purchase lands and shops in the city's inner and outer areas. Moreover, very few lands in the inner area were available to him, and they weren't in optimal locations. As for advanced shops, a baron was only allowed to purchase those in the city's outer area. Only viscounts and above had access to advanced shops in the inner area. However, this discovery relieved Shifeng. If he had only been offered advanced shops in the city's inner area, he'd only be able to purchase the 2-star smithy along the city's edge with the money he had on him. Even so, the 2-star smithy already cost him 90,000 gold, and the 1-star potion shop he had selected cost 47,000 gold. Very well. The total for these 5 lands and 2 shops comes to 206,000 gold. The 11 beauty joyfully exclaimed after swiftly completing her calculations. If first-rate guilds upper echelon saw Shifeng spend over 200,000 gold on 2 shops and 5 lands, they'd think that he'd lost his mind. With so much money, one could purchase more than 10 plots of land in the heart of a kingdom's capital. However, Shifeng paid the 206,000 gold without hesitation. Rather, he found the price quite reasonable. While this investment might not yield any short-term returns, the profits would be well worth the cost once players entered the game's later stages. Shifeng had only brought a little over 170,000 gold with him when he had set out on his exploration quest. He had also spent over 20,000 gold in Glory Town. Fortunately, while he had been gone, the guild had accumulated over 70,000 gold in savings, despite Zero Wing's continued expansion. He just barely had enough to settle the bill. He wouldn't have much left after this transaction. A short moment later, the elven administrator revealed 7 deeds and handed them to Shifeng. Once he verified that everything was correct, Shifeng set off toward his new advanced shops. He stored 5,000 gold in each shop for NPC transactions. With his tasks completed, Shifeng didn't linger in Thunder Axe City. He used a return scroll and teleported back to White River City. Contrary to his expectations, Sherfone didn't find White River City in desolation upon his return. Now Zero Wing had temporarily withdrawn from the struggle in the Witch's Hill. Its prestige in Starmoon City had fallen, but as he wandered White River City streets, he noticed that the city's population had increased yet again. Sherfone saw countless players from large guilds on his way to the Candlelight trading firm. These guild players wandered the city with enthusiasm, making up roughly 10% of the players on the streets. White River City had already become a major city with a player population of over 10 million. 10% of that equated over 1 million guild players, a significant number. Melancholic, has something happened in White River City? Why are there so many players from other guilds? Sherfone asked. Melancholic smile after returning to the Candlelight trading firm and storing the Titan ore he had obtained during his exploration quest. Nothing has happened recently, Melancholic smile answered, smiling bitterly. So many guild players are here due to the losses our guild suffered in the Witch's Hill thanks to the Starlight Alliance. After our withdrawal, the Alliance called us out to fight in an all-out war. If we refuse, the Starlight Alliance will slay every player in Zero Wing City. Our guild members have been fighting the Alliance's members all over the kingdom, but the results aren't pleasing. Because of this, every large guild in Starmoon Kingdom thinks that it has a chance of taking over White River City. They're all preparing to do so. These guilds really know how to take advantage of an opportunity. Sherfone could not help but chuckle upon hearing Melancholic Smile's report. Since the Starlight Alliance wants a fight to the death in the Witch's Hill, I'll grant their wish. Notify Aqua immediately and have her gather 1,000 Tier 2 Shield Warriors and Berserkers in White River City's residence. I'll notify her right away, Melancholic Smile said, nodding. Chapter 2013, Advanced Abilities Activated. After assigning Melancholic Smile's tasks, Sherfone departed from the Candlelight trading firm and headed to White River City's library. He had been bound by the soul chain all this time, and no matter how he looked at it, finding the mysterious NPC that had appeared in Blackwing City was simply unrealistic. Even if he found the NPC, he'd have to avoid the man. Not even Charlene, who had been a Tier 5 red official, had been able to stop him. How was a Tier 2 player like himself supposed to deal with the NPC? The true goal of his quest wasn't to locate the mysterious NPC, but to collect enough mysterious flames to gain control of the soul fire. While Aqua Rose gathered the necessary manpower, he could take advantage of this time to enlist Charlene's help with absorbing the fallen earth fire, which he had obtained during his exploration quest. Although Tier 2 players weren't as rare anymore, they still made up a small minority of God's Domains players. This was the case for Zero Wing, as well. Gathering 1,000 Tier 2 Shield Warriors and Berserkers would take Aqua Rose some time. Meanwhile, after Melancholic Smile relayed Sherfang's words to Aqua Rose began to secretly gather Zero Wing's Tier 2 experts from the Ore Empire and Starmoon Kingdom. She instructed her chosen experts to teleport directly to White River City's residence. Unfortunately, despite the care she used while performing her task, news of her actions soon reached the kingdom's various major powers. Starmoon City, Star Alliance's residence. Guild leader, we've just received news. Zero Wing is gathering 1,000 Tier 2 experts in White River City. We do not know what the guild plans to do with them yet, Purple Eye reported as she entered the guild leader's office. Although more players had been completing their Tier 2 promotion quests, there still weren't many Tier 2 players in the game. Take the Star Alliance, for example. Despite being a first-rate guild, it just barely had 3,000 Tier 2 players. The fact that Zero Wing was gathering 1,000 of these experts warranted scrutiny. 1,000 Tier 2 experts? Galaxy Past considered the situation carefully, muttering, could Zero Wing be preparing to move against the Starlight Alliance? Currently, Starmoon Kingdom's various major powers were eagerly preparing for battle, and Zero Wing's sudden withdrawal from the Witch's Hill was the reason for this. In addition, the Starlight Alliance's reputation had received a massive boost due to the sudden development. If Zero Wing did not put a stop to this, it might lose its position as the kingdom's overlord. God's domain had changed, and more Tier 2 players surfaced each day. While Zero Wing might have a lot of these experts, the difference between their count and the total number of Tier 2 players in the kingdom was titanic. Zero Wing wouldn't be able to maintain its dominance over the kingdom if its development stagnated. Even the various superpowers faced such a problem, hence, for a considerable period in the immediate future, gods, domains, kingdoms, and empires would enter an era of strife. It would no longer be possible for a single power to monopolize a country. The various superpowers could only maintain their advantages and their current status in their territories. That can't be possible, right? Zero Wing intends to strike out against the Starlight Alliance now. Purple. I was astonished by Galaxy Past's guess. Doesn't Zero Wing know that the top adventurer team, War Riders, secretly partnered with the Alliance? If a fight breaks out, Zero Wing will suffer. The War Riders were a mercenary-like adventurer team. It was one of the few adventurer teams in God's domain that had tens of thousands of members. As long as one paid enough, the War Riders would move against any power. Superpowers were no exception. In a past virtual reality game, a guild had hired the War Riders to attack the Super Guild, Battle Wolves. Of course, they didn't target the entire guild, simply one of the branch guilds. Even so, the Battle Wolves' first guild leader managed that branch guild, and it wasn't to be trifled with. However, the War Riders had paid no heed to the guild's strength. They had initiated a war without hesitation, and although the Battle Wolves had pummeled the War Riders in the end, the Super Guild had suffered significant losses. Because of the assault, the Battle Wolves still had a bounty out on the adventurer team. The War Riders hadn't changed after joining God's domain, and as time passed, both its reputation and its strength grew. As a result, many independent experts that wanted to earn some side income sought to join the adventurer team. After all, the War Riders' sole goal was earning money. Members of the War Riders had no obligations and responsibilities to the team. Just some time ago, the War Riders' member count had exceeded 30,000. Now, it was already considered a super, large-scale adventurer team, and many first-rate guilds feared its overall strength. I don't know. I can never tell what Black Flame is thinking, but he's preparing for something. However, with the War Riders' participation, the Starlight Alliance should maintain its status quo even if Zero Wing prepares for an assault. We should use this opportunity to further our development in the kingdom's various cities, Galaxy Pass said, chuckling as he shook his head. The various major powers had been busy trying to solidify their positions lately. Now that the sudden development in Star Moon Kingdom troubled Zero Wing, this was the perfect opportunity for the Star Alliance to become the kingdom's #1 guild. Meanwhile, the kingdom's other major powers concocted their own schemes. As soon as the Starlight Alliance defeated Zero Wing, they would spread their influence throughout the various NPC cities, especially White River City, the kingdom's most populated city. As Star Moon Kingdom's various major powers planned and prepared, Shurfeng arrived before White River City's library. The library had changed drastically due to the city's latest promotion. Now, it looked more like a castle than a library. A large number of magical class players had gathered at the building, many here because of quests. So many magical class players had come here to quest due to the library's new function, Magic Walkthrough. This function gave players access to the gigantic, magic water globe in the center of the library, allowing them to learn the double casting technique. Not many magical class experts had mastered the double casting technique at this stage of the game, but now that the system provided a tutorial, magical class players swarmed to take advantage of the opportunity. However, using the magic water globe required library contribution points and magic crystals. The required magic crystals were a small matter for magic class experts, but the library contribution points could only be obtained by completing the library's quests. Hence, so many magical class players eagerly quested at the library. After a brief look at the library's first-floor hall, Shurfeng made his way to the Star Moon Hall on the library's top floor. As always, Charlene sat in the hall reading some tome. She only set the book down after noticing Shurfeng before she began to draw the magic array that would help him absorb the fallen earth fire. Once the magic array took shape, Shurfeng retrieved the fallen earth fire and wrapped the soul fire scorching flames around it. However, fusing with the fallen earth fire proved far more difficult than fusing with the purple thunder flame. This time, Shurfong felt as if he were trying to wrap a sheet of paper around a bonfire. His control of the soul fire had to be precise. The slightest mistake could throw the process off balance, which would cause the fusion to fail. After 32 subsequent failures, Shurfong finally encased the fallen earth fire in soul fire successfully. The moment the fusion succeeded, flames devoured his body. He felt the flames burn and sting his flesh as he succumbed to a splitting headache. Shortly after, the sound of a system notification reached his ear. System, congratulations. You have successfully fused the fallen earth fire and activated the soul fire's advanced abilities. Chapter 2014, Soul Cleansing. I still don't have full control. When Shurfong heard the system notification, he was disappointed. This soul fire really is troublesome. He could only shed his worries about the soul chain by gaining full control of the soul fire. However, he hadn't expected 2 Tier 3 mysterious flames to not be enough. Tier 3 mysterious flames were as valuable as fragmented legendary items. It was easy to imagine how hard they were to obtain, yet the system informed him that he needed more. Who knew when he would encounter another Tier 3 mysterious flame? It really is surprising that you managed to obtain 2 Tier 3 mysterious flames in such a short time. Although you haven't gained full control over the soul fire, fusing it with 2 Tier 3 mysterious flames has increased your compatibility with it. Now, you won't have to worry about the soul chain's corrosion for another 300 days, Charlene, who wore a crimson dress, said and nodded approvingly as she watched Shurfong. Moreover, there are benefits to being compatible with the soul fire, so don't look so dejected. Benefits? Shurfong muttered skeptically as he gazed at the blue fire enveloping his body. He didn't understand how the soul fire's present state could benefit him in any way. His entire body stung with pain. Any ordinary player would wail like a ghost if they were in his position, but even though he could endure the pain, it made concentrating difficult. At this moment, he'd likely even fail to execute the simplest combat technique. Learn to appreciate what you have. The soul fire is currently cleansing your soul, Charlene explained as she rolled her eyes at Shurfong. This is soul cleansing. Charlene's words astonished Shurfong. So, this is the soul fire's advanced ability. He had heard about soul cleansing during his previous life. It was one of the few methods to improve players' concentration attribute. If ranked by importance, one could argue that concentration stood above stamina. When players fought in God's domain, they used 2 hidden attributes, stamina and concentration. In the event of stamina exhaustion, players would lose the ability to move. In the case of concentration depletion, players would pass out. God's domain provided far fewer methods of increasing one's concentration than those available for improving stamina, which was one of the reasons that the former was more important. Generally, players' concentration only improved when they increased their basic attributes, and Tier's concentration's ability to affect a player's mental state was another reason. Players had only discovered this quite some time after God's domain had launched. This effect was similar to the experience players had when in areas with high mana density. In truth, players felt more comfortable around denser mana due to the mana elevating their concentration. In other words, higher concentration allowed players to focus and maintain their calm more easily. The higher a player's concentration was, the more physical control they'd have. This was the third, and most important, reason. Players could manipulate their physical limits more easily, which was why, after reaching higher tiers, players could execute actions or techniques that their bodies couldn't previously handle. For example, a Tier 2 player might struggle to master a complex advanced combat technique, but could do so after reaching Tier 3. These were the reasons that all of God's domain's experts had frantically sought to improve their concentration in Shurfeng's previous life. Unfortunately, the available methods to do so were just as rare as fragmented legendary items. The various superpowers would have even gone to war over a discovered method in the past. There had been multiple instances of items that could increase concentration appearing in the dark auction. The various superpowers had even willingly traded fragmented legendary items for items that only granted a 5% boost to concentration. They had even exchanged fragmented legendary weapons for items that granted a 10% boost without hesitation. As far as Shurfong could remember, soul cleansing provided between 5% and 15% more concentration. He had never dreamed that he'd get to experience the phenomenon now. After 10 minutes or so, the blue flames finally subsided. When they did, Shifeng felt more refreshed than he ever had before. Both his physical control and mental clarity had improved drastically. He immediately unsheathed Killing Ray and executed Swords Transmigration. Mesmerizing stars twinkled around Shifeng. If ordinary players were to see this scene, they'd assume that he had used some skill rather than a combat technique. Amazing. Shifeng's eyes glowed with excitement as he stared at the sacred sword in his hand. When he had used Swords Transmigration in the past, the bronze combat technique had taken a massive toll on his stamina and concentration. He could only execute the technique about 20 times before it affected his physical performance. However, not only could he execute Swords Transmigration with greater precision after undergoing the soul cleansing, but his stamina and concentration consumption had decreased as well. Now, he estimated that he could execute Swords Transmigration 30 times before it affected his performance. This improvement was simply terrifying. Moreover, his sword slashes were visibly faster and nimbler than before. He had only been able to alter his swing 4 times before, and only 5 times when he fought in peak condition, but now, he could execute 5 alterations without reaching his limits. Shifeng felt as if he could fight a domain realm expert without losing ground, even without relying on Swords Transmigration. And when both combatants' basic attributes were equal. Once Shifeng finished reveling in his recent improvements, he left the library and made his way to the guild residence. By now, 1,000 Tier 2 shield warriors and berserkers had gathered in Zero Wing's residence, waiting in the second-floor hall. Why did the vice guild leaders suddenly recall so many of us? Are we going to attack the Starlight Alliance? That's likely. However, we won't be able to take out those monster players with just shield warriors and berserkers. Maybe we're going on a quest. Many of these Tier 2 experts were curious about Aqua Rose's sudden summons, and they all discussed the situation as they waited. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's members felt a surge of motivation after witnessing so many expert players gather. They hadn't realized that their guild had so many Tier 2 experts. If there were already 1,000 Tier 2 shield warriors and berserkers, it was easy to imagine how many more Tier 2 experts were in Zero Wing. Moreover, every one of these Tier 2 players had already reached level 60. Only peak experts had reached such a high level thus far. Many peak experts from first-rate guilds had only recently reached level 60. Guild leader, everyone's here, Aqua Rose said as Shifeng entered the guild hall. Worriedly, she continued, but, guild leader, do you intend to fight the Starlight Alliance in the Witch's Hill? I have seen those monster players' strength. Without berserk skills, our Tier 2 experts have no hope against them. Those monster players. Shaking his head, Shifeng said, no, that's not the plan. Aqua Rose could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. If they faced the Starlight Alliance in the Witch's Hill now, they'd be at a severe disadvantage. If they wanted to defeat the Alliance, they had to accumulate enough magic-breaking crossbows and basic combat devices. My target is the Starlight Alliance's WildhammerTown, Shifeng declared. Notify everyone to prepare master regeneration potions. Those that don't have any can collect some from the guild warehouse. Once they're ready, send them to teleport to Zero Wing City. Chapter 2015, Approaching Storm. WildhammerTown. Aqua Rose was stunned to hear Shifeng's target. WildhammerTown was one of the 2 guild towns in the Witch's Hill. It was also the town that Knight's Judgment poured its resources into developing. At this point, the town had as many as 12 defense turrets. How were they supposed to capture the town with just 1,000 Tier 2 players? Emichim, WildhammerTown doesn't need to exist anymore. Shifeng nodded, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Sensing the killing intent radiating from Shifeng, Aqua Rose recognized his determination. She was at a loss for words. Zero Wing had never tried to stop any of the large guilds from developing in the Witch's Hill. After all, the more popular the Witch's Hill became, the more of an asset it would be to Zero Wing. However, not only had the Starlight Alliance openly declared war on Zero Wing, but it had also made multiple attempts to provoke the guild. It was only natural that Zero Wing issue a response. Unfortunately, WildhammerTown's defenses easily surpassed those of a basic town. Even several tens of thousands of elite and expert players might not be enough to capture a normally fortified basic town, much less WildhammerTown, which the Starlight Alliance had invested a ton of resources and manpower into. When Sherfong finished speaking, he turned on his heel and headed toward the guild warehouse, leaving behind a worried Aqua Rose in the guild hall's threshold. Aqua Rose promptly recovered and notified the 1000 Tier 2 experts of Sherfang's instructions. She had them collect their master regeneration potions and teleport to Zero Wing City shortly after the Tier 2 experts left. A few spies hiding in Zero Wing reported to their superiors in the various large guilds. What? Zero Wing plans to fight the Starlight Alliance in the Witch's Hill. It seems we'll get an interesting show in the Witch's Hill soon. Notify our guild members. Everyone is to prepare to move at a moment's notice. Once Zero Wing has been defeated, we'll attack its guild members in the fields. We cannot let the kingdom's other guilds steal this opportunity to make a name for themselves. When the various major powers' upper echelons learned that the 1,000-man team of Tier 2 experts in Zero Wing's White River City residence had teleported to Zero Wing City, they knew that the guild had gotten serious. They immediately commanded their guild members to prepare for Zero Wing's defeat. When news of Zero Wing's movements reached the Starlight Alliance, the allied guilds made their own preparations. Zero Wing is finally on the move. Zero Wing is, after all, Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild. To protect its reputation, Zero Wing must fight us. How could it continue in the kingdom if it hides like a coward? Notify the War Riders. Tell them to gather in the Witch's Hill. We have so many monster players and experts on our side. Including the War Riders, who are equipped for large-scale field combat, will force Zero Wing into ruin. Hopefully, Zero Wing doesn't surrender too quickly. I don't want our plan to whittle down Zero Wing's main force to go to waste. In that case, we should deliberately act weak and let Zero Wing assume that victory is within its grasp. That way, we'll be able to sap away the guild's strength. Right. Let's do that. Notify our teams to hold back a little. However, they are to kill as many players wielding magic-breaking crossbows and basic combat devices as possible. The various representatives in the Starlight Alliance's meeting voiced their opinions. Soon, they all reached a consensus and decided to toy with Zero Wing on the battlefield for a time. The experts from the Starlight Alliance's dozen or so member guilds gathered in the Witch's Hill. At the same time, a large group of players from the War Riders Adventurer team appeared in Zero Wing City. Despite being Adventurer team members, these players moved with the discipline of guild players. Not only were all of them level 57 or higher, but they also had over 1,000 Tier 2 players with them. It wasn't long before the players in the teleportation hall noticed these Adventurer team members. Zero Wing. I've been hearing this name for so long. Hopefully, the guild isn't too disappointing, a level 60, Tier 2 Guardian Knight muttered as he exited the teleportation array and glanced over Zero Wing City's teleportation hall, a hint of excitement shining in his eyes when Adventurer team experts in the hall noticed this cloaked shield warrior with a mana-imbued shield in the hall. They gasped, "Why is Roaring Flame here? Are the War Riders participating in the guild war?" Many experts were shocked as they stared at this unruly, middle-aged man. The War Riders Adventurer team was among the best adventurer teams in God's domain right now. Roaring Flame, the War Riders commander, even ranked among the top 100 on the God's Domain's experts list. Countless adventurer team players in God's Domain revered him as an idol. With the War Riders' sudden appearance in a backwater area like Starmoon Kingdom, why wouldn't these players be surprised? For a time, tension shot through Zero Wing City due to the War Riders' presence. Zero Wing's members were particularly concerned when they saw the War Riders' multiple 1,000-man teams marching through the city streets. Meanwhile, in Zero Wing City's residence, Guild leader, members of the War Riders Adventurer team have appeared in Zero Wing City, Aqua Rose reported to Sherfong. I suspect that the Starlight Alliance has invited them here. Why don't we eliminate them? She was quite familiar with the War Riders Adventurer Tarn. Unlike orthodox adventurer teams, the War Riders operated like a band of mercenaries. Not only were the adventurer team's members individually powerful, but they were also particularly adept in large-scale combat as a team. The War Riders had proved their capacity for top-notch battle strategies and formations that allowed the team members to exhibit greater strength than it should reasonably be able to. Many superpowers had suffered significant losses at the War Riders' hands. In Aqua Rose's opinion, the fact that the War Riders had arrived in Zero Wing City spelled nothing good for the guild. If the adventurer team wanted to develop in the Witch's Hill, it should seek permission from Zero Wing first. The fact that the adventurer team hadn't meant that it was under the Starlight Alliance's employ. Meanwhile, now that the War Riders were inside Zero Wing City, the guild had the home ground advantage. This was the perfect opportunity to remove the adventurer team from the equation. With Zero Wing's defenses, not even the infamous War Riders had any hope of leaving the city alive. Forget it. Even though they have allied with the Starlight Alliance, they haven't openly opposed us. If we kill them in Zero Wing City, it will only cause a panic among the independent players and various adventurer teams in the city, which would be detrimental to Zero Wing's development, Shifeng said, chuckling as he shook his head. Roaring Flame should have considered this, in Shifeng's opinion, so the man teleported to Zero Wing City alongside his teammates. Shifeng had to admit that the Roaring Flame was a calculating individual. It was no wonder why the War Riders had become one of God's Domain's true top adventurer teams in the past, an existence that even the various superpowers had feared. I guess you're right, but I don't like the idea of letting them take advantage of us, Aqua Rose grumbled, frustrated. Despite the War Riders' bold use of their teleportation services, they couldn't do anything about it. Take advantage of us? Shifeng laughed. Our services are not that easy to take advantage of. Renew the teleportation settings. For today only, adjust Zero Wing City's teleportation fees to their maximum. The War Riders can use our services as much as they want to. Understood. I'll see to it immediately. Aqua Rose joyfully replied. If they adjusted the teleportation fee to the maximum, even Tier 2 experts would wince at the expense. Chapter 2016, Giant Conversion. Zero Wing, 4 Towers of Elements. Due to the 4 Towers of Elements teleportation ability and the Witch's Hill's popularity, an extraordinarily large number of players gathered at the towers to use the teleportation service each day. Even though the Starlight Alliance had placed a teleportation seal on Zero Wing City, such teleportation seals could only be maintained for a certain time. Constant seals didn't exist. Hence, for the sake of safe and convenient travel, players still visited the 4 Towers of Elements. However, the players currently visiting the towers were in an uproar. What's going on? Why is the teleportation fee suddenly so expensive? I'm only traveling within the Witch's Hill map, yet I have to pay more than 1 gold. This is daylight robbery. Even as a Tier 2 player, I only earn 1 or 2 gold coins in profit per day in the Witch's Hill. Has Zero Wing gone insane? The players visiting the 4 Towers of Elements heatedly debated over the sudden increase in teleportation fees. Meanwhile, the multiple 1,000-man teams that had lined up in one of the towers was just as stunned by the discovery. Commander, Zero Wing is too sinister. It raised the teleportation fee. We have 20,000 people that need to travel, which will cost more than 23,000 gold in total. Zero Wing has done this on purpose. A female, Tier 2 Cursemancer in a set of grey robes fumed as she complained to Roaring Flame. Although their adventurer team had a lot of members, they didn't have nearly as many funds as a first-rate guild. Currently, they had only saved up around 70,000 gold in their shared warehouse. If they spend over 23,000 gold on teleportation fees, they would lose over 1/3 of their adventurer team's liquid funds, significantly impacting their ability to purchase resources and nurture new members. It seems Zero Wing has noticed us, but this type of greeting is certainly unorthodox, Roaring Flame said, laughing. Since Zero Wing doesn't want to allow us to teleport out of the city, we'll walk. Zero Wing is cowardly. It is afraid of us working with the Starlight Alliance against its forces, so it has used this plan deliberately to buy time, the level 59, Tier 2 Cursemancer asked, clicking her tongue. I had thought Zero Wing was a mysterious and powerful guild, but it seems that there's nothing really special about it after all. Does Zero Wing really think delaying us will change anything? With no other choice, the War Riders left Zero Wing City through the city's entrance. Meanwhile, a 100-man team stood on the top floor of the tower the War Riders had left. Although these team members had hidden under black cloaks, their auras were intense enough to drive Tier 2 players away. If Shifeng were present, he would have noticed that this 100-man team consisted of Blackwater's Heavenly Eagle Legion, established by Xuanwu Sha. Quite a few of these players were Refinement Realm experts, and Snow Scar, the leader of the team, had recently risen through the ranks on the God's Domains experts list, earning the title of Spear Demon. So, it's true. As the report stated, the War Riders have joined the Starlight Alliance. Zero Wing is in for a tough fight. Zero Wing is pitiful. It's going to lose its position as Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild before we even have a chance to take action. That's right. Sin Realm has deep connections with Beast Emperor, so the guild has gotten its hands on the power to transform players into monsters. Based on what we've learned, the Star Alliance has prepared over 3,000 monster players to ensure Zero Wing's destruction. It's also dispatched another 20,000 experts, and the War Riders are providing reinforcements. As long as Zero Wing leaves this city, the Starlight Alliance will devour it. I've heard that Roaring Flame, the War Riders' commander, is exceptionally strong. Seeing him now, he truly seems powerful. It's no wonder why he dared to reject the Vice Guild leader's recruitment offer. Seeing his strength makes me want to challenge him to a duel. I'd rather duel Black Flame. I want to see if he is as powerful as the rumors make him out to be. Alright, enough. Don't forget our task. As the discussion reached a tipping point, Snow Scar interjected. Everyone on the team immediately shut their mouths. Unlike when the Heavenly Eagle Legion had initially been established, this team was convinced of Snow Scar's strength and followed his leadership obediently. Head to your respective positions and wait. Be prepared to act as soon as Zero Wing sends its army out of Zero Wing City. Snow Scar snapped through the team chat. Whether Zero Wing wins or loses, we are going to sever its income source. Understood. The team members then split up and headed toward each of the elemental towers. Once they received the command, they destroy Zero Wing City's 4 towers of elements, the city's greatest income source. Zero Wing. Although our plan is despicable, you only have yourself to blame for standing in Blackwater's way. Snow Scar glanced at the distant Zero Wing residence one final time before heading to his appointed location. While the various major powers were paying close attention to the situation in the Witch's Hill, 1,000 Tier 2 shield warriors and berserkers had gathered in the second-floor hall of Zero Wing's residence. Even now, they didn't know why Shifeng had called them there, and they couldn't help but discuss the situation amongst themselves. They had only fallen quiet after Shifeng and Aqua Rose had entered the hall. Since everyone here is a core member of our guild, I'll just come out with it. We want you to fulfill a specific task, but it requires that you convert to the giant race, gaining far greater strength. If you do not wish to convert, you may leave. I'll find a replacement later. If there are no problems, line up before me to complete the conversion, Shifeng stated after sweeping a glance over the players in the hall. Convert to the giant race. Aqua Rose was stunned when she heard Shifeng's intentions. She knew a little about race conversion, so she understood the benefits of converting to a neutral race, especially the giants. The giant race had been fathered by the Titans and wielded incredibly strong combat power. The giants were far superior to humans. However, a race conversion wasn't accomplished so easily. The players in the hall remained silent for some time, but once they recovered from their daze, they expressed their shock. They were all core members, so they knew about the benefits of converting to a neutral race, not to mention the legendary giant race. The giants were a mysterious race and even more powerful than beastkin and half-elves. After a moment of processing Shifeng's offer, they rushed to line up before their guild leader, hoping to be the first to become a giant. Seeing his players' excitement regarding the conversion, Shifeng retrieved the giant's holy stone and began to change the players before him. After 10 minutes or so, All 1,000 shield warriors and berserkers had become 4-meter-tall giants, and with so many of them, the hall seemed a little crowded, so strong. Aqua Rose exclaimed as she examined the giant players. She could feel an intense pressure radiating from every one of the Tier 2 giants. With all 1,000 in one place, their combined aura was astounding good. Let's head to WildhammerTown and pay the Starlight Alliance a visit. Surefoam nodded approvingly at the 1,000 Tier 2 giants before him. He then activated Spatial Gate, opening a teleportation gate that led to WildhammerTown's area. Chapter 2017, Giant Raid Witch's Hill, WildhammerTown. Due to its proximity to the Million Forest, which made travel to the Otherworld Gate considerably easier, and the investments from multiple corporations, WildhammerTown's player population had grown past 600,000. Players' shops filled the town alongside the variety of virtual stores, which were run by real-world corporations. The town was no less prosperous than a minor NPC town since the Starlight Alliance was growing stronger. The number of merchant players and adventurer teams visiting the town continued to increase. Sooner or later, WildhammerTown would become the main hub for players wanting to grind in the Million Forest. Although the town had to deal with the occasional monster siege, the Starlight Alliance had solid fortifications. Despite being a basic town, WildhammerTown was surrounded by tall, solid walls, and over a dozen defense turrets and another dozen or so arrow towers had been built along the walls. The Starlight Alliance had also ensured that more than 20,000 players protected the town constantly. With all these defenses, not even the Witch's Hill's monsters could cause any damage. Moreover, the guilds that made up the Starlight Alliance had constructed more than a dozen temporary guild residences. Even in the event that the town's defenses failed to repel an enemy invasion, the guilds could easily call in more than 100,000 players as reinforcements at a moment's notice. One could say that WildhammerTown was the safest town in Starmoon Kingdom. As the sun set, the afterglow gradually covered the earth as darkness began to awake from its slumber. Currently, a robust man carrying a silver longbow climbed atop one of WildhammerTown's defense turrets and quietly observed the distant forest. The 6-man party that guarded the turret stopped slacking the moment they noticed this man, growing nervous. Although this Tier 2 ranger was only level 57, an insignificant level in a guild like Knight's Judgment since so many Tier 2 players had already reached level 58 and beyond. The 6-man party only had admiration and respect for the man before him. This man was one of the only 6 players in Knight's Judgment that had obtained an advanced legacy. He was also the only expert in the guild to complete the Hell Mode promotion quest. He had been dubbed Soul Chaser in Starmoon Kingdom, 8 Feathers. Anyone who had challenged the Tier 2 promotion quest understood how difficult the quest was. A lot of players had to spend a long time preparing for the normal mode promotion quest. Some expert players had even failed their promotion quests after reaching their current levels, still stuck at Tier 1. The Hell Mode promotion quest was practically a legend among players right now, yet 8 Feathers had completed it some time ago. The ranger had sparred with Sin Realm's famous 7 great experts. Although he hadn't defeated any of them, he hadn't lost either. Sin Realm's 7 great experts ranked at the very peak of Purple Thorns Kingdom's players, but unlike these experts, 8 Feathers was still in his early 20s. He still had plenty of time for growth. The forest seems pretty quiet today. I doubt we'll see any monster sieges, 8 Feathers said, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes as he gazed at the forest. The 6 players on duty nodded in approval. They were also disappointed with the lack of activity. Although fending off monster sieges was troublesome, it was an opportunity to obtain treasures and train. The players on duty yesterday were so lucky. They got to participate in a monster siege. Why don't we get to have any fun? I've heard that Commander 8 made a killing yesterday. He even managed to obtain a piece of level 55 secret silver equipment and over 20 primordial crystal fragments. I heard the same. The players on duty also earn 2 or 3 fragments each. They're so lucky. With a few more fragments, they can synthesize them into a full crystal and upgrade their guild mounts to bronze rank. The bronze guild mount speed and appearances are to die for. I wonder when I'll get to synthesize my own crystal. There's no need to be in such a hurry. Zero Wing has decided to fight the Starlight Alliance. Once it's defeated, the Witch's Hill's resources will be ours for the taking. Obtaining a primordial crystal will be a piece of cake. I guess you're right. But isn't Zero Wing full of itself? Just because it is Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild, it is taking us lightly. Doesn't the guild realize that we've entered a new era? Tier 2 players have already become commonplace. With how few Tier 2 experts Zero Wing has, how could it suppress the dozen or so guilds in the Starlight Alliance? When the plays atop the defense turret spoke about Zero Wing, they could not help but laugh at and ridicule the guild's ignorance. Even now, it tried to cling to its past achievements however, as these players began to discuss where they should go to grind for primordial crystal fragments, a spatial tear suddenly opened near the town's main entrance, adding a bizarre effect to the reddening sky. The spatial tear continued to grow until it formed a black hole. Once the black hole had stabilized, a figure emerged and stepped onto WildhammerTown's main street. A monster siege. Watching from the defense turrets, the players on duty didn't have a clear view of the figure. They could only see the invader's enormous framer. This invader was far larger than the players wandering the streets, so the watching players assumed that it must be a monster. No. That marker. That guy's a player. 8 Feathers, who had incredible sight, exclaimed as he shook his head, his expression grim. The invader was 4 meters tall and radiated an aura resembling that of a wild beast. No matter how he considered the situation, this invader would be difficult to deal with. Moreover, the invading player was level 60, which only peak experts had reached at this stage of the game. This only solidified the idea that this player wasn't to be trifled with. Shortly after the first giant appeared, more began to emerge from the black hole. In a brief moment, several dozen giant players graced WildhammerTown streets. Most importantly, these giant players wore the 6-winged emblem of Zero Wing. Zero Wing's members dare to trespass in our WildhammerTown. Are they that tired of living? Commander, let's blast them to smithereens. No matter how powerful players were, they were still players. Against the defense turrets, they were little more than cannon fodder. The fact that Zero Wing's members had grown larger only made them easier targets. The defense turret's AoE is too large. There are other players on the street. With so few of them, the NPC soldiers and patrol squads can deal with them easily enough. 8 Feathers said the defense turret's attacks did not differentiate between friend and foe. If they accidentally bombarded bystanders, it would be very bad for the town's reputation. Rather than using the defense turrets, it was wiser to let the several thousand NPC soldiers and 20,000 player guards deal with these intruders. Furthermore, Zero Wing had only arrived with several dozen members. They didn't need to employ the defense turrets for such a small force. However, when one of Knight's Judgment's patrol squads reached Zero Wing's giant players, one of Zero Wing's massive members executed a Tier 1 whirlwind slash with his battle axe. The impact threw 10 or so players from the 100-man team over a dozen yards away. The squad's Tier 2 players remained standing, but for Tier 1 players, only those that wore plate armor had survived the attack. The rest had died instantly, their bodies transforming into streaks of light before disappearing. Chapter 2018, Battle at Wildhammer. Due to the frightening power the axe-wielding giant player had just displayed, the bystanders on the street had fallen silent. When they looked at the shattered ground beneath the giant player's feet, they could not help but grow nervous. So strong. Zero Wing isn't seriously attacking WildhammerTown, is it? Has Zero Wing gone insane? It actually dares to attack WildhammerTown directly. If they had been confused about why such a small group from Zero Wing had appeared in WildhammerTown, they weren't now. Zero Wing intended to strike out against the Starlight Alliance, and it would use WildhammerTown to do it, the Alliance's most important base. Just as the surrounding crowd whispered among themselves, Zero Wing's Tier 2 giant players annihilated the first 100-man patrol squad that had greeted them. Even Knight's Judgment's Tier 2 players fell helplessly before the giant berserkers. After witnessing the giant players' combat power, the bystanders fled the scene, only daring to watch the battle from a long, safe distance. Commander, the bystanders have left the battlefield. Should we open fire? One of the players on duty at the defense turret turned to 8 Feathers, asking for confirmation. Zero Wing's giant players had displayed far greater combat power than they had expected. The patrol squad had consisted of 100 elite and expert players from Knight's Judgment, yet these several dozen intruders had wiped out the squad in less than 10 seconds. The giant players' mighty strength had carved out numerous craters on the town's main street. If these players were allowed to wreak havoc, WildhammerTown would suffer significant damage. Sure enough, Zero Wing has come prepared. Open fire. Annihilate them before they leave that street. We cannot let them cause damage to the rest of the town. 8 Feathers commanded through the team chat. Even he felt slightly threatened as he watched Zero Wing's giant players. If they were allowed to destroy the town and kill these players, the consequences would be unimaginable. Understood. Upon hearing 8 Feathers' command, the players manning the town's defense turrets went into action. Very quickly, over a dozen defense turrets turned and fired upon the giant players simultaneously. A series of explosions rang out from the defense turrets. With the turret's range and AoE attacks, Zero Wing's members had no hope of escaping the blast radius in time. However, a dozen or so Tier 2 shield warriors among the giant players suddenly stepped forward and raised their shields, receiving the cannon shells. Boom. 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 The cannon shells exploded as they collided with the shields, and the resulting shockwaves were so intense that even the players some distance away could feel them. However, once the dust settled, the revealed scene stupefied the watching players. Not only had the giant shield warriors survived the attacks, but they also remained in their original positions. Not one of them had taken a single step back. Moreover, the shield warriors hadn't even lost 10% of their HPs. How high is their defense? Those were Tier 3 attacks. The players manning the defense turret stared at the barely injured intruders in astonishment. The defense turret's cannon shells could even deal over -300,000 damage to Tier 3 NPCs. The attacks would kill players instantly if they landed. A Tier 2 shield warrior with both a berserk skill and a life-saving skill might survive, but only barely. However, the giant players had taken almost no damage after receiving the defense turret's attacks. They would look as good as new if they simply dusted off their armor. Commander, what should we do? The players manning the defense turrets asked. 8 Feathers desperately prepare to fire another round. Once the cooldown ends, fire. Even 8 Feathers watched Zero Wing's giant players with a grim expression. Finishing them off would take quite some time with how high these giants' defense and strength were. Meanwhile, these dozen or so giant players would wreak havoc in WildhammerTown. The moment 8 Feathers finished issuing his command, he caught sight of more giant players emerging from the black hole. He was so shocked that his mind froze momentarily, but contrary to his expectations, these giant players didn't start a rampant slaughter. After exiting the black hole, the new arrivals guarded their position alongside the first group of giants. Quick. Notify the guild leader. Request reinforcements to WildhammerTown immediately. 8 Feathers barked as a foreboding feeling overwhelmed him. When one normally launched a surprise attack on an opponent's town, they do their best to avoid the town's defenses and cause as much destruction as possible. After all, the defense turrets and arrow towers' power was no laughing matter, and every guild town had plenty of NPC soldiers for security. Once the invaders were surrounded, they'd be doomed. However, Zero Wing's giant players showed no intention of doing so. They simply stood on the main street and wasted time as they fell into a defensive formation. No matter how one looked at the situation, their behavior seemed foolish. The more time Zero Wing wasted, the more of an advantage the town's defenders would have. But was Zero Wing truly that foolish? As 8 Feathers watched more giant players gather on the main street, his hands began to tremble. However, he didn't tremble with excitement, but because he had considered a possibility his enemy didn't care about advantages or disadvantages. Zero Wing had full confidence in its ability to capture WildhammerTown. The players manning the defense turret felt that 8 Feathers was making a mountain of a molehill. The intruders were merely a small group of giant players, not a 1 million strong army. Did they really need every guild in the Starlight Alliance to send reinforcements? However, Despite their opinions, they followed the Rangers' orders and contacted their guild leader, letting him decide what should be done. After a short moment, 1,000 giant players had gathered in WildhammerTown. The crowd's breathing grew heavy as they watched the invaders. A single giant player could easily negate a defense turret's attack, and 1,000 of these monstrous players now stood in the middle of their town. Tension shot through the town's independent players and those from Knight's Judgment when everyone began to assume that nothing else would emerge from the black hole. A figure, which was considerably smaller than the giant players, appeared. When they saw this figure, both the independent players and Knight's Judgment's members grew even more nervous. Black Flame? Black Flame is leading the attack himself? Everyone in Starmoon Kingdom knew the name of Black Flame. He was a legendary existence that had the power to stand against a Tier 4 mythic monster by himself for a short time. Even now, everyone could easily recall his achievements. Guild leader Black Flame, you actually decided to visit WildhammerTown personally? This is truly surprising. To what do we owe the pleasure of your visit? 8 Feathers asked, deliberately dragging his words to buy time. Relying on a bunch of defense turrets and NPC soldiers wouldn't be nearly enough against an expert with mythic-level combat power. They needed to use their guild's trump card, but activating it required time. Since the Starlight Alliance has declared war on Zero Wing, we are here to issue our response and wipe the Starlight Alliance from Starmoon Kingdom's map. Shifeng responded, his tone casual. It was as if he knew that 8 Feathers was trying to buy time and didn't mind at all. Do you think that's really possible with just 1,000 players? Glancing at the time, 8 Feathers grinned and shouted, activate the magic array. Suddenly, a gigantic magic array manifested, enveloping the main street and several adjacent streets. The intruding expert's basic attributes plummeted as the powerful pressure from the array washed over them. This was WildhammerTown's trump card _ a large-scale intermediate magic array that could even survive against a mythic monster's attacks for a considerable amount of time. The enemy players caught within the array would lose at least 20% of their basic attributes. Why not? Shifeng responded by activating Miniature World and Ring of Brilliance. Chapter 2019, Destruction of Wildhammer. The instant Shifeng activated Miniature World and Ring of Brilliance, a silver ripple spread out from him. When the silver ripple passed through the non-Zero Wing members, their bodies immediately felt heavier as their basic attributes decreased. Even their reaction speeds had become slightly sluggish. Meanwhile, this silver ripple quickly engulfed the entire WildhammerTown. What's going on? Why can't I contact the outside world? When the ripple stopped expanding and disappeared, a translucent barrier enveloped the entire WildhammerTown. Some of the players inside the town quickly discovered that communications with the outside world had been completely cut off. They couldn't even access Starmoon Kingdom's official forums. The Starlight Alliance members present in the town started panicking. Not only were their basic attributes and physique heavily suppressed, but they were also rendered incommunicado. They naturally wouldn't be able to ask for reinforcements and could only deal with the 1,000 giant players, who suddenly had their attributes enhanced. All by themselves they were already at an absolute disadvantage even when fighting against the giants in their normal state. Now that the gap in attributes had been further widened. Alright, I won't mind if anyone else inside the town wishes to help the Starlight Alliance. Now, let's start a delightful fight. Shifeng said as he swept a glance at the various independent players and adventurer teams, who were showing hints of wanting to take action. Although Shifeng did not speak that loudly, it would be hard for everyone not to hear him as the street was deathly silent right now. The various independent players and adventurer team members involuntarily avoided his gaze, their eyes wide with fear. Amazing. With just a few words, Black Flame scared the players that were planning to take advantage of the situation into inaction. Of course. After seeing all the cards Zero Wing has revealed thus far, in addition to hearing Black Flame's calm tone, who would dare make an enemy out of Zero Wing now? As expected of Zero Wing's guild leader. With his charisma and intelligence, the Starlight Alliance will definitely have their hands full dealing with Zero Wing. With this, the Starlight Alliance will most likely have a difficult time getting the players inside the town to help out. When the upper echelon of the various guilds that were not part of the Starlight Alliance saw this scene, they felt great admiration for Sherfong. At the same time, their wariness of Zero Wing also further increased at this moment. 8 Feathers, who had reached the battlefield, waved his hand. Immediately, several players hidden along the street took out Tier 3 large-scale destruction magic scrolls and aimed the scrolls at Sherfong. In the next moment, gigantic magic arrays bloomed above the main street, one after another black flame. "Pay for your arrogance," 8 Feathers shouted as he glared at Sherfong and the other members of Zero Wing. "Attack!" 9 Tier 3 large-scale destruction spells activated simultaneously. The AoE of the spells covering the entire main street. The power of the spells was much greater than the attacks of the defense turrets. Shields also wouldn't be effective against these spells, MTs could only endure them. Even if the giant shield warriors activated their life-saving skills and survived this combined attack, they would most likely have very little HP remaining. As for Sherfong, even if the swordsman was more amazing, he would not be able to kill the 9 players activating the 9 magic scrolls within the scroll's short activation time. The 9 gigantic magic arrays in the sky immediately released a blinding glow and started rapidly sucking up the mana available in WildhammerTown's main street. However, even after seeing that the 9 Tier 3 large-scale destruction spells were about to activate, Sherfong still showed no intention of dodging. Instead, he merely waved his hand casually. Forbidden Domain. A grey ripple spread out from Sherfong and shattered the magic arrays in the sky, allowing the rampaging mana to calm down. Following which, the 9 large-scale destruction spells vanished without accomplishing anything. What? Why does he have a large-scale silencing domain? 8 Feathers' eyes widened as he checked the 9 players responsible for activating the large-scale destruction magic scrolls. At this moment, the magic scrolls these players previously wielded had already disappeared. This situation was clearly the effect of the silence debuff. The silence debuff made attacks using skills and spells impossible. If they were to fight inside this silencing domain's AoE, they would be in an extremely disadvantageous position. Now, their only way to repulse Zero Wing's members was by utilizing the defense turrets and arrow towers. Although these defensive structures would have little to no effect against Zero Wing's giant players, these defensive structures could still buy them time to escape the silencing domain's AoE. Just as 8 Feathers was about to have the defense turrets and arrow towers bombard the main street, a clear and crisp voice suddenly entered his ears. "Now that you're done attacking, it's my turn now. Hopefully, this spell will be to your satisfaction," Sherfong said as he pointed a finger to the Skyflame domain. Immediately after, 8 Feathers saw a massive, crimson magic array appear overhead, covering nearly half of the entire main street. Not good. At this moment, the magic array encompassed every Starlight Alliance member on the main street before 8 Feathers could order a retreat. However, a column of flames descended from the magic array, the flames visible to all the players in WildhammerTown. The ground within the AoE of Flame Domain instantly turned into lava. Meanwhile, even the level 80, Tier 2 NPCs didn't survive, dying and turning into ashes after getting caught within the fiery hell for a few seconds after the column of flames disappeared. The scene that appeared had all the onlookers gasping involuntarily. Several thousand players and a few hundred NPC soldiers had disappeared, just like that. Now, nearly half of the main street was void of life, with plenty of player items strewn across the street. Most importantly, the players killed by the column of flames were the main fighting force of the Starlight Alliance. This loss was much more severe than if the Starlight Alliance had lost several tens of thousands of Tier 1 elite members. After all, while Tier 1 and Tier 2 experts were somewhat capable of hindering Zero Wing's giant players, Tier 1 elite players were practically cannon fodder in front of the Tier 2 giant players. As for Sherfong, after seeing that he had torn a hole in the enemy encirclement, he commanded, "Everyone, advance. Our target is Knight's Judgment's residence." A part of the reason why capturing a town or city was considered difficult was the external defenses. Enemies would have a difficult time breaking into the town or city. However, unlike cities, Towns did not have defensive magic arrays to prevent enemies from teleporting directly into the town via skill or tool. In a situation where the defense turrets and arrow towers were ineffective, the only trouble they would face was the Tier 2 players and NPC soldiers garrisoning the town. Previously, the Starlight Alliance's Tier 2 players and NPC soldiers had a considerable numerical advantage. However, after the blast from Flame Domain, that advantage had diminished. Moreover, Miniature World was also suppressing the surviving players and NPCs. Hence, Sherphone was no longer worried about facing any problems and commanded his team to head straight for their target. After Sherphone gave the command, the 1,000 giant players promptly charged toward Knight's Judgment's guild residence. The Tier 2 giant berserkers in front easily tore through the Starlight Alliance's defensive lines. The Starlight Alliance's members could not even slow Zero Wing's advance. Only the Tier 2 experts that had activated their berserk skills could contend against the giants. However, Zero Wing's giant players also possessed berserk skills. Like rampaging wild beasts, the several Tier 2 giant berserkers who had activated Power of Darkness were capable of killing over a dozen players with a single attack. Even the level 80, Tier 2 NPCs received a one-sided beating when going up against them. Presented with this scene, the spectating independent players did not dare to leave their current positions, deeply afraid of attracting the attention of these violent giant players. As for the adventurer teams and members of small guilds that were previously planning to take advantage of the situation to attack Zero Wing, they had given up entirely on their thoughts. They also celebrated the fact that they had not hastily taken action before the players inside WildhammerTown could recover from their shock. Zero Wing's giant players had already charged into Knight's Judgment's heavily fortified residence, destroyed the guild flag located on the first underground floor, and obtained WildhammerTown's town order. With this, the Starlight Alliance had lost all control over WildhammerTown. Chapter 2020, Great Changes. Starmoon Kingdom, Witch's Hill. Due to indications that Zero Wing would take action, many of the Starlight Alliance's members had gathered a short distance away from Zero Wing's city and were grinding there, thoroughly sealing off the paths leading from the city, while quietly awaiting Zero Wing's next move. However, standing atop a hill a short distance away from Zero Wing's city, Shadowlight Axe, the guild leader of Knight's Judgment, was currently confused and agitated. Just a short while ago, he had suddenly received news that Knight's Judgment had lost control over WildhammerTown. Moreover, this was directly announced into the ears of every guild member of Knight's Judgment guild system. Zero Wing has captured Wildhammertown's town order. WildhammerTown will no longer be under Knight's Judgment's jurisdiction. Guild popularity reduced by 2,000. Although Sherfeng's Miniature World sealed off the communications of players caught within the skill's AoE, it could not prevent the release of the notification of the guild town's capture. As long as one was a member of Knight's Judgment, they would immediately receive news of WildhammerTown's capture. This could be considered a morale punishment toward a guild that failed to defend its town. WildhammerTown got captured? How is this possible? What did Zero Wing do? The sudden notification threw Knight's Judgment's members for a loop. WildhammerTown was a town their guild had fortified heavily. Just the players garrisoning the town numbered over 20,000. There were also more than 24 static defenses built in the town, as well as thousands of NPC soldiers. Most importantly, Knight's Judgment had invested a lot of money into building a sturdy wall, which encompassed the entire town and prevented players from vaulting over it. The only way to get into the town was by destroying the wall. However, doing so would be extremely difficult. Even 100 Tier 2 players targeting a single section of the wall would need to launch numerous attacks to reduce the wall's durability by just 1 point. Even if Zero Wing's members had war weapons like cannons, they should still take quite some time to breach the wall. Hence, Knight's Judgment's members found it truly hard to imagine that such a W11 fortified town could actually be captured, and within only a short time. At this moment, confusion plagued the entire Knight's Judgment. Even Shadowlight Axe, who had experienced countless trials and tribulations, wore an ashen complexion, a cold glint flashing across his eyes. Guild leader, let's rush back to WildhammerTown now. We can't let Zero Wing get away with this so easily. A level 59, Tier 2 male cleric urged anxiously. Even if a guild town's town order were snatched, the town would not immediately switch owners. The ruling guild would simply lose control of the town. If the ruling guild could snatch the town order back within an hour, the town would promptly return to the ruling guild's control. No, we're out of time for that, Shadowlight Axe said as he shook his head in frustration. What we need to do now is head immediately to Warring Empire's Golden Flow town. Also, look into how Zero Wing managed to capture WildhammerTown. Afterward, we'll discuss with the rest of the Alliance how we should proceed. Nowadays, WildhammerTown was Knight's Judgment's main support. It was precisely because of WildhammerTown's existence that Knight's Judgment received a large amount of funding, gaining an advantage over the other major powers. Without WildhammerTown, Knight's Judgment's position would plummet into oblivion. If it were possible to take back WildhammerTown's town order, he, too, wished to do so. However, Knight's Judgment's main army was currently far from WildhammerTown. With their ability to teleport to the town robbed, they would need over an hour to reach WildhammerTown even if they took the shortest route and traveled non-stop by mount. Not to mention, there were also plenty of high-level monsters on the way there. Understood. I'll contact the other guilds of the Alliance. The male cleric had no choice but to nod in agreement with Shadowlight Axe's words. Although he felt unreconciled to simply letting Zero Wing gain WildhammerTown, he was helpless. Meanwhile, news of Zero Wing capturing WildhammerTown spread like wildfire across the entire Starmoon Kingdom. After all, the matter of a guild town falling was staggering news that could not be kept a secret. Not to mention, the various large guilds and adventurer teams of Starmoon Kingdom were all paying close attention to the situation at the Witch's Hill. Are you kidding me? That WildhammerTown actually fell to Zero Wing. What did Zero Wing do? Could this information be fake? When the players of Starmoon Kingdom found out about this matter, their first reaction was denial. After all, how could such a well-fortified town fall so easily? Moreover, Zero Wing had captured the town so quickly that almost no news about it had leaked beforehand. The only thing everyone knew before this was that Zero Wing had suddenly gathered 1,000 Tier 2 experts. However, what could 1,000 Tier 2 experts possibly do against a guild town? It would be sheer suicide to attack a guild town with such a small force. Just the NPC soldiers inside the town would be more than enough to kill these experts. Meanwhile, the news of Zero Wing suddenly capturing WildhammerTown sent the ferment in Starmoon Kingdom into an immediate and rapid cooldown. The various major powers automatically took a step back and started observing the situation more carefully. After all, if Zero Wing was capable of capturing even a fortified town like WildhammerTown, then it was definitely more than capable of capturing the guild towns of smaller guilds like theirs. I really underestimated Zero Wing. To think it would capture WildhammerTown so quickly. No wonder Zero Wing dares to resist Blackwater. Snow Scar, who currently stood inside one of the 4 Towers of Elements, was surprised to receive news about this sudden development. Commander, are we going to give up on destroying the 4 Towers of Elements, then? A level 60, Tier 2 assassin asked in a quiet tone. Let's wait a little while longer and see what actions the Starlight Alliance takes. The Alliance has suffered a considerable setback with the loss of WildhammerTown. It definitely won't be able to sit still and do nothing. It will take some sort of action. And when it does, we'll have our opportunity, Snow Scar replied, chuckling. The main reason why the Starlight Alliance was able to develop so rapidly in the Witch's Hill was the 2 guild towns it controlled. Now that the number of guild towns it controlled had been halved, if the Alliance still refused to take action, there would be only one outcome: the resources available in a single town wouldn't be enough for so many corporations to share. It also wouldn't be enough for the various member guilds of the Alliance. At that time, some corporations and guilds would choose to withdraw from the Alliance. Eventually, the Starlight Alliance would naturally disappear from Starmoon Kingdom. Snow Scar had to admit that Zero Wing was truly vicious to deal such a fatal blow to the Starlight Alliance. Of course, achieving what Zero Wing achieved was also extremely difficult, to begin with Witch's Hill, Golden Flow Town. Due to WildhammerTown's capture, the entire Starlight Alliance was currently in chaos. After receiving a call from Shadowlight Axe, the representatives of every member guild had gathered in Warring Empire's residence to hold an emergency meeting. Zero Wing is truly ruthless. With this single move, it silenced the entire kingdom. As things stand, we'll have a much more difficult time locking down the Million Forest, Wind Cloud, Sin Realm's representative and a Tier 2 assassin, said. Turning to Shadowlight Axe, he smiled and asked, "Do you have any thoughts on this or any information to report? Don't tell me you still haven't found out a single thing about what happened in WildhammerTown even now." Aside from being one of Sin Realm's 7 great experts, Wind Cloud was also the most famous assassin in the Purple Thorns Kingdom. Many experts and guild leaders of first-rate guilds had fallen at his hands before he joined Sin Realm. Only after suffering defeat at Lone Beacon's hands did he join Sin Realm. My side has already received a report on what happened in WildhammerTown. According to the report, Zero Wing raided WildhammerTown suddenly by means of teleportation. Although only 1,000 people were teleported into the town, these 1,000 people were no ordinary players. They were all 4 meters tall and possessed extraordinary strength and defense. They could contend against level 80, Tier 2 NPCs head-on and survive the attacks of defense turrets without receiving much damage, Shadowlight Axe said. He also did not forget to show the battle videos recorded, so, the equivalent of 1,000 monster players. Roaring Flame, War Rider's commander, said, frowning. What frightening combat power. If the fight occurs in a narrow place like the street of a town, they will indeed be very difficult to deal with. Roaring Flame frequently fought large-scale battles, so he understood very clearly how powerful these 1,000 giant players would be in an urban battle. Battles inside of towns were different from battles out in the fields. Executing large-scale battle formations was extremely difficult inside a town. Rather, units of several hundred or several thousand players would be more suitable in such a situation. We have too little information. We have never before heard about any of the cards Zero Wing has just shown. If we had, Zero Wing never would have succeeded. Shadowlight Axe exclaimed, "That's right. However, what we need to do now is take back WildhammerTown. Although Zero Wing has these giant players, we have monster players on our side. Moreover, we outnumber Zero Wing considerably. The only problem is that domain skill Black Flame used. Its suppression effect is simply too powerful. If we have some way to resist it, the problem would be solved much more easily," Skyview, Warring Empire's guild leader, said as he nodded in agreement with Shadowlight Axe's words. Dealing with the giant players was not a problem. After all, their side had monster players. According to the information they received, the combat power of their monster players should be equal to that of Zero Wing's giant players. No need to worry about this. I have a tool here that has a powerful suppression force, although the cost of activating it is very high. This tool can also summon powerful monsters. Although it can't summon a lot of monsters, their quality is top-notch. They are much more powerful than even the evil beasts found in Ancient Rock City. In the past, when Zero Wing launched a large-scale attack against Ancient Rock City, it could only retreat in defeat when faced with those evil beasts. With these summoned monsters, we should not have any problem retaking WildhammerTown, Wind Cloud said, smiling. We'll have to depend on Brother Wind afterward, then. Shadowlight Axe breathed out a sigh of relief. WildhammerTown's defenses were far from being a match for Ancient Rock Cities. It also didn't have a defensive magic array protecting it. Although Wind Cloud wouldn't be able to summon many monsters, if they included the support of a large number of monster players, retaking WildhammerTown should be feasible. After all, Zero Wing lacked numbers. However, just as the gathered representatives were about to discuss further how they should retake WildhammerTown, a person suddenly barged into the room with a panicked expression. When this person entered, everyone inside the room could hear quite the commotion coming from outside. What's going on outside? Why is it so noisy? Don't they know that we're holding an important meeting? Skyview demanded of the guild member that barged in. Guild leader. Not good. Outside. A large number of giant players have suddenly appeared outside. The level 57 Berserker reported while panting. Chapter 2021, Sudden Appearance in Golden Flow Town. After the jittery Berserker reported what was happening outside the residence, the entire meeting room fell silent. How is this possible? Why would Zero Wings members be here? Didn't they just capture WildhammerTown? Are you sure you saw correctly? This sudden development stupefied everyone inside the meeting room. Their minds simply could not process this turn of events. Even though the reporting Berserker had already explained things clearly, they still found an attack on Golden Flow Town inconceivable. Zero Wing had just fought a battle in WildhammerTown. No matter how powerful Zero Wing's giant players were, they would definitely have suffered some losses. Meanwhile, only a little over 2 hours had passed since Zero Wing captured WildhammerTown. Logically, Zero Wing should be prioritizing taking over of WildhammerTown instead of launching another attack. Zero Wing's unconventional way of doing things messed up their original plans. We haven't even gone to reclaim WildhammerTown, yet Zero Wing is already knocking on our doors. Wind Cloud revealed a playful smile at this situation. Zero Wing is too arrogant. As soon as it captured WildhammerTown, it is trying to take Golden Flow Town. Is Zero Wing planning on annihilating the Starlight Alliance in one fell swoop? Shadowlight Axe, on the other hand, revealed a dark expression in his opinion. The main reason why Zero Wing was able to capture WildhammerTown before was the Starlight Alliance's ignorance of the existence of the giant players and of Zero Wing's ability to teleport 1,000 players directly into a town. Had the Alliance known about these things and prepared beforehand, Zero Wing wouldn't have been able to take down WildhammerTown at all. Zero Wing most likely doesn't know that we have already gathered our combat power in Golden Flow Town and is launching a preemptive strike, Skyview said, frowning as a hint of rage flashed across his eyes. Hurriedly, he turned to the reporting Berserker and ordered, "Relay my commands. Have every expert in the guild gather in Golden Flow Town. I want Zero Wing's visit here to be a one-way trip. However, it is best if we proceed with caution. We should not take Black Flame lightly. He might have some traps set up for us." Wind Cloud cautioned. WildhammerTown and Golden Flow Town served as the Starlight Alliance's foundation. Even the loss of one could push the Alliance to the brink of annihilation. If both towns were lost, the Starlight Alliance would be done for. Hence, they needed to be extra careful in this upcoming battle. This is certain. I will have everyone in Starmoon Kingdom understand that Zero Wing is already old news. The future Star Moon Kingdom will belong to the Starlight Alliance. Skyview said, sneering. Gather every monster player inside the town. Prepare all the war weapons and magic scrolls we have. Let's go and meet Zero Wing. Let's hope that's the case, Wind Cloud muttered in exasperation. He felt that Skyview wasn't listening to him at all. However, he also had to admit that the current Golden Flow Town was quite unlike the lightly defended WildhammerTown of before. What with the Starlight Alliance's upper echelon, experts, and elites all gathered here afterward, the Starlight Alliance's upper echelon went into action, ordering their guild experts to gather at Golden Flow Town. At the same time, they also had their subordinates, who were already in town, form an encirclement around Zero Wing's giant players, to prevent Zero Wing from wreaking havoc on the town. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's 1,000 giant players were already engaged in battle all over Golden Flow Town. Due to the effects of Miniature World and Ring of Brilliance, the Starlight Alliance's members and NPC soldiers were at a total disadvantage. Giants sent players flying all around. Craters pocked the various streets. Rather than a battle between players, this scene looked more like a monster siege. Instead, the independent players inside the town could not help but be stunned upon seeing this scene. The strength and defense that Zero Wing's giant players possessed were absurd. The town's level 80 NPC soldiers were simply a joke before these giants. However, under the commands of the Starlight Alliance's upper echelon, a defensive encirclement quickly formed around Zero Wing's members. Multiple teams led by Tier 2 experts started using magic arrays to suppress the giant players and then engage these giant players in battle among the various teams. The ones led by guild upper echelons possessed the greatest strength. Not only were these teams composed entirely of Tier 2 players, but every team member was also an expert that was capable of reaching the late stage of the Trial Tower's 5th floor at the very least. Due to the assistance of magic barriers, these experts could cooperate with each other to take advantage of the giant players' slow movement speed and reaction speed. Each expert team could go up against several giant players at a time. The teams led by the Starlight Alliance's 4 strongest powers performed even more fiercely. Wielding a flaming, magic staff, Skyview, Warring Empire's guild leader, released one fire-type spell after another, the power of each spell rivaling that of Tier 3 spells. Moreover, his attacks were extremely fast, a perfect counter to the slow giant players all by himself. Skyview managed to deplete a Tier 2 giant player's HP in just a dozen seconds or so. After battling for around 3 minutes, Skyview's 100-man team killed a giant team made up of a dozen or so giant players. Skyview then led his team to patch up the holes that had formed in the defensive encirclement, preventing other giant teams from advancing. However, although the Starlight Alliance's upper echelon teams performed well against the giant players, their efforts were negligible, as they could cover only so much ground at a time. The corpses of the Starlight Alliance's members filled many other locations in the town Zero Wing. Skyview's complexion turned very ugly as he looked at the corpses of his guildmates strewn across the street he stood on. In the name of the Warring Empire, I definitely will not let any of you leave this place alive. This situation was simply horrible. Every Warring Empire member currently fighting in the town was an elite player at the very minimum. Among them, many were even expert players. These players were the mainstays of the guild. With so many of these elite and expert players dying, Warring Empire would need a very long time to recover afterward. At this moment, the other guild upper echelons were also experiencing the might of the giant players and Shifeng's miniature world. This situation was indeed outside of their expectations. Brother Wind, are you still not ready? Skyview asked through a call with Wind Cloud. It's done. Wind Cloud, who was currently holding a ceremony in Warring Empire's residence, replied, smiling. As soon as Wind Cloud said so, the sky above Golden Flow Town suddenly darkened. At the same time, the 5,000 level 50+ players taking part in the ceremony in the residence disintegrated instantly, their bodies transforming into pitch-black smoke that gathered in the sky. Afterward, the smoke started descending in streams, one after another. Upon reaching the ground, each stream of smoke took on a humanoid shape. Even the weakest among these humanoid gas lifeforms was a level 70 Great Lord, with several among them being level 70+ Grand Lords. These gas lifeforms easily numbered in the hundreds. Moreover, the eyes of every one of these smoke monsters shone with intelligence. In addition to the appearance of these smoke monsters, the suppression effect of miniature world also vanished without a trace. This move was none other than Sin Realm's strongest trump card, Death's Praise. It was a super rare epic item that could be used only once every 10 days. This move from Sin Realm is amazing. The smoke monsters astonished Roaring Flame, who was commanding the members of the War Riders. Even an army of 3,000 Tier 2 players would most likely fall if attacked by so many of these smoke monsters. Good. Everyone, tighten the encirclement and kill every giant player in sight. Skyview commanded. Without the suppression of miniature world, even the Great Lord ranked smoke monsters would be able to go toe-to-toe against the giant players. As for the Grand Lords, they possessed combat power superior to the giant players, and there were more than 50 of these Grand Lords. After just a short moment, Zero Wing's giant players started getting pushed back. Now, these giant players no longer dared to operate in parties or small teams, as they would be killed off easily if they did so. Zero Wing sure is gullible. Does it really think it can take down Golden Flow Town as easily as it did WildhammerTown, using just 1,000 players? Since Zero Wing dares to look down on our Starlight Alliance, we should teach Zero Wing's members the consequences of overreaching. I'm really looking forward to the expression of regret Black Flame is going to make. After this battle, I'll definitely compile a close-up video of this battle and post it onto the official forums for him. While the Starlight Alliance's upper echelons were merrily chatting among themselves, the Starlight Alliance's army cornered Zero Wing's forces at the town's central plaza at this moment. Only a little over 700 giant players stood in the central plaza. Standing among these giant players was a cloaked man carrying two exquisite long swords at his waist. The cloaked man was currently observing the situation with a calm gaze. Meanwhile, this cloaked man was none other than Black Flame, a person everyone in Star Moon Kingdom was familiar with, guild leader Black Flame. "I'm sure you never thought that such a day would come for you, right?" Skyview said excitedly as he looked at Sherfong. "Unfortunately, it is too late for regrets. Everyone, charge. Let guild leader Black Flame know how laughable his arrogance is." Chapter 2022, True Slaughter. As soon as Skyview gave the command, the monster players and Tier 2 experts under his lead charged toward the central plaza. Black Flame. "Surrender your life." Once Skyview was within 50 yards of Sherfong, he activated his berserk skill, and the surrounding mana surged toward him. His aura intensified until it was no weaker than the monster players around him. He then pointed his staff at Sherfong. Small, crimson magic arrays began to surround Sherfong. Spears of raging fire then flew from the arrays, one after another. Tier 2 curse, violent flame spears. This curse was normally as powerful as a Tier 3 attack, and with the effects of Skyview's special berserk skill, it had grown even more powerful. Now, each flame spear had the power to rival an attack from a Grand Lord of the same level. Even a Tier 2 metric tons with active berserk and life-saving skills would die instantly if they faced 28 flame spears from multiple directions. However, Sherfong effortlessly deflected the spears with his swords. Moreover, he had done so without moving. In the end, every flame spear had brushed past him and crashed into the ground without accomplishing anything. Seeing that his first attack had failed, Skyview promptly cast his second ultimate move, the Tier 2 curse, Flaming Fangs. Although Flaming Fangs only consisted of 5 attacks, far fewer than violent flame spears, Skyview had full control of all 5. In comparison, he could only aim the violent flame spears when he activated the spell. Once the spell launched the attacks, the spears' trajectories couldn't be altered. The 5 flaming fangs circled Sherfong like a crimson ring around him. With how fast the flaming fangs moved, guessing where and when they'd strike was almost impossible. Once he found an opportunity, Skyview swung his staff. The 5 flaming fangs flew toward Sherfong's blind spots, altering their trajectories multiple times as they approached. Boom! 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 A round of explosions shook the battlefield, but Skyview didn't express joy even after releasing his attacks. He had practiced Flaming Fangs tirelessly to master the spell. He had even created a basic combat technique of his own to amplify the spell's effectiveness, yet the galaxy of stars that had manifested around Sherfong had rendered all 5 Flaming Fangs useless. It was as if all of the effort he had invested was in vain. "Guild Leader Sky, we'll help you." Shadowlight Axe ran towards Skyview alongside a dozen or so monster players. "No. Wait." Skyview yelled at Shadowlight Axe to stop as he watched Sherfong, who remained unharmed with the experience of countless life-or-death battles in God's domain. Skyview had honed his instincts to an extraordinary level. He was particularly sensitive to the threat of death and danger. After his brief clash with Sherfong, he knew that the man wasn't as simple as rumors had made him seem. His Flaming Fangs attacks had the strength of a Grand Lord of the same level, yet Sherfong had blocked all 5 of without any skills. The man had simply relied on his own strength. Sherfong's strength definitely shouldn't be underestimated. With a single mistake, they could all die in an instant. If they wanted to contend with a player of such strength, they would need multiple Great Lord-ranked monster players or the Starlight Alliance's peak experts with active berserk skills. However, only one of the dozen or so monster players accompanying Shadowlight Axe was at the Great Lord standard. Based on Sherfong's serene performance, the 3 of them wouldn't be enough to take the swordsman down. Furthermore, Sherfong hadn't activated a berserk skill. Skyview realized that he'd need many more people to defeat this man. Has already honed his instincts to such a beast-like level. Sherfong flashed Skyview a surprised look as the man kept his distance while Skyview and Shadowlight Axe watched Sherfong warily. Roaring Flame and Wind Cloud had arrived with their respective teams' Black Flame. We've sealed off all paths out of this plaza. You and your guild members have no hope of escape. Wind Cloud shouted, smiling faintly at Sherfong. The town only had 6 paths that led to the central plaza, and the Starlight Alliance's monster players had blocked all 6. Moreover, they had used a spatial seal to lock down Golden Flow Town, preventing players from using teleportation skills or tools. Not even Tier 3 instantaneous movement magic scrolls would be effective within the seal. Now, all they had to do was eliminate Sherfong and his giant players. The seal's complete already. Skyview could not help his grin after hearing Wind Cloud's declaration. Guild leader Black Flame, it would seem that today, you will finally fall. Are you going to hand your life over obediently? Or should we take our time with killing you? Make your choice. If Sherfang's giant players had any hope of fleeing Golden Flow Town before, the Starlight Alliance's players had dashed it. Now that the seal was in place, it was only a matter of time before Sherfong and his force fell. Skyview, why are you wasting your words on him? Why don't we just kill him? Shadowlight Axe asked. What a pity. I really wanted an exciting battle, but I guess that won't be possible. Roaring Flame sighed as he glanced at the eager crowd around him. Black Flame, how can you appear so calm in the face of death? Truly arrogant. Skyview was displeased with what he saw as he watched Sherfong, who still maintained his composure. He then laughed and ridiculed, or is the almighty guild leader Black Flame scared stiff? Do you think you can turn the tables by using the same large-scale destruction spell you used in WildhammerTown? Even if you do, it will be futile. We aren't going to stand still and let you destroy us. Even with that spell, we won't let you accomplish anything here. The Starlight Alliance members nodded in agreement. They then began to spread out. When they had learned about the means Zero Wing had used to capture WildhammerTown, they had organized appropriate countermeasures. They had divided their main combat power into several groups. They would not let Zero Wing destroy their main combatants so easily again. It seems that everyone is here now, Sherfong said as he eyed the hundreds of monster players and smoke monsters around him. In a mild tone, he continued, in that case, let's begin the real battle. Still so calm in the face of death. Do you truly think that you have a chance? Black Flame, your arrogance ends here. Get out of the way. I'll hack him down with my axe. The Starlight Alliance's upper echelons were enraged when they heard Sherfang's reply. They clearly had the upper hand, yet Sherfong remained defiant. However, as the Starlight Alliance's ranged members moved within 40 yards of the swordsmen, beginning to cast their spells and knock their arrows, Sherfong pulled a crimson globe from his bag. Suddenly, a colossal magic array formed above the crowd, driving the ambient fire-type mana berserk in the blink of an eye. The fire-type mana gathered before Sherfong and formed an 8-meter-tall flame dragon. Once the fire spirit took shape, it released a deafening roar. It seems that you're all mistaken about something. I haven't remained here because I couldn't leave. Rather, I've been waiting for you to gather around me. Let me say it again, let's begin the real battle.